had taken me from a world of radiant light, of love and sympathy, and brought me to this dim, shadowy world to which the light could barely penetrate. Madame d'Espérance, Shadowland, 1897. Part 1. Yellow Teeth. Chapter 1. Many communications must remain in doubt. He just appeared at the edge of Seb's vision. Tall, dressed in dark clothing, and exuding a faint impression of menace, the motionless figure was standing upon the red shoreline like an affront to the pink, blue, and yellow doors of the pretty beach huts lining the promenade. The sudden, intense scrutiny gave Seb a start. Momentarily, even a blurred face suggested itself inside his mind, peering about, though his imagination must have been responsible for that. Seb laid his coffee and notebook down, turned on the bench, and squinted into the distance. He was sitting near the cliff edge on the headland south of the beach, and even on such a clear day, he'd never make out the man's eyes at that range. But had they been in the same room, and had he been glared at by an unseemly stranger, Seb's discomfort would have been the same. 50 feet below where Seb was perched, between Broadsands and Elbury Cove, the empty sea stretched to a vague horizon. The coastline curved north to Paynton and distant Torquay, the claret shores and grey cliffs reaching for Hope's Nose. His thoughts had been wandering out there, seeking the elusive impetus for what he was trying to write, but his reverie was obliterated by this abrupt intrusion. Under closer observation, what became more surprising was that the figure didn't appear to be standing on the beach. He seemed to be positioned a few feet out from where the sand ended. The man must have been standing ankle-deep in the shallows, or was perched on a submerged rock. This created the impression that the man was standing upon the water. A curious trick of perspective, for sure. From his raised position, Seb could see only the far half of the beach, but no more. A few dogs raced about, darting in and out of the gentle surf, and a few people dawdled and chatted near their frantic pets. Still too cold for bathers in April, and there were no pleasure craft out that morning, but the sparse crowd on the beach appeared oblivious to this lone sentinel standing so near to them. Or was he so unsightly that they pretended the man was invisible? If Seb wasn't mistaken, a growing stillness had also been imposed by the solitary dark shape. The cries of the seabirds were gradually softening to silence inside his ears, and through the spreading quiescence, the sea's chop rose as his absorption increased. Soon the running water no longer sounded like the sea at all. Seb felt himself drawn outwards, to be engulfed in a moment detached from the world. The breeze dropped. He became disoriented and slightly nauseous. Louder was the gush of the water's current. His mind cleared and was uncluttered for, he didn't know for how long exactly, but probably only for moments. And then, from far away and behind his head, or from deep within his mind, he heard a voice call his name. Sebastian. A train's steam whistle shrieked, as if imitating the cry of the dinosaurs whose grinning and collapsed remains embedded the coastline where the limestone and brick-red breccia sands crushed each other. Seb flinched, but even his gasp seemed to have originated from a mouth behind his shoulder. 2 miles distant, the train carrying holidaymakers chuffed slowly into sight on the opposing headland, making its way to the great viaducts built by Brunel. Clouds of steam billowed and unravelled into vanishing rags of vapour. A long line of carriages, painted chocolate and cream, followed the engine's slow, military determination. Seb had lived in the bay for 3 years, but the train still summoned images of Agatha Christie's world, flappers and gents with pencil-thin moustaches who dressed for dinner. And he clawed at this nostalgia as if it were buoyant wreckage in deep water with no sight of land. He near begged the presence of the train to return him to the world that he had known only seconds before. And it did. His fixation with whoever stood on the shore was severed. When he returned his attention to the beach and scanned its red length, the watching figure was no longer there either. Gone. A few days passed, and Seb had nearly forced a rational explanation for the disquieting experience. He was tired. Maybe his sugar level was low. He had been mesmerized by the sun-flecked water. But when he saw the man again, he knew who it was. Chapter 2. This coat is too tight. Seb had set out his laptop, coffee, and water in preparation for the morning's work on the book that he was struggling to believe in, let alone write. The work in progress barely resembled his previous novels, never rose beyond an imitation of effect and a perfunctory progression of plot, peopled by undefined characters that were mere wraiths of what had been intended. It had taken him 6 months to acknowledge that his imagination was failing. The energy at his core was mostly spent, or had leaked away during the writing of his previous novel, a book written with the needle of his inner reader's compass spinning wildly, in a blizzard of doubt and vain hope, without settling upon any specific direction regarding the book's quality. He'd remained unsure about the manuscript when he'd delivered to his publisher, as had been his increasingly restless and disheartened readers when it was published. In the past, the cliffside gardens in Goodrington, with their panoramic views of the bay, had always been a favourite place to write. Settled on the same bench, he'd worked on 2 other novels that were special to him. The gardens above the beach huts and promenade at the north end of Goodrington were at their best in spring. And that morning, far below his feet, the sea remained dark on either side of a great strip of sunlight. A door in heaven might have cracked to release what glittered on the water like a million pieces of polished silver, cast all the way to a misted horizon far out at sea. To his right, the surf lapped the shoreline with a pleasing rhythm. If you can't write here, you can't cut it anywhere. Goodrington and distant Brixham might have served as architectural models of coastal towns when sited at such a remove. Built up the slopes of the hillsides, the white houses with their red roofs were arrayed like Lego structures. Tiny brushes of treetops sprouted from within the settlements, and even a toy railway cut behind the seafront. Torbay, and the only place where he'd found peace with himself. But had the place and his comfortable lifestyle made him too content? Was penetrating the surface of the world to recreate its meanings in unusual and interesting ways, dependent upon times of adversity? He did wonder. He worried that a flabby self-indulgence had replaced his purpose. Maybe wishful thinking about his books had usurped his critical candour. He'd seen it happen to other writers. Perhaps naivety had swapped places with wisdom, and imitation had overrun his trademark strangeness. He also feared that an indifference to the reader had taken hold during the good years. Writing this book had been homework and a chore from the start. But worst of all, he had become incurious. The palms and the pink and red flowers in the heather sighed, ruffled by a cooling breeze. He inhaled the sweet fragrance of the gardens, placed the computer on his thighs, and fired it up. Long forgotten now, but the first sentence of a new chapter had come to him that morning while he showered. Perhaps the sentence would have invoked the restless urgency that had once driven his writing, near panting alongside him, a mad dog with foamy lips. This opening line might have been the beginning of a scene that would drill through the grey weight of a dull mind to produce a fracture. From a crack would burst the flood. But Seb never tapped a single key. Way down below, The same solitary figure that he'd seen 4 days before made a second unwelcome appearance. No features were visible within that spot of bone-white flesh capped in black, but he was closer. Once more, Seb suffered the impression he'd caught the figure's eye and that they were staring at each other across the cliffs and sea. Again, the man wasn't standing on the dry sand, but seemed to be in the water, or on it. Small shapes of children frolicked on the sands of a low tide. A group of people walked dogs. Others just meandered behind this sentinel of the shoreline, but none regarded him. Shielding his eyes, Seb rose and walked to the railing. The watcher raised his chin as if this distant vigilance had become confrontation. The effects of another mute communication with the same stranger, and in less than a week, was far worse the second time. Quicker and deeper was Seb's absorption into that scrutiny. As if struck by a cold updraft of air, he shivered and wanted to shrink to make himself smaller and harder to see. Braced by his own dread, Seb clenched his fists upon the metal fence until his palms hurt. The swish of the surf, a murmur of faraway traffic, and the oddly clear voice of a boy on the beach faded, until all that he could hear was water running in the distance. That was not the sea inside his ears either. This time he was sure about that. Seb slipped behind the hedgerow, a cover reinforced by a pine growing at a lower level in the gardens. Relief from that distant assiduity was immediate, then cut short by the mention of his name. Sebastian. His thoughts slid sideways, queasily. He then feared that his head was dropping to the pavement, or that the ground was rushing towards his face. Where were his feet? His name had been called from an inner distance, and one that took form inside his imagination as a grey and misted space at the edge of his mind. He sensed the drab emptiness was entirely without borders, and reached much further than he was glimpsing. Tasting hormones of terror in a dry mouth, he emerged from behind the shrubbery. Moving his legs was too conscious a maneuver. The stranglehold of the moment abruptly passed, and the figure was nowhere to be seen. Not on the water, the sands, the promenade, or in the park behind the beach. Seb gathered up his things and jammed them inside his rucksack, managing to lose his hat in the process, which slipped down the back of the bench. He was too tense to regroup his wits, but restrained himself from breaking into a run. Instead, he followed the serpentine path into Roundham Gardens, the beauty spot on the headland. And that was the first time that he didn't linger to admire the blue expanse of the bay. Distant Torquay was ever a mosaic of white buildings built over the hills and cliffs, an instant dreamy transport into the Mediterranean. But to hell with the view. Hurrying through a row of pines, their long trunks curved and harrowed for years by the wind, Seb made haste towards Paynton Harbour. Even if the man had been intent on engaging with him, scaling the cliffside paths behind Seb would have been an impossible feat in the time it had taken Seb to get this far, but he still repeatedly glanced over his shoulder to make sure that he wasn't being followed. Hatless and harried, as he moved out of the cliffside gardens, his mind cast about for an explanation for the irrational sensation. He feared an early onset of dementia, and the worst kind of end that he'd imagined for himself. Secondary terrors skimmed over schizophrenia and other hallucination-prone disorders of the mind. Or had he actually seen a man standing in the water? The same man, twice. He was shaken enough to consider that there was something unnatural about the figure. Perhaps the impossible had been achieved during that strange possession of his mind upon the cliffs. He was even close to believing in the presence of the supernormal. The very subject that had made his name as a writer for so many years. The paranormal had allowed him to become that rarest of writers too, one with a good living. But regarding the numinous, though he had curiosity and fascination in abundance, he had no faith. Uncharacteristically eager to immerse himself into a crowd, he ran from Paynton Harbour to a place he rarely went, the Esplanade. Unencumbered by family and a confirmed bachelor, having thrown the towel in on all that by 36, 14 years gone now, the seafront and its attractions had never been designed for him. But the holidaymakers at the tail end of the Easter holiday did not share his reticence. It wasn't yet May, nor 10 in the morning, but due to the warm spring, there was already a large gathering of retirees, young families, and groups of prospecting teenagers on the front. Seb mingled amongst the beach blankets, windbreaks, and small tents on the beach, and hurried across the shoreline in the direction of Preston Sands. Cutting up and onto the esplanade by the pier, he was engulfed by the fragrant haze of fried sugar and hot dog onions, then beset by the incessant jangle of the arcade's dark interior. As if he'd forded back across the River Styx and rejoined the living, the assault on his senses was joyous. He picked up a polystyrene beaker of sweetened coffee to calm his nerves, and moved past the shrieks and hurdy-gurdy jingles of the small fairground, pitched beside the adventure playground on the green. Feeling protected and even invigorated by the noise, the very electricity and energy that was relentlessly maintained by a giant pair of throaty speakers, Seb moved to the outskirts of the scene, to where the strollers and the stream of cyclists thinned. He found a bench facing the sea and slumped upon it. Tall white hotels lined up behind his seat. The lodges, houses, and palaces still clinging to their Victorian identities. Their cosy familiarity served as a strong arm placed about his shoulders. Sipping his coffee, Seb made a call to Becky. Recent events had suddenly brought forward one of those times when his need for company, intimacy, and affection exceeded his desire for solitude. He'd forgotten what it was like to be intimidated. Yet, in the cliffside gardens, he'd felt more than merely intruded upon. He'd come away feeling threatened. As if superimposing itself upon the new scene about Seb, the watcher on the shore's black shape continued to stain his thoughts while he fumbled with his phone. A sense that he was still within the figure's orbit would not abate. Becky's voicemail picked up. Conscious of saying more than usual in a message to her, he also cringed at the note of desperation in his voice. "Hi, it's me. The weather is just fantastic, and it's been a while, so I wondered if you fancied a trip to the seaside. Anyway, I'd love to see you again soon. There's a great new seafood place just opened in Brixham." Seb cut off the hesitant stream of inducements because another now called for his attention. The figure in black stood at the pier's railing between a noodle bar and a seafood concession. And he was closer. Getting closer. He couldn't have been more than 100 meters away now, which added an even greater intensity to Seb's discomfort at being observed, and not only from the outside. On his phone, a recorded message played inside his ear, offering a menu of playback, re-record, or deletion, and he wished that at least 2 options were available for far more than a recorded message. He suddenly wanted to undo the beginning of his adult life, because the man standing on the pier and staring right at him was becoming horribly familiar. Can't be. Seb stood up, upsetting his rucksack and coffee cup. 2 cyclists, riding abreast of each other, whirred past, their heads elongated by helmets into the shape of alien skulls. Seb trotted across the beach road and slipped between 2 parked cars to reach the promenade. He clutched at the railings. His fear was joined by a compulsive curiosity about the stalker's identity. But, more importantly, how had he moved from Goodrington's shoreline and around the headland to reach the pier? There had been no one behind Seb as he fled the cliffside gardens. He'd looked back often enough. Of course, it could just be coincidence. Two similarly dressed men in different places, fixing him with their stare. But Seb was beyond even trying to convince himself of this. As he tried to make sense of the man's relocation to the pier, he could not suppress a competing suspicion that the figure had known where Seb was running to wait for you. And again, his reason was overrun by the notion that the man had arrived at the pier by other means, and by a method and design that Seb couldn't even guess at. But if this was to be a reunion, his memory began to reopen some of its darkest rooms in anticipation, rooms with doors long closed and double locked. On the beach below Seb, a frisbee was thrown badly. A mother with broad tattoos on her lower legs roared at her young. An elderly lady spoke to her spouse and said, "But I don't want you to feel any pressure." Gulls cried above the rinsing action of the waves upon the sand, and all of these sounds retreated to a distance found only in daydreams or in echoes from the past. Bewilderment and the swoop of vertigo made Seb press his body against the railings to remain upright. An atmosphere of thinner air seemed to come into existence all around his body. He even feared that gravity was disappearing. To the pier he looked beseechingly, his face pleading for a release and for that figure to make it all stop. The man had vanished. He'd either sidestepped behind one of the little cabins at the side of the pier, or had concealed himself within the crowd, or even... Seb had no idea. From an even shorter distance than before, he heard the sound of his name. Sebastian. Again, the word might have appeared within the confines of his mind. It may also have issued from a range somewhere behind and slightly above his head. The only amelioration of his shock was provided by Seb's recognition of the voice. The speaker's face even appeared to him before quickly fading. Could it be? Seb turned about and felt his vision drawn over the parked cars and to the man in black. He was now standing on the far side of the green, within the shadow of the fir trees and behind a waist-high wall of breccia stone before the Hotel Conair. He'd been on the pier mere seconds before. Impossible. Seb could now make out the presence of lank hair and a baseball cap, a jaw covered by a black beard. The surrounding flesh issued an unhealthy pallor reminiscent of cream cheese, near noisome at a glance. The figure raised a long arm. The hand and wrist were as blanched as the face. Seb moved hesitantly across the beach road. The world looked as it usually did, though his vision twitched from shock. But the world was not the same. Where had sound gone? He might have been sleepwalking. A car braked hard, and Seb saw suppressed fury in an elderly face behind the windscreen that he'd nearly rolled across. He waved an apology to the driver and stumbled back to the bench where he'd left his bag. The temporary suspension of the world ended. A universe of raw sound rushed like the sea into a cave and filled his ears. A mournful chorus from the gulls upon their lamp-post perches. The gritty bounce of a rubber ball on tarmac. A car door slammed. The grunt of a motorbike on the Esplanade Road. The end of the episode left him shaken and as cold as a bather emerging into a crosswind. The watcher behind the wall had vanished. Chapter 3. A sack with a narrow opening. Breathless and barely recalling the journey home, Seb fell into the house. Without the presence of mind to remove his coat and shoes, he ran upstairs and took to pacing the living room. He only paused to sweep up a brandy bottle from the drinks cabinet. He chugged the brandy over a glass before resuming his anxious lapse of the room. By natural law, it was impossible for a man to appear and disappear and then reappear. A brain tumour? There had been no headaches, no dizziness prior to these sightings. Nothing physically wrong with him for a long time, and never seriously. Paranoia about his health ensured that he paid for regular checkups and even annual full-body screenings. Dementia? At 50, it was possible. He'd have to pursue some kind of test, and no doubt a search on Dr. Google would fan his fear into hysteria. Schizophrenia had been rife in his father's side of the family. Several relatives had seen terrible things and believed in them. One of them, a cousin he'd not seen since he was a child, had taken his own life. 2 more had managed their condition with drugs. They'd told him at his grandfather's funeral over 20 years before. That was the most likely scenario, the past returning in the form of a family taint. He imagined selling the house and liquidating his investments to pay for a long-term residency in a care home. He saw powerful psychotropic drugs sedating the ghastly visions of his near future. All alone in a white room, he imagined being unable to identify himself until his mind eventually winked out. Seb scrabbled for the phone to make an appointment at the local surgery, then put the phone down. The memory of it on the pier, the sight of it in the shallows, reintroduced a hideous suspicion about the figure's identity. Ewan? Ewan Alexander? Why would he now be seeing Ewan Alexander, of all people, so near his home? A man he'd all but suppressed in his memory. Ewan was the kind of person you wanted either to forget or to stare aghast at from a safe distance. It was the improbability of seeing him here, not just the nature of his appearance, that had shaken Seb. Ewan had always been a tragic case, never physically threatening. He'd only turned nasty when Seb met a girl and escaped Ewan's influence. God, remember Julie? But Ewan had been as excluded and powerless as a man could be in life. A lost soul, socially inept, a misfit, a chronic alcoholic, an eater of acid. Brandy flowed. Seb's feet shuffled through the rooms of his sanctuary. It wasn't him. Can't be. Seb had not seen him in, 12 years. Not since the last brief intrusion. That had been in London, and Ewan had knocked on the front door, and not just appeared out of nothing. He'd also called on the telephone the following year and left a garbled message intended for someone else. But that was all another lifetime away. Seb opened the balcony doors and sucked the cool sea air into his chest. They had no mutual acquaintances. Ewan had no business being down here. But if he was here, then how had he done that? Dear God, what if he was dead? That would have been his ghost. Unable to appreciate the view because of what might appear outside and look up, Seb retreated from the balcony. Over at the kitchen counter, he visualized the lone figure, watching amongst wind-beaten trees. He scratched through the ruin of his logic and attempted to convince himself that he was safe and sane, that Ewan Alexander had not been glimpsed in 4 different places in as many days. The scaffolding of wishful thinking that he was mistaken or confused or unwell collapsed. His mind insisted on marrying an unhappy year buried deep in his past to that sickly face, crammed beneath a baseball cap. He had seen Ewan that morning, and he had seen and heard him while feeling agitated, unwell, and even deranged. So how did he cause that? Why had sound changed? How had the textures of the world dispersed or been swapped with another place? Was place even the right word? Environment? Sphere? Ewan Alexander? God, no. Not possible. A lot had happened in the intervening decade since he'd last seen his old friend. For one thing, Seb had moved on. It had taken a long time, but he'd made a success of his literary aspirations, a goal that he and Ewan had once shared as students. So had Ewan come to haunt him? Seb didn't want any reminders of that time coming back. Not now. Not when he had everything just about right, give or take a book that he was struggling to finish. The last time they'd met, in London, Seb had been convinced that Ewan was not long for this world. When was that? 2003? Surely no one could drink so much and avoid a premature grave. And the drugs. He'd watched Ewan neck neat MDMA from a brown bottle as if it was a shot of whiskey. Just one of his many assurances that Ewan's demise had been imminent, a decade gone. Ewan had been committed to self-destruction when they'd first met, in the late 80s. That was 30 years ago, in a student union bar, and even then Ewan had been too drunk to focus his eyes. He'd rambled and spat about music, Merciful Fate, Venom, Bathory, stuff like that. Ewan's life had formed into the immediate shape of a slow, proxy suicide. They'd only shared a house for 1 year, much of which Seb had spent listening to Ewan through the walls when the man was out of his mind. So how could he still be alive? But if he isn't, then... Even briefly entertaining the ludicrous idea made Seb breathless. Another cascade of brandy splashed into his crystal tumbler. He slumped onto his favourite sofa in the living room. A panorama of sea stretched round the rear of the house, visible through floor-to-ceiling windows. But the bay's wild beauty failed to offer its customary balm. Nor did the awards, pictures, ornaments, and furniture provide their usual reassurance. In fact, Seb's advantages had developed a horrible feeling of impermanence. Wasn't that similar to how Ewan had always made him feel, even when he'd had so little to lose? Seb didn't know what to do, so he remained seated, bewildered and sagging with the self-pity that follows misfortune and finds succour in inebriation. Eventually he moved downstairs and drew the blinds in his bedroom, then lay upon his bed. He needed to calm down and think things through. Going to the doctor's was still on the agenda, and he'd try the following morning. Can't go now. Can't go pissed. But how do you explain something like this? He feared being sectioned. In the gloom and silence, his memories of Ewan insolently pushed through his thoughts and trampled the happier times standing guard at the outer walls of his mind, the barriers against back then. 1988. Ewan was his first lesson of who to avoid in life. Back then was horribly vivid, as his mind hosted a carousel of dim, brownish rooms with thin curtains that were always closed, and spaces echoing with a drunk's rampages. Seb had written about that time in his first 2 books, and he'd succeeded in leaving Ewan out of those stories as a character. Even then, in the processing of memory through his writing, he'd been concerned that a fictional consideration of Ewan ran the risk of bringing him back from the past. Those who live alone often speak to themselves, as Seb did in his bedroom. I was young, inexperienced, and lonely. He'd been captivated by Ewan, too, an older man. Shyness and courtesy had made him the victim of a misfit. Their old house on Wilding Lane laid new foundations inside his thoughts. If every house had a face, then that one had suffered greatly, for a long time, and been forgotten behind barbed wire. a concrete terrace, tide-marked by green mildew. A building slipping backwards down a muddy bank of a front yard with a broken gate. Sash windows clouded with condensation, or brittle with ice that resembled mucus, depending on the season. Every inch of curb on both sides of the narrow road cramped by parked cars. Vehicles passing through all day long and into the night, initiating noisy standoffs. 3 bedrooms and communal areas untouched by improvements since the 60s. And within those narrow spaces, his old mate had never risen before 4 in the afternoon. Seb saw Ewan again, grey with a hangover, his eyes reddened, his breath gluey, a washed-out rain-in-blood shirt hanging from his bony shoulders, the cotton smelling of something you might walk downwind of in a zoo. Ewan had been 10 years Seb's senior, a mature student without maturity, his studies on the rocks. He'd been retaking a year of university. Only Ewan had failed the foolproof first year. What is he even doing here? How did he get in? That's what people had asked. Ewan's parents had paid for the course, and many other courses after it, maybe to keep him away from them. But Ewan's parental contributions had been transmuted into strong cider and cannabis smoke, which is why he'd been codependent on Seb for food and money in a matter of weeks after he'd moved into the house on Wilding Lane. That was Seb's second year, and spent out of halls. Cut out of every other potential house share going, he'd drifted too far away from the college, and that was when it really went wrong. Marooned inside a house with no central heating on the outskirts of town, with Ewan, his sole option. 2 miles from campus, in a neighbourhood for the abandoned, the jobless, the neglected seniors, vast but poor families, the uncared for in the community. An area part derelict, ashamed of itself, but curiously industrialised. A bottled sauce factory had covered the area with the smell of molasses and diesel. The mentally ill Indian girl who looked out of the window of a front room across the road all day, every day. She'd worn colourful saris that were like vivid colours in a black-and-white film made by an auteur. Air so cold in Seb's bedroom it had bruised his skin blue that winter. Sleeping in his clothes and leather jacket under 2 duvets. The permanent odours of moist timber, the powdery rot of dew spots in the plaster beneath age-clouded wallpaper, and the kind he'd only seen before in crime dramas set in New York tenements. A hint of gas blended through raw sewage. The must of ancient dust under floorboards, mingled with what dirty shoes had left on carpets, where they existed. Cat piss, despite there being no cat. A fridge that never worked, food poisoning from belly pork, chest infections, no toilet paper, hunger, cold, stomach bugs. Grim. They had both smelled. It had been too cold to take a bath in that house, though Seb had tried once a week in an inch of tepid water, and engaged in a feeble upward splashing of a cupped paw like a monkey in a stream. He'd never managed to get a full sink out of the old immersion heater, but Ewan's odours had made his eyes water. An animal odour, cattle and ethanol, with a hint of shellfish left in the sun. In one entire year, Ewan had never laundered his few articles of clothing. Seb's own gaminess had eventually become a comfort, his bed a compost of sheets with the Turin shroud on top, concealing a well-used mattress that he'd never dared examine. 15 quid a week. 6 lectures a week. Shakespeare's tragedies, the romantic poets, the Victorian novelists. Seb had associated with the paupers, the derided, the murdered in every text. Ewan had cast himself as the dark, moody hero in every scenario, the prophet poet, the adventurer, the sage and mystic. It was all coming back. A landslide in a landfill. The open bin bag in the kitchen, with no bin around it. The lino stained as if the rubbish sack was a giant tea bag. Oddments of crockery and cheap, dull saucepans piled across the counters. All debris from Ewan's odd mealtimes and hapless, hungover attempts at preparing food. Ashtrays heaped like mounds in crematoria. Living out of cans. A $5 a week on food, a diet of sausage sandwiches and soup. Seb's inevitable retreat into his room, away from the tides of Ewan's squalor and noise that nothing could turn back. Smoking roll-ups and playing vinyl records. Handwritten essays. He'd thought himself a Dostoevsky sketching notes from an underground, or a Hamsun enlightened by hunger, a Fante who asked the dust. But he was a nobody. Ewan had thought he was William Burroughs experimenting with acid, or a Bukowski drinking himself unconscious before the 4-bar heater in the living room twice each week, 6 cans of cider empty beside his long, curling form on the filthy rug, whenever Seb discovered him in the morning as he went out for classes or food. Ewan's own mountain of pain, one long silence, caged behind those heavy-lidded eyes, and never shared. Not even in rare moments of sobriety, when he talked at length about Arthur Macken's The Hill of Dreams, or Algernon Blackwood's depiction of the numinous, Wakefield's ghosts, or Blake's visions, and so many other diversionary things, from Shakespeare to Black Sabbath, from Shelley to Slayer. That was the stuff that had drawn Seb in, his awe at a true outsider who might tutor his own sensitivity to the dark things that confirmed a belief in his own outcast status. Seb had read King, Herbert, Barker, Straub and Lovecraft before university, and he'd watched Romero, Cronenberg, Carpenter, Argento and Friedkin. But Ewan had shared M.R. James with him, M.P. Shiel, Aikman, Campbell, W.B. Yeats, Hughes, Baudelaire, Rimbaud, Bosch, Bruegel, Bacon, Spare, René, Bergman, Neil, and Lynch. Tipped him over with a wallop into another way of thinking it all through, another way of saying things, or not saying them at all, and just letting them come out and be there. He started you off. But Ewan had never wanted to let Seb go, and by the end of that year, Seb had been unsure whether Ewan had cared about anything other than getting drunk or high, while using Seb like a carer, valet, apprentice, housekeeper, and admirer. Seb had grafted at university, and then grafted even harder afterwards. He owed Ewan nothing. Had Ewan not always encouraged him to turn his back on the material world, on family, friends? Poverty and the avoidance of responsibility and attachments being the only way to become a true artist, according to Ewan. And once Seb had flirted with that set of ideas, and set that course for himself, he'd felt unable to meet the world in any other way. Or had that been inevitable anyway? Was that the reason he'd been so attracted to Ewan in the first place? Had he seen his own destiny in Ewan? Or at least an inevitability in himself to become overwhelmed by his own compulsions? Seb didn't know. But their association should have ended in Wilding Lane in '88. That year was merely the beginning. Ewan broke him in, and his mentor's legacy had continued through 15 years of underemployment, often uniformed, often temporary, its only permanence low pay, augmented by occupations of sublets in the corners of cities inhabited by poor migrants and those who'd slipped off the edges. Those others had no choice, but he'd wanted to be an old-school writer and had been unable to resist Ewan's narrative. Perhaps Ewan's ghost had now returned to check on Seb's progress and to correct it, or regress it. By publishing his early stories, the small presses had encouraged Seb enough to stay the course. though he'd remained anxious about what might befall him if he didn't make changes to his life. But what changes? A professional job? He'd been clueless about finding one of those. Write one more book and then we'll see. That had been his mantra. And at least Seb had grafted at the writing. He'd always been a grafter, determined. When Seb's last parent went, his mother, he'd spent 2 years on antidepressants wearing a security guard's uniform. And then he'd got lucky. Horror became the new black in publishing, and he was noticed. But why had his own past noticed him now? Seb remained in bed with the blinds down. Sometime in mid-afternoon, he drifted to sleep. Chapter 4. Broken Night. A dream of winter, of charcoal skies and grey light. And he walks amongst people he does not know. People who move on their hands and knees. They appear helpless, perhaps lost, or even blind. "Is the light over there?" he is asked. "Have you seen my sister?" he is asked. "I cannot get back," he is told. He is on the contoured hillocks of a golf course, a place he often crosses to reach the pub at Churston Court. And up and down those manicured mounds of grass he walks, but more quickly now, to remove himself from those drawn to him who are given to crawling like infants. He won't look at them directly again. They're too thin and near transparent in some of their parts. The only face he looked into reminded him of creased, wet newspaper. A wide, hazy sea lies directly ahead of him. Sounds of a distant crowd carry from the opposite direction. Seb turns and sees a large white building, 3 stories high, the front flat and white like a vast mausoleum. A building he has never seen before. The patio before the entrance is full of people, and his mother's voice rises from the crowd. He wants to run for her. She's been gone for 9 years, but he thinks he can see her, wearing a red coat. Seb calls out, "What?" And in unison, the group points at the sky. His mother's voice breaks free from the chatter of the crowd. "Come back." Or maybe she says, "Go back." He is a boy and has become a younger self in the way selves effortlessly switch within dreams. He remains on the golf course, but the grass is now sawdust, just like that of the butcher's shop that he used to visit with his nan, where it was scattered over the lino of a cold floor. Sawdust with blood mixed into it. The blood was dark, and he was always told not to touch the floor with his small, questing hands. He had liked the cold sausage and iron smells of the shop. Seb's legs sink to the knee into the dust and wood chips, and he soon becomes breathless in an attempt to break free. Water flows fiercely somewhere nearby, as if from between the dunes. He cannot see it, and fears the water will appear between the small slopes and cover his head and mouth. Another enters the sawdust landscape, a thing with a covered head and a whitish body low to the ground. Seb can hear a wet snuffling, and he is paralyzed with his old terror of dogs. Those others around him, who are crawling, scatter like crabs beneath upturned rocks. This new entrant moves eagerly to traverse the golf course, as Seb flounders and twists and cries for his distant, unreachable mother. That head, covered by a dirty sack, stiffens with an alertness that communicates an awareness of him and an anticipation within its horrid form. When it turns to him, Seb cannot find the strength to scream. He stops struggling in the blood-mired sawdust and cries harder. Into this dream, he comes to be sitting in his childhood home, on a green and brown carpet with a pattern that once made him think of chameleons. He sees a silver Christmas tree, a dimpled glass door, a plywood service hatch opening into a kitchen, and the images remind him of what will soon be lost forever. From out of the kitchen comes the sound of wooden sticks being snapped in half, while a large unseen form turns round and rubs against the cupboard doors. When Seb wakes and sees the darkened bedroom and the vertical band of daylight at the edge of the curtains, his relief is immense. Tracks of dried tears split upon his cheekbones. He is damp and hot, his muscles heavy, and his mind groggy from the heavy sleep that overcame him in the middle of the day. But within the early bewilderment of waking, he is aware of a disturbance outside, a noise that issues a dreadful continuity with his dream. Lying upon his bed, his thoughts stumble, and he can't be certain if the sound is part of the worst nightmare he's endured in years, or whether it is a sign of a long animal moving around the external walls of the house, looking for access. Into his mind creeps a sense of a sinewy body with a covered head, pressed into the bricks, and moving like a dog. Chapter 5. Incertitude. "There's so much I don't know about you," Becky said, once they had returned from the restaurant and settled in the living room. Before they left the house earlier, they had sat side by side on the sofa, but now looked at each other from different sides of the room. It was the evening of another day that hadn't passed without trauma. Seb's frantic invitation to Becky had been accepted, and she'd arrived at the weekend, alighting from an afternoon service at Paynton with a small leopard print case in tow. Her failure to disguise her shock at how he looked had been immediate. A face unused to smiling, and a mouth unaccustomed to talking, as a tired but frantic mind turned upon itself, could not be concealed by a pressed shirt, smooth cheeks, and aftershave. Seb had spirited her out of the station and into his car. Her visit fell 8 days after his sighting of Ewan on the pier, and Seb no longer felt safe outdoors. Even though the weather had distinguished itself with warm sunshine and cloudless skies, he'd barely been outside in 4 days. Seb had been reduced to darting to and from the nearest shop to fetch essentials, all the time certain that a predator watched him while planning its next strike. To prepare for Becky's visit, he'd resorted to home deliveries from a supermarket chain. "God, I love your place. The view, look at it. How have you been? I finished your book about the ship on the way down. It's different. Are you sure you're okay?" She'd said this as soon as they arrived at his house, while throwing her coat down and reacquainting herself with his home. Seb's place was a modernized 20s townhouse, redesigned by the previous owners in a style that now resembled a picture in a Scandinavian design magazine. Open plan upstairs, light and airy, wood and right angles, bedrooms on the first floor and the living space on the second, all powered by solar energy. The ground floor had a garage for 3 cars and a reception area. When Seb first saw the house, he'd liked the idea of going downstairs to sleep, but had never been able to account for the attraction beyond the novelty value. "Any news on the new film?" Becky had asked, distractedly. "When's it out? Can we open the doors? I want to go on the balcony. There's a cold wind coming off the water. It's 19 degrees. Seb had maintained the stiff smile that made his face ache. His nerves constantly jumped, and the most innocuous sounds made him flinch. Though it was the departure of sound that he dreaded most of all, the unnatural silence that accompanied the harrowing presence. Becky opened the balcony doors. Eyes closed, she inhaled deeply, savouring the coastal atmospherics in the way he'd forgotten how to. After a few minutes outside, she came indoors to sit beside Seb on the sofa. Glass of wine in hand, she'd sat tight against him, and slipped a hand over his restless paws. "You don't look that pleased to see me." "Don't say that. I've been counting the days." "Then what is it? You hiding a ring behind you?" He blanched enough to make Becky shriek with laughter. He'd been unable to finish the sentence. He'd made the decision to tell her about Ewan and had rehearsed an explanation, but what he needed to unload had suddenly seemed preposterous and left him feeling awkward, a bit ridiculous, too, and even craven. Becky had stretched out one leg and raised an eyebrow, coquettishly. "I can't believe you haven't commented on these. I bought them for the weekend. You haven't even looked at them yet." She was referring to the boots, spike-heeled and shining like eels to her knees. She'd worn them with a pencil skirt that had given her progress across the train platform a faint but enticing hobble. The susurration between her thighs would normally have electrified him. He should have been pleasantly uncomfortable with arousal, even greedy for her. After all, it had been a while. But now there was nothing normal about his existence and state of mind. "They're great." He'd unintentionally sounded unimpressed and caught a shade of dismay in Becky's expression. It registered in a lowering of her satin eyelashes over the green eyes that had first attracted him to her. "And you should see what else I've got on." She'd stroked knees that appeared slippery with a sheen created by the afternoon sun that fell across the seat. Seb had reached for her then and held her tightly. Not with desire, but with affection and relief. He held her like the friend that he so desperately needed, this pretty girl whom he'd always kept at an arm's length, and with whom he'd been unable to drop an act of indifference. He suspected she'd fallen for him during the 6 months in which they'd been lovers, without strings, and living in different places. Becky found his ear. "I want to go for a walk and a paddle in the sea, and I want to get pissed. But I'm not going out dressed like this, so let's get reacquainted properly in your room, and then I'll get changed." She had reached between his legs and applied a gentle pressure. "I thought you'd be a rock by now. Am I losing my touch?" She wasn't, and he'd wanted to say as much. She was as lively and cheeky, playful and sweet-smelling, as kind and just as lovely as she had been since the first time they'd met at a literary festival. Seb had wanted to tell her all of these things, but he didn't. And not because of his reticence about taking an intimate friendship one step further. He'd remained quiet because he was cornered and muted by wretchedness. He was a man who felt twice his age and had no mental capacity for the erotic. Because of him, Ewan, or whatever it was that he was seeing. During the previous week, Ewan had come for him again, and then again, and he was getting closer with each visit. 2 days after the episode near the pier, and after the onset of a series of ghastly persecution nightmares, Seb had been compelled to leave the house. Needing to immerse himself within crowds during daylight hours, he'd driven to Plymouth. And while wandering the broad precincts of the town centre, he'd seen Ewan standing before St. Andrew's Cross at the bottom of the Royal Parade. His clutch of shock had been instant, followed by a sense of being swallowed by a vacuum or strange absence, his thoughts unravelling and transported somewhere else. Traffic, gulls, the crowd's chatter, a pushchair's wheels on cement, a ship's lonesome horn, and the clanking of a delivery van's door all withdrew, as if his hearing had lost its power source. But the face and murky mouth confronting him were distinct enough to reveal a most unpleasant smile, one triumphant and sneering. There had been something more threatening about Ewan's appearance in Plymouth, too. He'd moved from out of the corner of Seb's eyes and deliberately positioned himself in Seb's line of sight at the end of the street, and in the direction Seb walked, as if a meeting was inevitable. Ewan had then passed away, without Seb being aware of the figure moving its feet. Two separate groups of people had crossed the monument from each side, and Ewan had vanished. Seb had seen more of Ewan that time. Streaks of white in the beard. What had looked like a dark raincoat was zippered to his neck and pulled in tight at his waist, covering the thin torso. Jeans, too. Black jeans, that were worn too tight for a man of his age, and were too short for the length of his legs. When they were students, Ewan's jeans were always too short, an inch of sock always visible above his dirty trainers. Seb had returned to his car, but at once disliked being inside the gloomy parking level where he'd left his Mercedes and was alone. Hurrying to be anywhere but inside the shadows and silence of a multi-story, he'd tripped up and scuffed a shoe, his jog up a concrete stairwell poorly coordinated. But Ewan was long gone by then. Hoping that a short voyage on water would place him beyond the range of the visions, or whatever they were, he'd then intended to drive to Dartmouth to take a boat to Totnes. This was 2 days later, but Ewan had appeared again, and at the side of a road a few hundred metres from his home. Seb had been driving in the direction of St. Mary's Bay and had turned into Ranscombe Road, only to then struggle to keep the car straight after seeing Ewan standing alone on the pavement. At full height, too, without the shy man's stoop that had also been strangely absent during his previous appearances. At that point, Seb still refused to call them manifestations, but this would change. What he'd seen of Ewan's face from the moving vehicle, and within the passing of a second, suggested an unappealing pallor embellished with a grimace. There was no smile, just the bloodless features staring at him with loathing. A great discomfort, fueled by fear and sharpened by shock, had impacted his senses, and he'd veered towards the side of the road at a parked vehicle. Forced to brake, a horn had then blared from behind. A tradesman's van had passed his car with a roar of acceleration. Classic FM on the radio returned to the car's interior. When Seb had looked up, Ewan had gone. Seb had returned to the house, no more than half a mile away, and to a place that Ewan must have been telling Seb was now within his reach. That same afternoon, Seb had intensified his frantic online search for any information on Ewan Alexander. As with the other investigations, he'd found no trace of his old roommate. But, as he'd worked with the door to his office open, 3 bath sheets drying on the balcony had moved at the edge of his vision. He'd swiveled his chair towards them, struck by a conviction that the towels had raised their corners like hands to beckon him. Solely the work of his imagination, transforming the raw material of the inexplicable into the animation of ordinary objects. But he'd rushed to the balcony, only to hesitate when the sun umbrella under the pergola next door became a tall figure bowing a concealed head. Another illusion. But his blinds had come down in every window of the house that afternoon, and had not been drawn until Becky arrived on Saturday. Too nervous to feel shame at his desultory attempt at sex, Seb had continued to top up their glasses. Having lived alone for 20 years, he'd vowed never to uncap a bottle before 4 p.m. Any self-imposed abstinence was long dead by that weekend. Becky had showered in silence and then dressed down. They'd gone out for an early dinner in Brixham Harbour, saying little to each other during the walk down the hill. Nodding now and again to acknowledge Becky's stilted observations about the loveliness of the quay, his focus had remained on the faces around them. Becky's disappointment in him was palpable, but the least of Seb's worries, considering who might appear within the evening crowd at any time. Guiltily, He'd also acknowledged that her corroboration was a motive for inviting her to stay. He'd wanted Ewan to appear so that Becky would see him. If she couldn't see him, then only God knew what was wrong with his mind. Of course, if she did see him, and Ewan was really there, it wasn't great news either, but at least it would mean he wasn't going mad. In the restaurant, Seb had pushed his lobster round the plate, while anxiously sipping several pints of Bay's Gold. At some point between the first course and dessert, Becky's patience had reached fumes. "I'm not going to ask you again, but something is wrong, Seb. You're different. Are you upset with me?" "God, no." Her concern turned to irritation. "You've got something to tell me. Are you breaking up with me? Couldn't you have done it on the bloody phone? I'd have thought an email would have been your chosen medium." No, please, don't think that." "Then what is it?" She'd reached out and touched his hand, one that had barely released a glass since the mutually unsatisfactory tumble in bed that afternoon. And that's when his confession had begun to seep out. "I'm worried about something. My health. Mental health." "What is it? Has it come back? The depression?" "I haven't seen a doctor. Not yet, because I'm not sure a doctor can help." Seb shrugged. "I think something has come back into my life. Someone." "A woman? I wish it was that simple. Then I could do something." "Do something?" "Forget the woman. There is no woman. I'm talking about a man." She'd looked relieved, but remained uncomfortable. "And no, I'm not coming out." "You think that's why... back there at the house? This has nothing to do with sex." He'd paused to swallow a draught of beer. "Becky, have you ever... hallucinated?" "How much are you drinking, Seb? You haven't stopped since I got here. You know, living on your own and writing those books, having to think about horrible things all day and night while drinking. How can that be good for you?" At that point, Seb covered his face with his hands, prickling with shame at how close he was to tears. The sympathetic ear, the warm familiarity of a companion combined with the drink, and he couldn't speak. He'd gulped at his beer to rinse away the constriction in his throat. "No, it's not that. It must look like that, but it's not. There was someone, many years ago, a friend even, who I keep seeing now, everywhere. But he can't be there. It's crazy." Even Becky had looked pale. "You're telling me you're seeing someone who died?" I don't know. I've had no contact with him for years. The last time was brief. He showed up at my place in London about 12 years ago. I tried to help him, but then I had to get rid of him." "Why?" "He was in a bad way. Drink, drugs, that sort of thing. He'd wanted my help, but I didn't have any money, not then. But I gave him somewhere to stay for a bit, and tried to counsel him, that sort of thing. It was no use. He called me afterwards, the following year, and I could have sworn that he was insane." "Christ." "Before that, a long time before London, we were roommates at university, way back in the 80s. It's a long story. But I never wanted to see him again after I graduated. No one who knew him did. He was... let's just say he was difficult." "Arsehole?" "I thought so. But there was more to it, to him." "Was he dangerous?" "When drunk and roused, he might have been. But never towards me." Ewan had physically restrained Seb once, after he took mushrooms. That was the only time Ewan had ever touched him, but he'd been strong. He put a value on me, our friendship. He didn't have anyone else." Becky had almost looked over her shoulder. "He's down here?" "I don't really know." "If you're seeing him, then he must be." That's what I thought. I don't understand. Seb and Becky were as close as occasional lovers can be, which was not that close for this kind of admission, but he had no one else with whom he could confess. A fact that had made him sad. This was also how he felt when ill and alone. He's there and then he's not there. He's appearing and kind of moving or vanishing. He's been calling my name, too. Not out loud. I can hear him inside my head. Becky had now been unable to disguise what looked like deal-breaker discomfort. Get yourself checked out, straight away. How long has this been happening? Nearly 2 weeks. 2 weeks? And you haven't been to a hospital? No, because I'm not convinced. And if memory is stimulated by a scent from one's past, and Seb had read his Proust, then what engulfed their table inspired a vivid sense of Ewan in 1988. The long face, the forehead and cheekbones oily and red from intoxication, the morbid and haunted look that came into his eyes as if another personality inhabited him when drunk. And if the devil also appears when you speak his name, then Ewan Alexander might have been sitting at the next table. Seb could actually smell him. No mistaking it. Layers of sweat saturating a leather jacket rarely removed in any weather. Sebaceous and harsh, but piney with fresh alcohol over stale booze, wafting from his clothes and from the furniture he'd sat upon, lingering in the rooms he'd passed through. You smell that? Seb's voice was no louder than a whisper. You're freaking me out. Where, Seb? Where is he? There, he'd said in a voice so tight it hissed. He'd pointed at the windows facing the docks. And, behind that miserable statement of a man, the masts of the boats had wavered like the banners of a dishevelled army. No longer a vague apparition at a distance, Ewan had practically been in the same room. Becky's voice had faded as the volume of the world was turned down. When Seb had looked right at Ewan, who was near pressed against the window, the chink and clatter of tableware and the murmur of the other diners had retreated. Music failed inside his ears. It was as if Ewan had come that close to take the glare off the glass, to peer into the interior of the restaurant. He'd known Seb was inside, but not at which table. When Ewan's murky eyes had found him, and in such attractive company, the bearded face had stiffened and those black eyes narrowed with a hateful intensity. Loathing mixed with a sharp, sudden pain that Seb remembered seeing in his old friend's eyes many years ago, when that face had been much younger, and when Ewan had discovered that Julie and Seb were an item. Ewan had seen the beginning of the end then. Seb's relationship had crippled him with jealousy. 30 years later, Ewan had not forgotten the slight. The end of the spell had made Seb dizzy enough to grip the table with both hands. The noise and tumult of the world refilled the room and Seb's ears. Where? Becky had said. Where? Where are you looking? The windows? Which one? The state of that form and the length of it. How could she have missed it? A hoary face and the bedraggled hair, as if Ewan had climbed out of the harbour, grimacing with teeth better suited to a face from prehistory. She had seen nothing. Seb knew she was only trying to make him feel better when she claimed that she may not have looked at the right window. But she must have done. There were only 2 panes of glass behind her chair, and she had looked right at them. Ewan had been standing in plain view. He'd then vanished behind a passing waitress. Stunned and unable to unthaw his mind, Seb had remained still with shock. Schizophrenia, or the terrible decline of dementia, and probably dementia with Lewy bodies. He'd done his research while searching for Ewan online. You could get that at 50. Was that worse than the alternative explanation? Even as a child, Seb had been prone to frowning. His natural expression was often described by others as humourless, dour, and intense. It made some people wary. But his scowl concealed his insecurity. In photographs of himself, he could see his own morbid pessimism and an aversion to conflict, his sensitivity to criticism, none of which he'd shaken off from childhood. Seb harboured grudges. Mere slights or casual teasing he was unable to forgive. Ewan had been similar. But as Seb had stared in horror at Ewan's appearance against the window in the restaurant, the dark shape of the intruder had produced a dim reflection of his own scowl upon the glass, and he'd realized that the most perplexing contradiction in his hallucination theory was how Ewan's visage had also aged, and realistically. Perhaps too vividly for the imagination alone to depict. Surely he would see a hallucination of Ewan as he remembered him. He also reminded himself that madness was the most creative human condition. Any alternative explanations of a supernatural cause defied natural law to such an extent that it was simply an unbearable proposition to entertain. But if Ewan was dead, and that truly had been his apparition, then it was following Seb like a revenant, and there was nothing that he could do to escape it. Seb now felt safer back at the house, maybe because he still hoped that Ewan couldn't get inside. Otherwise he would have done so. But the idea of him doing so nearly encouraged Seb to expel what little of his dinner he'd managed to swallow. This really wasn't what Becky had in mind for the weekend either. Her discomfort had grown with Seb's agitation in the restaurant. He'd drunk more since their return to the house, and now paced the living room at a tilt and weave that he couldn't correct, no matter how hard he concentrated. "What did he actually do to you?" Becky asked, not unreasonably. What did he do? They'd be here all night. How did he encapsulate such a force of disruption? There was no stopping him on the subject of Ewan. Out with it all. Becky appeared shocked by Seb's intensity as he began to unwind and rewind his memories of Ewan. Images from time reflowing like a tide of sewage raised by floodwater, swilling through his mind and into the sanctuary of his clean, modern home. Ewan's big red fist, leaving dents in the doors. Death metal, black metal. The sounds of hell making the speakers of that MIDI system in his room crackle and spit like fat in a fire, hell fire. Reefer smoke, pungent like grapefruit and sausages, filling the unlit hallways under dead bulbs they'd never had the money to replace. Coins in the meter, Seb's coins. Vomit in the bath. Cheap bread. Horror films on VHS all night. Cans and cans and cans of cider, the empties filling bags in the garden. Fingertips turning orange from nicotine. Teeth turning yellow from neglect and tobacco and strong tea. Yellow teeth. Black bearded mouth. A billy goat. Purple gums and yellow teeth. Dog mouth, dog ivory. The mess, the stench, it filled every room in that house. It grew across every surface and around my feet. It came inside my room. Students. No excuse. And it was far worse than that. The squalor merely started it, the opening skirmishes. There was the question of money. Promises and promises to repay the loans that I gave him. Money I could ill afford to hand over from a student grant. He never paid me back, but his parents were loaded. Oh, he kept that quiet until I met them, just once, at the end of the year. This guy who ate my pitiful supplies had been to a private school, a boarding school. His father was an officer in the Air Force, top brass too. His stories, his promises, they were as worthless as his literary ambitions. Becky shrugged. He used you. I think everyone meets someone like that, most often in a relationship. He knew so much, about ideas, bits of philosophy. It all seemed so cool for a while. And I took it all in, was taken in, and seemed to become of him. I cringe with shame when I think of who I was back then. Seb, that was a long time ago. I read more of his books than the set texts on my course. I even grew my hair long because Ewan wore his long. I started to drink and smoke weed. But he could not, at any level, acknowledge what a terrible person he was to be around. And I learned why. Because confronting that was never in his best interests. This information hardly prepared the ground for the other stuff he wanted to tell her. There was always something else that was never right about Ewan. There was something he kept hidden. It often crept out of him. That was much worse. The things that made everyone else avoid him. Like what? Standing and staring in total silence at the mud and broken concrete in that wretched backyard. Coming and going at night. The sobbing in his room for hours. Ranting outside my room when I started seeing Julie. God, Julie. Remember Julie? Ewan had also boasted about dreams so lucid he'd considered them to be journeys through another place that existed where others had been on hand to guide him. Druggy, pissad nonsense, but from Ewan it always felt a little too believable, a possibility. And Ewan had claimed to have seen figures, faces above his own when he woke in the early hours, forms standing upright beside his bed, voices in the attic. There were those dreaded silences when he'd thought Ewan had died in his room, when he hoped he'd died so it could end. Silences capable of a further lowering of the house's temperature. Sometimes the absences had lasted for days. Poor guy. Might it simply have been about her? Julie. He could almost smell her red hair again. No. By the time she appeared, and that was in the 3rd term, we hated each other. I was counting down the days until I finished my exams so I could get my deposit back and leave him behind. He'd been chucked out of college by then. What was he like the 2nd time? You said he came to see you in London. Much worse. And it wasn't a visit as such. He found out where I lived and followed me home. He must have done. Seb could still remember his shock when he'd first seen Ewan in West London. That had been a few days before his first visit to the house where Seb had lived in Hammersmith. He'd seen the tall but hunched figure in an old blue raincoat, muttering anxiously to himself, while never looking another in the eye. Pacing, agitated, jobless, alone, whispering, and getting closer to the one thing that he considered companionable. Seb had avoided him. He'd ducked into a second-hand clothes shop, and the 2nd time had hurried into the Hammersmith and City Line station. So how had Ewan found him back then? How had Ewan known where to look for Seb in the first place in West London? Seb had never been certain, and given recent events, was even less sure now. Ewan had claimed he'd called Seb's mother, and that she had volunteered his Hammersmith address. Seb had mentioned this to his mother that Christmas, and she'd no knowledge of the phone call. Ewan had lied. Once Ewan had finally left his room in London, after one barely endurable month, Seb had checked with 4 friends from university with whom he still maintained email contact, but no longer saw. None of them had heard from Ewan since he'd been kicked out of college 14 years before. He'd only been able to assume that Ewan had figured out he was living in Hammersmith from a Friends Reunited profile, and had headed there and come across Seb in the street, or when coming out of the tube station, before following him home. Ewan had always liked to play the enigma card, to know things that Seb did not. It was partly how he'd maintained the balance of power when they were students. His old friend had resorted to begging Seb to let him stay and to sleep on the floor of his room. And his need for shelter and support had become a wheedling insistence, cries for help from an old friend across successive visits. He'd claimed he was sleeping rough and had nowhere else to go. Dishevelled, drunk before noon, his big face held in a cage of long fingers, the nails black with dirt, he'd sobbed while Seb had fidgeted on the office chair set before the small table where he'd written one of his small press collections and the majority of his first 2 novels. That had been a hot summer, too, but Ewan had worn a battered jacket zipped to his throat, and a black cap, similar to the one he wore now, jammed tightly onto his unwashed hair. At the time, Seb's take-home pay from the bookshop had been a shade over £800 each month, and he'd saved £1,000 from several years of temporary work. He'd rented a small room and had a few friends. Not much, but a massive improvement on Ewan's situation. Even so, Ewan's shocking and inebriated state had made Seb acutely afraid for his own future. He remembered that much. Ewan had served as a warning of what might become of Seb if his literary ambitions were thwarted. He'd allowed Ewan to sleep on the floor of his room for a night that became a week that dragged into a month. His orderly room was transformed into a slurry pit of free newspapers, empty sandwich cartons, cider cans, dirty crockery, and black hairs. When Seb knew the temporary arrangement showed signs of codependency, he'd asked Ewan to leave, and also requested that he no longer visit the house. By then, his 2 female housemates had expressed strong aversions to the house guest. His relationship with Katie and Cleo had never been the same after Ewan had finally sloped off. The girls distrusted Seb merely for knowing a person like Ewan. But what had he been doing before he came to see you? After he was chucked out of uni? From what I could work out, he'd quickly forfeited his refuge at an impressive family home. He also claimed he'd had some involvement in squat and commune scenes, that kind of thing. By reading between the lines of his spin, I figured he'd stayed pissed for 14 years. Though Ewan's anecdotes in London had also made Seb feel glum. He'd only struggled uneventfully in bad jobs while grinding away at his writing. Ewan had lived like a writer, though not written anything. It had taken Seb 10 years after university to complete his first 2 collections and to see them spark briefly in the underground caves of the small and swiftly vanishing horror presses of the 90s. At his first convention in 2003, he'd been surprised to discover that he had at least 100 readers. He'd near broken himself just to get that far. Ewan had just known that Seb's books were no good. Seb had then finished another 2 books in London, novels, before his big break at 40. He'd finished another 7 since, and watched them appear in other languages. 2 had become films. One of the films was actually good. The other one had been more successful at the box office. Ewan's work still had not appeared in a single collection that Seb was aware of. He still called himself a writer and mocked me. What did he ever produce? A few short stories. 1 or 2 unusual ideas and startling images that Seb could just about remember, but nothing more, because Ewan had never been more than a dilettante. Seb had been committed from the beginning. Seb finished books. Ewan scratched out fragments. Seb read. Ewan had stopped reading other writers and thereafter believed he knew what books were all about with a glance at a cover. Becky continued to frown. So, Ewan was a kind of mentor. He helped you become this. She wafted a hand at the awards in the living room cabinet and at the framed poster of the first film, the good one. Seb cleared his throat. There was some value, yes. He introduced me to things. But he didn't write my books." She shrugged. "But what does anyone know at that age, Seb? You had a kind of late older boy crush on this guy, who wasn't who you thought he was. That's not uncommon, but I can see you've given it a bit of thought." A hint of mockery lingered in her voice. She was finding his testimony hard to take seriously, but he'd had 8 days to think of little else. "It's like you're talking about a girlfriend, too. A bad relationship." "Strange as it sounds, you make a good point. Both times, I think Ewan was unable to live without me. There was nothing sexual in his codependency, no latent desire, nothing like that. But there was a need in him, like an addiction, for acceptance. He'd been alone for a long time before he met me, and then again in London. Nothing had worked out for him. Ewan still needed someone to understand and approve of him, while he exhibited some kind of personality disorder that was counterproductive to him ever achieving his needs. His investigations into himself were never honest. He never understood himself. What he saw was not what anyone else saw. He was never free of who he wanted to be, but he couldn't see who he was. Maybe he did know, but the truth was too sad to acknowledge. Or maybe he was a total narcissist, a psychopath. No conscience, and you were his perfect victim. That might explain why he's tracked you down. You might not be hallucinating, Seb, because that's what I don't get. Why you keep seeing him, or think you're seeing him now. That makes 2 of us. No one can appear and disappear like that. It's no trick. And it doesn't explain how everything seems to change before he appears." Chapter 6. Down the Last Valley. A sense of having been amongst a group of whispering people who were moving through a cement culvert receded from his mind. Seb could see the darkened room surrounding the bed. Becky was already sitting up, her fingers spread across her cheeks, a gesture she made if something upset her in a film. She said, "Can you hear it? Outside." Her frightened eyes increased the disorientation of Seb's own rousing. And he could hear something too, a noise that he shouldn't have been able to hear from inside the bedroom. For the second time recently, he believed that a large animal was moving along an external wall of the house. Becky had gone to bed before him. He had stayed in the living room and moved from beer to bourbon. She'd been asleep by the time he joined her, which was only when his mind had finally exhausted itself, adrenaline having run through him like rusty water mixed with ethanol to leave him shaky. He had always assumed that his apprehension before he retired led to the frequency of the troubling dreams. But if Becky had heard it too? They both saw the blinds moving over a window that Becky must have opened. He hadn't noticed it was open when he came to bed, and now they were too frightened to get out of the bed to close it. The disturbance outside neared the open window. Other objects in the dark room became clearer, as if the room was close to a source of illumination. Though the soft light's origin was not visible, the outlines and shapes of the bedroom furniture offered some familiarity. But when Seb finally sat up, he saw that a tall man was standing at the foot of the bed on his side. Becky now slept soundlessly beside him, unmoving, her face turned away. How? He realized he'd just dreamed Becky being awake. But his shock at having passed from a dream into the actual room without noticing the seam was worsened by the lingering silhouette of the figure. Seb couldn't see a face, but was certain the form belonged to the man they'd been discussing for most of the evening. Ewan Alexander was inside the house. Seb didn't speak or move. Bewildered and cold with shock, He waited expectantly until he noticed that the ill-defined head of Ewan did not appear to be looking down at him, but was angled away. The head was turned to the window, the one that had been open just before. It was now closed and covered by the unmoving blind. From inside his own mind, or perhaps these sounds originated from within the room, Seb heard several muted voices that ran over each other. He was reminded of when Ewan used to talk to himself, when he was drunk, and he produced streams of nonsense in odd voices, spoken quickly and horribly. When they were students, Seb had often overheard him doing that in his room. Back then, it had been much louder, as if there were other people inside his room. It was something Seb had always put down to drugs, that ability of Ewan's to speak in tongues. He'd also imagined that he was overhearing a cartoon filled with devils. When the stench hit him, Seb stuffed bedclothes against his mouth. He'd never smelled anything as foul since the time he'd entered an empty tube carriage years before in London, and then quickly realised why the carriage was deserted. A pile of clothes had lain discarded on a seat. The fetid odour arising from them had made the unventilated space unbearable. The refuse's odour had attained a specific pitch when the smell of an unwashed human body became akin to the stench of regurgitation. He'd been more aghast at the circumstances that had forced another citizen to reach that state and to undress on public transport. Seb felt fully awake now, but realised he was lying in the bed beside Becky again. She was asleep and lying in a new position, facing him. 2 dreams, one into another. Am I even awake now? Seb sat up. The figure was gone from the end of the bed, and so was the smell. Or so he thought, though he may have detected a residue of oily sweat in the air. Maybe the second dream had been so vivid that his nose was deceiving him. He left the room and lit up the hall, then the other 3 empty bedrooms. He checked the 2 ensuite bathrooms and a little dressing room nervously, checking for legs and feet under the suit bags on their hangers. Turning the lights on and clearing his throat as if to provoke an intruder, he went upstairs and searched the living room and dining room, the kitchen, his office, the small utility room. All were neat and empty, the windows closed and locked. Seb moved to the ground floor. There was a short hallway down there, a spare toilet, and the door that opened into the garage, the latter occupying most of that level. He found nothing unusual. All was secure, pristine, and as empty of life as it had been when he'd gone to bed. Only he and Becky were inside the house. It wasn't yet 4 a.m., and he'd not turned in until 1 in the morning, but he had no desire to return to his bed. Hours later, dawn had already come and gone when the phone's trilling jerked Seb awake on the sofa. It was his agent, Giles White. "You might have seen them, Seb. Another 100 went up yesterday. I'll be doing all I can to get them removed with the help of your publisher first thing Monday morning, so don't worry about a thing." Seb's head wasn't the only thing that remained thick with sleep. His voice was as much a gargle as it was a word. "Sorry?" "The reviews. I'm afraid that sock puppeteer has been at it again." Stupid, paper-thin story, poorly developed characters, clichés. Piss poor. Keep it in the toilet and wipe your ass on it. Avoid at all costs. Don't waste your time, even if it's a free download or you find it in a bargain bin in a charity shop. A chore to get through. I've no idea what all these people think is frightening about this tosh. The author, and I use this word lightly, knows nothing about the wonder and terror of the supernatural. Total tripe. Author's friends are giving him 5 stars. He's a total fake. Lazy. Completely unsatisfying. Worst book ever. No stars. Free books are better than this. Worst book I've ever read. How did this rubbish ever get published? Couldn't have been more wrong. Bored me to tears. Worst book I've ever read. Convolted, but must have meant convoluted. Gave up halfway, gave it to a charity shop. One of the worst books I've ever read. Rubbish. Waste of time. The reviews had piled up on Goodreads and Amazon, all penned by his old enemy, who went by names that were now so tediously familiar. Goddess 50, Hinderer Folk, Fake Revealer, Crookedity Idity 62, Sixth Censor, Kairos Master, Parasoma_Guru, Arasoma plus Mage, Vast Jet Blackness Boy, Praiser of Nothingness, Extremely Relaxed Sleeper, Perceptual Maestro, Weightlessness and Freedom, Non-Existent Traveller, Termination of Liars, Hazardous Cognition, Vital Vehicle, Summerland Man. Seb had mostly stopped caring about bad reviews years before, and mainly because he'd stopped reading them. He found they taught him little about his books, other than that they confounded many expectations, or were simply not to the taste or even sophistication of some readers. And their taste was often mistaken for an arbitrating authority on quality. Many commentators appeared to want attention at any cost. The need to be heard and acknowledged the motive. Others were just unstable. A glance at the new crop of stinkers revealed the traits of the hater that his books had mostly encountered over the last 2 years. He had assumed the sock puppeteer was an undiscovered writer. Usernames often changed, but the puppeteer still occasionally littered his reviews with literary terms, as if possessing some expertise, or believing that he did, while attempting to adopt an ordinary voice to disguise a more knowledgeable status. The earlier reviews had been composed more carefully. There had been some affectation of erudition and attempts at wit. But the author now repeated himself with hyperbole, and with the telltale emphasis of ever and the 4 exclamation marks. The juvenile toilet analogies were repeated as imagination failed and the fatigue from repetition set in. These notices were shorter and shriller. The puppeteer had roared for 2 years, but Seb had work to do and readers who waited. His agent and publisher had complained to the retailers and review sites favoured by the puppeteer, but these days, who had the staff to deal with the great numbers of people who passed through and left their graffiti everywhere? Even bad reviews suffered from discovery hell. "What's she doing?" Becky stood in the doorway. She looked ashen and tired and was wearing his gown. Her feet were bare, her hair tousled. "My agent called me. My #1 fan is back." "Oh," she said distractedly. "How many this time?" "Triple figures." "New book?" "Yep. Taking the ratings down to 1 star overall." "Can I make coffee?" she asked, and Seb suffered the impression that Becky was no longer listening. "I'll make it. I'll get us some breakfast, too. I have some rolls, bacon and eggs." She smiled and asked him if he'd slept. "Barely." "Snap?" "Why?" "Sexual frustration and hysteria after my floundering yesterday afternoon." "Stop fishing. That was no big deal. I think I just had the worst dream of my entire life." Seb had to swallow. Dream? He didn't add me as well, but his surprise at Becky's admission was tinged with the reckless excitement that precedes a corroboration of the unlikely. Becky mock-shuddered her shoulders. "Really weird. I don't want to remember the bits that are still fresh. I'm off seafood for a bit, that's for sure." Seb followed her into the living room and took to the kitchen reluctantly. He was desperate to know what had upset her in the night, but he didn't want to rush her and felt that this wasn't the time, so they proceeded to eat the toasted rolls, coffee, juice, bacon and eggs when they were ready. He knew she liked the fare as an occasional treat, and only when she was away from home. The food, a shower, then an hour of being awake in a house bright with sunlight slowly brightened Becky's mood, but not Seb's. His own nightmares and the bad reviews were fresh intrusions, and his paranoia was sufficient to attribute the reviews to the same force that had recently pitted itself against him, though a connection between the two would be hard to prove. The reviews had continued for years. The sightings of Ewan were recent. As he showered and dressed, Seb became angry. He still had no clear idea whether he was seriously disturbed, or if, by some miracle, Ewan Alexander had mastered the ability to appear and vanish from his sight like an illusionist. But this was his world, the real world, a place of comfort and technology made comprehensible by science. He liked it and refused to let it go. Admitting to himself that he was hiding at home, and cowering behind a female guest, too, didn't come easily. But he'd found a strength during Becky's visit that had been lacking when alone. He wanted to fight back now, wanted to strike out at whatever it was that had crept in. Going about his business as usual would be a start. "I suggest we take a walk through the woods to the cove," he said. "Then grab a late lunch at the court. Fancy it?" "Absolutely. Love to." That settled it. They'd go out as a determined front. But things can change. "Us both having bad dreams," he said later, as he pulled on his coat in the hall. "It seems odd that we both had nightmares last night. No dicky tummies, and we both ate different meals." Becky grimaced as she came down the stairs, rummaging through her bag. It was so strange, because I was sure I'd woken up." "Really?" "Oh, yeah. I was in your bedroom. I could see everything clearly, as if the landing light was on and shining inside the room. And there was someone outside the house, crawling or something. It sounded like someone was rubbing themselves against the wall or dragging themselves down the side of the house. You were asleep and lying with your back to me. You didn't wake up. And the window was open. I was too scared to get up and close it, before this thing got in. I could hear these voices, too. Tiny voices. They were tiny, elderly voices, old people. A crowd of them. They were in the room somewhere, like in a corner that I couldn't see, or in the air above the bed. It was horrid. Where does this stuff come from? I never remember dreams. It must be you. Your fault. Freaking me out about that face at the restaurant window." With some difficulty, Seb opened the front door. He parked at the pub and led Becky to the stile at the edge of the farmland bordering Marriage Wood. This was an area of outstanding natural beauty, according to UNESCO. The wood would be carpeted with bluebells, and Seb thought this area might enchant Becky, and perhaps help make amends for what he'd put her through that weekend. If the treetops in the wood were a wind-blown chaos in a gale, the ground remained oddly still, and Seb liked the airy, vaulted spaces extending for hundreds of feet between the myriad trees on the slopes. When Seb wandered through the wood, he usually only came across occasional dogs and their owners, in the foot of the valley, before the trees leapt up the slopes and loomed over the trails below. Amidst the sweet beech and larch that morning, and all the way to the sea, they came across no one. He led Becky along the main trail, passing the ruined lime kilns that once produced the materials that built Torquay and fertilized the surrounding land. He pointed out to her the excavation craters that pitted the earth, all overgrown with ivy, as were the pale slabs that suggested ruins of a greater antiquity. The intended destination was a sheltered cove where the water became an enticing aquamarine colour as it deepened, while the shallows were so clear that a photograph failed to reveal the water's surface. Seals often frolicked in the cove, or followed those patient fishers, the grebes, around the shoreline and towards Brixham Harbour. As they lost sight of where they had entered the trees, and before they were in sight of the stone gateposts at the rear of the cove, Becky stopped walking and sucked in her breath as if she'd trodden on broken glass. Seb turned to see what was wrong. "What?" She didn't answer him, but appeared troubled by something she'd seen. Her head was angled to peer up the slope on the right side of the trail. Seb moved to where she stood and noticed that her face had adopted an expression identical to the one accompanying her narration of her dream. She whispered, "I thought," then added, "It doesn't matter." Seb followed her stare and peered through the trunks, part furred by khaki moss and black ivy. The bonier branches had once given him the idea that such trees might resemble the magnified legs of insects. "What is it?" "I could swear. Up there was an arm that waved." She wasn't making much sense and struggled to find the words in the right sequence for whatever had caught her eye. "Sometimes trees look like people, don't they?" She tittered after she'd spoken, embarrassed. "I've been reading too many of your books." Seb didn't suggest a return to the car. That would involve going back the way they had come. Instead, as they were almost clear of the trees, they could follow the coastal path into the harbour. They continued towards the cove until Becky stopped again. "There!" Her voice was quiet, but tense and insistent. "God, it made me jump." "It?" Seb stared at the ridge above them. "Where?" "I'm not pointing," she whispered, as if nervous about drawing even more attention to herself. "Someone is up there. Where?" "Watching. Looking right at us." Becky seemed to retract her head into her shoulders as if suddenly cold. "Do you see? Or am I imagining it? Jesus, what is that? Something over their face." "Who? I can't see." And then Seb did see something that he had initially mistaken for a profoundly twisted tree. Surely people can't grow so tall. Though if that was a person, then it was someone that must have been standing behind a groping branch with a body that matched the trunk's woody contortions while peering down at them. Or were they? It wasn't easy to see who was up there, nor easy to guess why anyone would be on the ridge. And if that was a man, then his legs must have been obscured by the thick nettles between the trees. What was visible, however, made Seb think of Ewan. Becky touched his arm. "I don't know. Seb?" His concentration rewarded him with a suggestion of a figure in dark clothing, even a formal suit that was tight on a pair of impossibly long arms. And if he could see a hand, then the hand was pale enough to be mistaken for limestone, or fungi attached to dead wood. The hand was positioned as if a long arm had been extended to grasp the fallen timber before it. The only other detail that struck Seb was a covered head. Was that a head? If it was, there was something about the position of the head and how it was cocked but held still that made him feel unwell with fear. And whatever was looking at them from within the hood compelled Seb to look away. A meeting of his eyes with those distant and indistinct black holes was too great an ordeal. Becky sucked in her breath. "Oh, God, it's moving!" Seb flinched, then looked up again and saw a flurry that later reminded him of a dancer able to swing the upper body to one side while their feet remained planted on a stage. "Who do you think—" Becky began to ask, and then stopped as the indistinct shape seemed to slide or maybe withdraw backwards, and so quickly that Seb almost missed the movement. Sideways it went, briefly, as if on runners, and the maneuver issued no noise. But Seb's next impression was of the form not so much moving away, but shrinking into the undergrowth. "A deer?" Becky muttered. "Sometimes they—" But she never finished the suggestion. Neither of them had seen a deer, and what they had glimpsed was no longer there at all. There had been a vigorous breeze in the tree canopy when they'd entered the wood, but there had been no sound around them on the path during the sighting. Birdsong was audible again, and the reintroduction of sound made Seb realize that they'd both been transfixed in a soundless glade of the wood for several seconds. "The birds," Becky said, in confirmation that something strange had occurred for her as well. She looked to the treetops that now swayed and loudly swished their leaves once the unnatural pause in the air currents ended. A pressure of fear pushed through Seb's eyeballs. Becky didn't seem to be faring much better, even though it was over. "I really didn't like that," she said. "They didn't look right." Seb didn't have anything to add. Had that been Ewan, though, with his appearance altered? Had he not seen a similar form scampering through the sawdust of a bad dream? Whatever had been watching them, and perhaps even waiting for their approach, must be connected to Ewan's sudden reappearance in his life. Becky's collaboration as a witness failed to produce any relief. Whatever was now happening to him was worse than losing his mind, because if that thing— "Now you know," he said. They hurried to the cove, not exactly running, but walking uncomfortably close to a jog until they were standing on a pebble bank. Listening to the surf roll stones up and down the beach, they caught their breath and stared at the water as if the bay presented a barrier across their escape route. "Sorry, but is there another way back?" Becky asked, almost formally. "On the coastal path. There's a track up there." He now hated himself for asking her to visit. He may have put her in the path of harm without understanding the threat beyond receiving a sequence of murky and elusive impressions that came by night and day. "That was just someone out. We had a bad night, Bex. I said too much yesterday, and we drank a fair bit. It's made us jumpy. Innocent things are starting to look sinister. The other day on my balcony, the towels—" He didn't believe a word of what he said, though the thing in the trees may have been nothing but a glimpse of someone wearing a baggy linen hood with eye-holes cut into the front. But why would they do that? He didn't examine the idea verbally, and he also believed it unfair to share an impression that the hood had been similar to the bags that were tugged over the heads of the condemned on the gallows in times long gone. "Yes, maybe," Becky said, as if she were speaking to no one in particular. The return journey via a new route around the wood was uneventful, though on the section of the path parallel to where they'd seen a figure on the ridge, Becky moved closer to the stone wall opposite the encroaching trees. Seb only noticed because he'd done the same thing. "Seb, will you take me to the station?" she said when she saw his car. "But lunch, I want to go home. Now." Chapter 7. The same event in a converse direction. Ewan was on the drive. Seb alighted from his car and fell backwards, casting an arm across the roof to keep his feet. He closed his eyes, counted to 3, and reopened them. Ewan remained, grinning. He stepped forwards, and the gravel crunched beneath the soles of his shoes. He was there. It was him, and the strange aural effects accompanying the previous sightings were absent. Things were going to be different this time. Seb's first impression confirmed the continuance of an old theme, inebriation embellished by neglect. Even then, the changes in the man's appearance since London were shocking. Ewan had been to places and done things that Seb could only imagine. The man's greatest burden in life may have been a grotesque head. A large skull, flat at the back, atop a flabby neck showing no definition to the shoulders. The squashed upper section of his face with a low brow and near porcine nose, quickly and regrettably became familiar. Sometime during the intervening years, his eye sockets had suffered a lumpy reformation with scar tissue, from knocks or tumbles. That bit was new, and made the entire spectacle freshly monstrous. The tired complexion now showed the effects of poison or liver damage. Between the cap's peak and the moustache, across the cheekbones and forehead, the sallow skin was blotched with broken blood vessels. Greasy white patches streaked the unkempt beard, as if individual moments of crisis had bleached clumps of his facial hair. Seb's biggest aversion yet was reserved for the mouth. The last time he'd seen Ewan, there had been something disconcerting about the terrible condition of his tobacco-stained teeth, but at the threshold of his home in Brixham, he experienced the same disgust he'd once endured when confronted by the genitals and anus of a baboon in a zoo. Ewan's mouth was feral and grotesquely genital. Perhaps it was the unkempt fringe of black beard that made those lips appear so bruised and engorged to emphasize the square, gappy teeth. And they were stained brown-yellow, like 2 rows of dried corn inside the smirk that hadn't changed since he'd appeared on the drive. This was the worst face that Seb had seen in his life. Finer feelings seemed to have been blunted, and the sensitivity to the nuances of another's discomfort erased. There was nothing contemporary about Ewan anymore. He was a savage. Trying to keep the tremor from his words, Seb heard himself croak, "What do you want?" "You'll find out," Ewan replied, in a voice that had always been too high and thin for his appearance, near effeminate in tone and public-schooled. His voice had also altered, was now roughened by catarrh and deepened by age. Despite his fright, Seb still suffered a mad desire to laugh at this visage before him, to howl desperately at the oily hair near dreadlocked and hanging like old rope from beneath the baseball cap that was jammed onto the crown of the big head. Not wanting to become trapped against a wall, and needing a space in which to think and to evade an assault, he abandoned the car and angled himself away from the house. Intent on pursuing the effect of surprise, Ewan anticipated the maneuver and steered Seb towards the front door, one hesitant step at a time. Had this scene been in one of Seb's novels, there might have been a scuffle and a strong show of resistance from the lead character. But this was no novel. This was his life, and he was no fighter. The situation made him understand how we imagine we are people that we are not. "Sebby, my old mate!" Ewan tittered and held out a large hand, the skin red and marbled like corned beef, the nails black with dirt. His eyes were still dark enough to make the pupils indistinguishable from the iris, and with him so close, the intensity of his stare was made worse by its hint of sadistic amusement and need. "You dropped your hat when you ran away." At the end of the long fingers drooped the hat Seb had lost in the cliffside gardens in Goodrington. "I went back and picked it up. I could have hung it on a fence spike, but I didn't think you'd be going back there for a while." After this, it was hard for Seb to process how Ewan came to be inside the house so quickly. Concussed by his own fear and bewilderment, he retained nothing but a hazy recollection of scuffing his feet to the porch, where he suffered a reluctance to remove the house keys from the pocket of his jacket. During that time, Ewan had kept closing, hemming him in and making the strength hiss out of Seb like the air from a tire. Later, he had likened himself to an elderly person, herded into their own home by a thief driven reckless by intoxicants. The hallway had seemed to blur brightly around Ewan's black eyes and their penetrating expression of triumphant mirth. No way. Seb did manage to say that much in the hall, but his resistance was brushed aside with the waft of one dirty hand. Ewan pushed past him and Seb coughed in the smell wafting from the trespasser's coat. Shutting Ewan out would only have deterred the inevitable. He would get in another way. Had he not already? He needed to know why Ewan was here. The invader's purpose remained undisclosed, but Ewan wanted something for sure. Seb hoped it was only money. Following the horrible experience on the drive, the silence of his home, the white walls, the absence of dirt, the right angles, and the open spaces took on an aspect of fragility. He might even have been taking a last look at a building marked for demolition, or one perched on an eroded cliff. All that had nurtured and protected him, and confirmed him as a success, now appeared as if it were destined to be lost. Ewan took an insolently casual moment to look about himself in the stairwell, and at the stacking evidence of affluence that confronted his weather-beaten face. The luxury made his scruffy presence even more dramatic, wild, and incongruous. The intruder's focus shifted to the framed book covers and prints of the film posters. His posture stiffened. There was a poster of apparitions on the hall wall, and Ewan seemed ready to remove the frame from its hooks before smashing the picture against the floor. Instead, he snorted dismissively and climbed the stairs, assuming the lead in the way he had done 20 years before when they were students. Did he believe that dynamic still existed, with him the dominant half of the friendship? Alcohol fumes combined with his other odours and trailed behind him, suggesting a tangibility akin to an unclean mist. Ewan went straight on up to the second floor, light on his feet but swaying. He glanced into the kitchen and study, but only paused, as if stunned, when he saw the view of the bay through the living room windows. "What do you want, Ewan?" Seb repeated, while stricken with a suspicion that he was following a dangerous animal deeper inside his own home. "You've been following me." When Ewan spotted the glinting metal and sparkling crystal of the awards that Seb's writing had acquired over the last decade, his eyes narrowed with the most severe displeasure thus far displayed. In the bookcase beneath the awards, the shelves were lined with the colourful spines of Seb's first editions, and the foreign language editions gathered from over 30 countries.
"Yes, very nice."
He nodded as if proving some point to himself.
"Very, very nice indeed."
The house offended Ewan. Perhaps he expected Seb to have put his life on hold, or to have made a catastrophe of the last 3 decades, as Ewan had clearly done. But why show up now? And why not 10 years ago, when his trajectory as an author went vertical? Ewan thumped his body down upon the sofa like an oafish teenager. A crack sounded, either inside the sofa or from the tiles beneath the rug. Seb started, as if the spell holding him rigid for so long was broken. "Careful! Jesus Christ!" "Oops," Ewan said, and tittered. Anger surged like a hot bile to the back of Seb's throat. Too late now. He got inside. He's inside now. His rage quickly transformed into dread at the sight of those gangly limbs sprawled in a horrible suggestion of entitlement upon his couch. Ewan's jeans may once have been blue, but were now blackened with filth. On his feet, a pair of beaten shoes were split across the bridge of the toes. The soles had been ground to a rubber membrane by the endless, purposeless walks of the transient. Shiny with stains and ripped in 2 places, the original colour of his anorak was also impossible to determine. Ewan made no move to remove his coat, and for that Seb was grateful. It suggested the visit might be short. "Why are you here?"
"Hasty? Don't be so hasty. All in good time."
"And aren't you going to offer me a drink?" Ewan's words were slurred, and that may have accounted for his disinclination to say much since he'd appeared.
"Come on, have a drink with an old friend. It's been ages. And look at you, the best-selling writer. It looks like one of those Sunday magazines in here.
Ewan glanced around the room again, gently shaking his head, as if in exasperated despair at what confirmed his worst suspicions. Seb clearly hadn't followed the script. But he knew that Ewan was being disingenuous. A maddening, searing jealousy was burning him up. He'd seen evidence of that before, not least over Julie. "One drink, an explanation, and then you'll have to go." Ewan changed his expression into a poor attempt at appearing offended.
Am I keeping the literary genius from more important matters? I mean, I haven't seen you in years, and you're already trying to get rid of me.
I didn't ask you to come here, or to, you know. Ewan grinned. The rictus conveyed that he could do something extraordinary that Seb didn't understand, and Ewan wasn't going to be very forthcoming about it either, or anything that he didn't want to talk about. He was playing by different rules. Persistence and manipulation implied threats, intimidation. Perhaps a precedent was being set for their coming interaction. The grin, the demands for drink, the posture of the careless body spread across the sofa were the only statements of intent being offered at this stage. To avoid Ewan's black eyes, but also to regroup his wits and to think on his next move, Seb went into the kitchen to fetch drinks, choosing 2 bottles of low-strength beer. He didn't know what else to do. He was too jittery and risked more indecision, so he busied himself with the cupboard doors and glasses, suppressing the tremble that had possessed his hands. He was out of practice with any conflict, save what came at him online. He thought of the police and fingered his phone inside the front pocket of his jeans. But what would he say? He then thought about taking a knife from the drawer. That idea made him recoil the moment he entertained it, because holding a weapon was as preposterous as the current situation. He'd probably remain civil and restrained, unemotional, and the insight made him loathe himself. Ewan counted on Seb being Seb. He returned to the living room, unarmed and holding 2 glasses of beer. Ewan was looking over the first editions and fingering them roughly with his grubby hands. He'd returned a book to the wrong place, left another carelessly protruding from the shelf, a third was laid flat. The disorder transfixed Seb. It was another reminder of the past, and perhaps a premonition of his future if he failed to get rid of Ewan quickly.
"Drinky pills,"
Ewan said, and took the proffered glass.
"I have to say, you don't seem very pleased to see me."
Seb felt an urge to lash out, to strike the oily face hard. A tremor passed along his arm, though, like the bullied who are manacled by the restraints of reasonable behaviour, this was an impulse that would never become action. "You're surprised by that?" His terror at the dreams and Ewan's appearances remained trapped inside his mind like an energy that would not earth. He realized he'd do anything to avoid a continuation of that. Provoking the unstable was never a smart move either. Their responses to resistance could be as desperate as their circumstances. Our lives have followed different paths, clearly. Seb tried to add the last word in a neutral tone, but it dragged itself sarcastically from his mouth.
"First you run away, and now you're all tense. Relax, Sebastian. Aren't you interested in what I've been up to?"
"I've enough on my own plate."
"I think you are, just a little bit."
Ewan winked.
"You couldn't even begin to understand what I've done, what I've achieved. And judging by what I've seen of your books, you've gone a bit off course as far as all that is concerned."
"All of what?" Ewan tittered and shook his head as if Seb had embarrassed himself. "I don't follow, Ewan. As far as what is concerned? In what have I been lacking?" Ewan's eyes protruded as if from a burst of excitement.
True mysticism and enlightenment.
Between the two men, a flotilla of spittle droplets fell through the sunlit air. My ambitions were never so grandiose. I just wanted to write well.
Yes, well.
Ewan raised his eyebrows.
Never mind. But at least you've done all right out of potboilers, though there's no accounting for taste.
He watched keenly for Seb's reaction. Satisfied he'd inflicted another small wound, he changed the subject, directing proceedings.
How long has it been now?
Ewan asked, distractedly, with a befuddled frown, pretending that he didn't know. 10 years, at least, Seb said, knowing it had been exactly 12 since the smelly shape had last stunk out his living space.
Long time.
Ewan was about to repeat his heavy slump onto the sofa, but caught Seb's eye and lowered himself more carefully, parodying the action of a person sitting upon delicate furniture.
Too long. So I thought it was about time that I paid you a visit. All very nice, I must say. You've been lucky.
Ewan swigged from his glass as though desperately thirsty. Perhaps he wanted to give an impression that doggishly gulping the beer was more important than anything Seb could possibly say in reply. Ewan followed this by exaggerating a satisfied gasp. Foam flecked the black hair around his wet mouth. Seb moved to the balcony doors. Lucky? Yes, very lucky, Ewan. You could say that I've exceeded my own expectations, and by some margin. But I've also worked hard. All that advice writers offer about commitment and dedication has some validity. Seb opened one door and found the briny draught immediately welcome. It was late. The sun was going down, and the afternoon had turned chilly, but he was feeling sick on account of the smell and the sight of Ewan.
Brrr,
Ewan said loudly, and eclipsed the end of Seb's sentence, impatient with his host's attempts to defend himself. In the past, he'd often make noises and engage in distracting movements, when drunk, if an argument wasn't going his way. He'd never been able to listen to anyone for long, and liked to obliterate other personalities with his manic energy. Seb thought it doubtful the tactics had changed. Attack, and give no room for counterattack. Ewan had always thought he was quick, too, while having no insight into what a ridiculous boor he was. More and more was coming back to Seb now, and chiefly those things that he'd been happy to forget. Seb warily settled into his favourite chair, the one closest to the balcony. So, what are you doing here, Ewan? I'm getting tired of asking the same question. What is this about? The question summoned a grimace from Ewan.
You haven't got a clue, have you? Not really. About anything. You never did. You always were a bit like that. Couldn't grasp the bigger picture. You were a bit, dare I say, clueless.
He pursed his lips and took an affected sip of his beer. Seb wanted to throw the television remote into Ewan's face as hard as possible across the short distance. He thought instead of the distant black figure standing in the sea and quelled a shudder. He had to know how Ewan had managed to appear like that. So let him speak. From whatever the unwanted visitor shared, conclusions could be drawn later.
I tried to read a couple of your books,
Ewan said, creasing his nose as if recalling something worse than the smell of his own clothes.
Oh dearie me. But I can see that you put a lot of work into them.
Ewan, what do you want?
Did people really like that story about the hospital? I have to say, I found it all a bit silly. Afraid I didn't finish any of the others I found in the library either. I tried, but you've clearly done all right out of it.
He looked around himself again with an expression that suggested he wanted to begin vandalizing the room.
People will buy anything, though. All about marketing these days, branding, isn't it?
He shook his head, exasperated but knowing. Seb cleared the irritation from his throat. Suppressing it was giving him heartburn. It clearly attracted you down here. What are you after? An endorsement? I have seen the future of horror, and he hasn't taken a shower in 10 fucking years. Seb smiled to himself. Two could play this game. It's been a while since I've seen you on the shelves of W.H. Smith. Better to actually finish a book first, Ewan.
You think I envy all this? Ewan shot back. It's hardly that. I'd actually be a bit embarrassed if I was churning this out.
He indicated the bookshelves.
Pulp, isn't it? Is that why you wanted to write? Is that all writing is worth to you, money? You missed the boat somewhere along the lines, Seb. But I didn't come here to talk about your books.
There was a sarcastic tilt on the last word, as if intonation alone could belittle the actual works.
I didn't come here to pay homage. I'm quite sure you get enough of that from the pillocks out there. Though they haven't got a clue. Not about writing, have they? And they haven't got a clue about the other stuff either.
What other stuff? I'm intrigued as to what the point is that we've all missed. Ewan silenced him with a big hand that wagged a finger in remonstration.
Don't you think that something so special might be a bit private? Sacred, even? So, all in good time.
He held up his other hand.
My glass is empty.
Bars closed.
Open it. What's the point of having all of this if you can't relax and have a drink with an old friend?
You're hardly that. Do friends stalk one another?
Stalk?
Ewan found this incredibly funny and slapped a thigh.
You haven't seen anything.
And he fixed Seb against his chair with his eyes alone. Eyes bloated with inebriation but shining with diabolical intent.
But I think you're waking up now and getting the picture. And about time, I'd say. About time you got a bit real. If you were worried enough to run away on the beach, you'll be quite surprised, shall we say, by what else I can do. I might show you sometime, but I wouldn't be in any hurry to see it if I were you. It's not some magician's illusion. I'd say that only a tiny handful of people in this world have ever pulled off what I can pull off.
Seb did his best not to react to the threat, and kept his voice calm. What picture can I not see? I still don't follow.
Oh, don't be coy. Some of us have spent our time a bit more wisely, instead of writing silly stories about...
The drink appeared to be affecting his memory.
Ghosties and things. But you don't understand what's really out there, or here, and really close by, do you? Not really. You're in the dark like everyone else. You don't even know what it is that you're trying to write about. That's all fantasy. So I thought I'd show you something real, something special, something that requires a lot more skill than just sitting around in here pulling some ridiculous story out of your head. And you are privileged to have seen what you have seen, but you don't even know it. You can't handle it. Just like I suspected. Dearie, dearie me, you really have missed the boat. But at least I'm here to help you now.
Seb wasn't sure whether his fear or his loathing would choke him first, but the situation felt akin to being taunted by someone who was pointing a gun at him. Help me with what? I'm fine as I am. Ewan looked at his glass.
We can get into all of that later. Today, I just wanted to say hello and have a drink with an old mate. Get reacquainted before the fun begins.
Fun?
Oh, yes. You've got a lot to learn.
About what? Ewan grinned.
About what's really going on. Where it all leads.
He gazed around the room again.
I thought your stuff would have a bit of edge, like I tried to show you when I started you off back at uni, but you've lost the plot.
You started me off, did you?
Don't deny it.
Ewan looked at the bookshelves.
You wouldn't have written one of those books if I hadn't helped you.
I don't think that's...
You hadn't read anything until you met me. You didn't know anything. Think about it. You could say that all of this,
again his hands took in his surroundings,
is mostly down to me, my influence, and you've never acknowledged it.
To make such a declaration would have entailed Ewan checking the acknowledgements in each of his books, as well as reading the interviews he'd given about his origins as a writer. This made Seb consider the fresh spate of trolling reviews. He wondered if Ewan had been behind those from the start. Perhaps, for years, Ewan had been maliciously harassing his books online. Do you really believe that, Ewan?
Believe it? It's a fact. You'd never read Machen or Wakefield or Aikman, Blackwood, none of the believers, until you met me. I even lent you my books, and judging by what you've written, you didn't read them all that carefully.
Now Seb's entire body was rigid, white and uncomfortable with suppressed rage. He stood up. I'm not getting into this. I'm not debating my books with you, or anything else for that matter. But I can understand why you're upset. It doesn't appear that things have worked out for you, Ewan, though that has nothing to do with me. But I'm not really surprised that you're pissed off and pissed up. Nothing's changed there, has it? Same old resentful Ewan. But you made your bed and I have made mine, and it's time you took off.
I've only just arrived. I'm not ready to go yet.
He winked and grinned his yellowy grin.
You must be a little dissatisfied with how it's gone, surely.
No, as a matter of fact, Ewan interrupted, raising his slurred voice.
Was it worth it? Not very rock and roll, is it? Gadgets and baubles, trinkets. I remember you telling me how you were going to drive across America, live in a forest in Norway. Or was it a Greek island? Have you done any of that?
No, but I
didn't think so. You've just become some fussy, pretentious, stay-at-home pulp fiction type. You haven't done anything. You haven't lived, man, or seen anything. You're a bit of a fraud, if I'm honest.
Ewan's mouth had become sloppy. His eyes were becoming increasingly unfocused, and he was struggling to express what Seb suspected was a rehearsed spiel. Ewan may have waited a long time to say all of this. Seb's anger would no longer keep silent. I'll tell you what I did, Ewan. I read. I actually read books, and a great many of them. I learned from them, and from better writers. And I sat still at a desk, and I wrote. I figured out the basics of the craft. And while I wrote for years without much recognition, I paid my bills doing boring, soul-destroying jobs. I stood on my own 2 feet, and I supported myself. I had no choice. My parents weren't rich. I had some breaks. A lot of people helped me for sure, agents, editors, even critics, but I wrote my way out of some bad times. Only I could do that, alone. I have no control over the bigger picture, but at least I was consistent and I worked. Ewan tried to interrupt.
Listen to him.
And I acknowledged my failings, Ewan, confronted them, addressed them. And I searched myself, wrung myself out to see if I had anything to say, to see if I could make a contribution. Year after year. Half of my life making writing a purpose, including over a decade of indifference from publishers. Eventually I was noticed because I stuck at it.
Noticed by who? Some twats in London, with their soirees and festivals and launches. I've seen them, been to those things. No one has a clue, no one. They're not even fun. No one even knows how to have a bit of fun.
Fun? Is that the goal? The party's over, Ewan. It ended in 1990 for everyone but you. Your own approach doesn't look like much fun to me. I mean, Christ alive, have you looked in the mirror recently? Ewan glanced down his body.
What?
He asked, in what appeared to be genuine surprise. What have you produced? Where's the body of work? You're what, nearly 60? Was this the end game that you had in mind?
Oh, I've been working and writing. Oh, yes. But not some ridiculous crap they sell in some crappy supermarket. Some shit that mums read to pass a few hours. Oh, no, you don't need to worry about that.
I'm not worried. I don't care.
Oh, I think you will be quite surprised by what I have been up to, by what I have produced. And we're talking about the real deal here. Something that will matter when it comes out. Oh, yes.
Seb no longer thought about the vanishing act, or the lone sentinel watching from afar, or the figure up in the trees of Marriage Wood. Ewan had attacked the most important thing in his life, his writing. Matter to who? You? And when what comes out? And when? How do you even know your writing is any good? What kind of scrutiny has it been put under? Does it not need any informed appraisal? Maybe not, because you just know that it's brilliant. Still the same old Ewan. Delusional, pissed and lazy. Just another entitled prick with family money. And that must have been pissed away by the look of you. Or were you cut off? Did your folks finally realise they'd sired a money pit? An ungrateful one at that. Your greatness doesn't extend more than 1 millimetre further than your own grubby skull, and it never did. You keep telling me that I'm clueless. Me! That I've missed the boat. But I'm inclined to believe that when the boat left port, you were still asleep in the park, unconscious on a bench. Ewan grinned and lowered his voice in a way that suggested the coming of danger.
Listen to yourself, playing at being some literary toff. Pretentious, mannered, some cosseted hay-on-wye ponce. Who do you think you are? M.R. fucking James?
He roared with laughter at his own jibe.
It's that voice, that horrible voice in all of your books. It's fake. It's not you. You're working class, for God's sake. A prole trying to write like a toff.
You don't have a clue about... Ewan rose, swaying from his seat, gesticulating with those dirty claws, swinging his big red hands excitedly through the air. The last of the beer in his glass cut a foaming arc across the room and splashed over a table, the back of the sofa, a wall.
You're the joke. You. Clueless.
Seb clenched his fists. You son of a bitch! My furniture!
Whoops.
Ewan found the spillage funny, but looked oddly sheepish too, as if finally realising that he had gone too far and risked losing control of his advantage. Anger had all but closed Seb's throat. He was shaking, but he took a step forwards, and this time Ewan retreated. I worked so hard, for years. Misguidedly, it must be said. You went to a private school. You were born into privilege. Did you think I'd forgotten? You've never stood on your own 2 feet. You've never worked, have you? You've never even had a job. What's your excuse? You don't have one. What have you got to show for yourself? Nothing. You're undisciplined and feckless, an overgrown adolescent. And you come here, to my home, to terrorise and criticise me? You call me a fraud?
You try to threaten me with whatever it is that you're doing. Are you so poisoned by envy?
Partway through Seb's assault, Ewan had looked shocked and even slightly remorseful. But the swinish grin eventually returned, and the expression in his eyes darkened.
There. That's more like it. You're not trying to sound like bloody Walter de la Mare anymore. That's a bit more real. You're making progress already.
Piss off.
Even better. But you still don't get it. You can't even see that I came here to help you. To do you a favour. To share something that'll make you a better writer, for starters.
Seb returned to his chair, trembling. Instability was contagious. He had not been truly enraged for years, but was now unable to see straight.
I'm calling the police. Ha! And tell them what? Did I break in? No, you let me in. I'm just an old friend who's come a long way to see you.
Who's been following me, watching me, harassing me. They'll take one look at you and know the score.
Call them!
Ewan was excited again, as if Seb had succeeded in initiating one of his rehearsed ploys ahead of the planned time.
Get them to come here and escort me off the premises. Go on, do it. What are you waiting for?
Ewan's eyes shuttered up and down to refocus, probably from the effects of whatever he'd been drinking or even taking before he'd arrived.
You won't call them, because there'd be no point. Because I can come back at any time, and you know it. I presume you'd like to get a good night's sleep now and again, and to be able to go shopping and on dates with that tart, without me just popping up here, there, and everywhere.
He raised his long arms into the air and waggled his fingers spiderishly.
At any time, day or night, I can just call on you, if I want to. Tell you what, why don't I go right now, and then come back in a few hours when you're fast asleep? How does that sound? We can get together then. You won't need to get up and let me in either. I'll let myself in, and we can resume our little chat, while you're asleep or awake. I really don't mind. What do you say to that?
Seb felt his anger rapidly cool.
Now where's my bloody beer? I'm parched.
Ewan wafted a hand in the direction of the kitchen, as if to hurry a servant along.
Well, go on then. Get them in.
Snoring grumbled from the adjoining room. By 9, Ewan had finished his 5th drink, and the last of the beer in the fridge. After a final salvo of slurred, repetitive reproaches, he'd fallen asleep on the sofa, where he'd remained sprawled. Within the soiled clothes, his relaxed limbs had looked terribly thin in contrast to the small belly and flabby neck. He'd briefly snapped awake twice, his expression near unrecognizable, doleful and confused, as if he had been struggling to identify where he was. Ewan was not only drunk, but spent. Reluctant to close the blinds, in case the gesture intimated that Ewan had been accepted as an overnight guest, Seb had opened a window and left the room. He'd then remained in the kitchen for an hour, his elbows set on the granite counter, chin cupped in his hands, hungry but nauseous. He realized he knew as little now of Ewan's reasons for seeking him out as he'd known before the man had entered the house. The time for shaking Ewan awake and asking him to leave had passed. Even if he had managed to coerce him off the premises, he imagined Ewan making a nuisance of himself on the drive, shouting drunkenly and frightening his elderly neighbours. If he did go away, he'd only turn up again, and who could tell what shape he'd be in? He would have to kick him out in the morning when Ewan was sober, but only after forcing him to make clear his intentions. Seb left the kitchen and retired to his room just after 11, his chest tight and his mind racing. He undressed, reflecting upon how he had slept in the same bed with an attractive woman the previous evening, inside his smart, modern house, a place where he had been surrounded and confirmed by the evidence of his achievements. The sudden change in his circumstances seemed absurd, even unmoored from reality. But that was how Ewan had operated in their house at university and in his room in London, by infecting an environment physically, and in other ways too. Not this one. Not this time. It was preposterous. At the age of 19, when he didn't know any better, he had made the mistake of befriending a dangerous misfit. How could he still be paying for the error at the age of 50? Maybe he would continue to pay for it until one of them died. Until he fell asleep, Seb listened to the snoring that reverberated through the ceiling. Chapter 8. I Can See in an Absence of Light. When sleep came, its condition was fitful and harassed by an awful dream set inside his house, though the interior was enlarged enough to hold him and Ewan and those others forever. Seb was much changed into a naked thing, luminous as a pale worm in dark clay, a skeletal, hairless creature without genitals. A crude operation had been performed between his legs, and the wound had been stitched shut with the brown twine that he kept under the kitchen sink. Exhausted by the long marches down the never-ending hallways of the building, he had struggled to see through a mist. Dim light, the colour of mercury, illumined little. Crouched behind Ewan, the ranting giant whose crown of hair had stuck to his skull and neck, Seb had felt perversely safer. Like a bearded prophet with a paunch, naked save for a loincloth, Ewan had forged ahead on his thin legs and swept one arm about in the air as he read from a cluster of dirty papers. Incanting words that Seb never caught, Ewan forced a swift pace. He wanted no delays in their reaching the far-off stutter of pale light that soundlessly flickered ahead. Behind Seb, others crawled. They were old, filled with fear, and eager for him to lead them to a place that he was unaware of. He preferred not to look at them, but heard their bare hands and knees bumping upon the floorboards that soon turned to wet bricks. He also caught snatches of their nonsensical entreaties as he moved. "Is the light over there?" someone asked. "Have you seen my sister?" another said, as if in answer. "I cannot get back," a voice uttered in a tone that verged on panic. Up ahead, something waited within the distant whitish static. Perhaps something on the ceiling was worshipped or just longed for. It never became apparent to Seb, but the crowd considered the light to be a way out of the damp culvert that ran with cold, black water. Eventually, Ewan discarded the papers and took to swinging one of his old shoes like a priest's censer. The shoe was filled with soil, which Ewan used to finger-paint a figure onto the moist bricks. Childish images of the same thing, but all the worse for the crude composition that depicted a long, hunched form that moved about on all fours, with its head concealed inside a bag.
"We find ourselves, and we find the way back," he said to Seb,
and someone behind Seb shrieked, "Yes!" in what sounded like a paroxysm of devotion. Seb was soon holding aloft his best salad bowl, a vessel choked with filth so that he might resupply the tatty shoe in Ewan's hand. And down that masonry chute they all stumbled while Ewan spread the graffiti. At the threshold of the room of the flashing light, Ewan had leaned down and looped a belt around Seb's throat, then dragged him into a flickering space where the sound went backwards. With his legs beset by a paralyzing sensation of pins and needles, Seb was hauled around a floor that reeked like an ape's enclosure in a sun-baked zoo. Whimpering with determination to reach the light, he found himself slipping back the way they had already journeyed, until he staggered anew across the wet bricks of the culvert. Occasionally, someone would scream from above, someone hanging upside down and reaching for him with their long arms. But within the herd of thin, muttering people, Seb kept moving towards the light. The end of the nightmare was horrible without containing much specific imagery. Seb woke, suffering an impression that his body had just been suspended within a dark space where gravity had ceased to exist. His feet had risen above his head towards something close to his soles. Whatever was above him had suggested itself as a large open mouth, moving in circles as he struggled to keep his body on the mattress. When Seb awoke, his face was taut with dried tears. He sat up, panting for breath, afraid and almost too alert to have been asleep. Fragments of the dream struck him with an unnatural vividness. He sensed that his mother and father had been inside the stuttering light. Had they called out to him? He wasn't sure when he woke up, but a sense of them had made him yearn for the intermittent light with a ferocity that should have broken him from the nightmare. He remained dazed and shaken for several minutes. Recollections from the previous evening seeped into his mind. He hated himself for how quickly he'd become immobilized by cowardice. Seb looked at the clock. It had gone 2 in the afternoon. How? He'd been exhausted for weeks. He then tried to explain the nightmare with the intensification of his feelings of victimization. They could be responsible for the awful claustrophobia of the dream, which made him resent Ewan even more than he already did, if that were possible. Ewan had reached deeper into his existence. His physical pollution of the house and his maddening autistic will was but the first level of torment. It was as if Ewan was now unwilling to be without him at any time, even as he slept. Seb swung his legs out of bed. Pausing in the corridor outside his room, he could hear footsteps upstairs. Feet shuffling and bumping, interspersed with a low chatter from the television. A cupboard was opened and closed, the dulled sound audible through the ceiling. A light clicked on. The ring pull of a can was cracked and emitted a hiss of gas. The noise of the television rose higher, and a picture in the hallway vibrated. A solid object fell to the floor of the living room, bounced and rolled. Seb went up, drifting through a familiar scent cloud. The sweat of cattle, the kidney and shellfish of a male groin too long unclean, and something else like burned bone, binding all of the other flavors together. Coughing to clear his airways was futile. The entire building was filled with the stench. It was seeping out of the living room that Ewan occupied. No doubt the miasma had filled the kitchen and his office, too. Imagining that he might smell Ewan everywhere and on all of his things for weeks brought Seb close to a convulsion. That's how it had gone down in London. Ewan's odours had been absorbed by the upholstery, thickened in the confines of wardrobes and drawers, and drifted from every book cover and ornament, his spore ever present for weeks after he'd gone. Ewan could not remain here. Seb would have to run to town and withdraw money, should he need to pay for a room for Ewan until he knew what the man wanted. One payment, and that would be it, just like in London. He loathed himself for contemplating this appeasement, but was unable to think of another way of ridding the house of this stinking menace. He'd need to do some research and consult a solicitor about obtaining a restraining order, but didn't imagine that getting one would be easy. The police and courts would have to be involved. Maybe police intervention would frighten Ewan enough to stop appearing. though Ewan might also move his tactics up a notch. He'd promised as much. Explaining his predicament to the police without appearing mad himself was something Seb also struggled to imagine. On the first-floor landing, Seb broke out in a sudden and uncomfortable sweat. From the kitchen, on the floor above, he heard the whoosh of the boiler. The central heating was on. Electric lights burned in every room on the next floor, save the living room, where only the television screen's white light flickered around the door, which had been left ajar. Into the lounge Seb burst, and was immediately disoriented. The television blared and flashed in the darkness. Canned laughter crackled the speakers. The floor thumped and transmitted the sound into Seb's chest. The screen was showing a music channel, Scuzz. A warm day out, too, but the balcony doors were closed and the blinds drawn. Stale cider and fast food smells competed with the other odours. Seb coughed to clear his airways, but it sounded more like retching. In the gloom on the far side of the room, Ewan's gangly shape was slumped into Seb's favourite chair. One shoe had been removed, and Ewan had placed a discoloured foot upon his lap. Only when something exploded white on the television did Seb see the full horror of that foot. Yellow teeth gritted and nose creased. Ewan concentrated as two of his dirty claws scratched the psoriasis on his instep. "Jesus," Seb said, at the same time as his foot connected with an empty cider can and sent it skidding into another 2 empties beneath the side table. They were all labelled as a brand of extra-strong cider. His thoughts bumped into each other and careened away into nothingness. He only retained the presence of mind to locate the remote control on the coffee table. He snatched it up and turned the volume of the television down. Ewan pulled the remnant of a black sock over his foot and ankle. "It itches," he said, smiling. "I'm not surprised." When they'd cohabited, Ewan had always staked out the living room as his own territory and sat too close to the screen like a child that had never been told otherwise. He now seemed intent on repeating the habit, in line with turning the room into an unnerving facsimile of his old bedroom in Wilding Lane. A disorderly nest. Seb was choked more by exasperation than the smell. Did that make him forget what he wanted to say? Perhaps the intense way Ewan looked at him was disarming. Ewan had no time for the glance. His eyes were still, and he looked at Seb like a cat that Seb remembered from his childhood. A cat that would sit and stare with black eyes that had always made him feel uneasy and guilty, as if its suspicions of Seb's unacceptable thoughts had become more than a hunch. Ewan, like the cat, was really expecting some kind of challenge or attack. Those were the eyes of someone incapable of trust, who pushed his luck and awaited reprisals. Suffering an aversion to meeting Ewan's black eyes, one that writhed in his gut, Seb looked away. About the living room were the books that Ewan had taken off the shelves, flicked through and discarded, open and face down. A first edition of an Oliver Onions collection lay beside the chair that Ewan had slumped into. An empty cider can was placed upon the dust jacket. Seb rushed across the room and retrieved the book. The jacket was marked by a drying ring of liquid that smelled vinegary. "Jesus Christ!" Ewan sniggered. "Do you know how valuable this is?" Ewan shrugged. "It's just a book." "My book." "Oops," he replied in a placid tone before he giggled. "Would you listen to him?" "Listen to me?" It was then that Seb noticed a stained rucksack and 2 bulging bin liners arranged messily beside Ewan's chair. Luggage. So Ewan had been out that morning while Seb slept to fetch his things. Another 2 cans of extra-strong cider were balanced on the arm of Seb's favourite chair. A king-size Mars bar and 3 bags of crisps lay upon the coffee table. The provisions must have been inside Ewan's grubby rucksack, or procured while Seb had been lost to the world and dreaming of another place. The front door locked itself once it was pulled to. Seb laid the book down. You've been out. And then you let yourself back in. How? How the hell did you get back in here?
With a key?
If anything, Ewan seemed surprised that he was being questioned about how he came to be sitting in Seb's chair with the bags beside his feet. Key? Seb queried, beginning to feel soft-limbed and weightless again from the sheer preposterousness of the situation.
It was on a hook in the kitchen.
Ewan had taken the spare front door keys from the hook on the back of the kitchen door. What else had he taken? Seb noticed that the door to his office was ajar. That's it. Police. Seb ran for the landline phone. Ewan was amused.
I went to collect a few of my things. I have something very interesting to show you. I told you about it yesterday.
Seb's fingers paused on the phone. He invested every ounce of dismissive incredulity he possessed into his voice. I'm not interested in anything that you have to tell me. You took my keys and let yourself into my house. A private building? Are you bloody insane?
I didn't think you'd mind.
There was a plate on the floor, smeared with tomato sauce. Takeaway papers were screwed up beside the plate. At the sight of those, the room seemed to judder in Seb's vision. He's eating in here. Seb took a deep breath, then placed a hand against his racing heart. He sat on the sofa. We need to talk.
What about?
What do you think?
I've been waiting ages for you to wake up.
Seb closed his eyes, steadied himself, lowered his voice. You can't stay here. Put the keys on the table. Right now. Ewan stared at him, his expression wilting to pitying amusement, the eyes swimming with inebriation. Look at this place, Seb said, his voice hampered by his panting breath. Look at what you've done to it, in a matter of hours. Nonchalantly, Ewan surveyed the room.
Sorry? What am I looking at?
Seb slapped his hands against the sofa cushions. Can you not see?
What do you mean? I can see plenty. It's you I worry about.
With an upturned face, Seb appealed for support from some higher power. He could not let himself be drawn into another exchange with Ewan, one that promised to be baffling, devoid of reason, and conducted in this atmosphere of his unwashed body and clothes. I want you out. Now! Something squealed in Seb's voice, which made him sound foolish and impotent.
Sorry? Why?
You were never invited. And the mess, the bloody mess, it stinks in here. You are ruining my books, my things, everything. Holding his head in his hands, Seb added, Jesus, 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 this is my home. You are not welcome here. What are you doing here? What are you doing to me? Ewan's expression maintained a weary, intoxicated puzzlement. He sniggered again. This is no joke. Seb's voice broke again. I know you have problems, but you are your own worst enemy, and they're not my problems. You need to leave. Reaching over the side of his chair, Ewan picked up a can of cider. Leisurely, he took a throaty swig. Observing this simple, unapologetic and carefree act made Seb realize that he despised Ewan so intensely that he wanted him destroyed. Wanted to destroy him. Did you not hear what I said? You have to go.
Sorry? Go where?
Seb raised his hands into the air. How do I know? That's not my concern. Anywhere that's not here. Wherever you crawled out of.
No,
Ewan said, with a shake of his head.
Can't go back there.
Home. Your mother, if she's still alive.
She is, but no. She's done her bit.
History was determined to repeat itself on a fetid loop of greasy hair. With a tremendous concentration of will, Seb kept his voice steady. I don't want you here. Find a room somewhere. As if carefully considering the advice, Ewan took another casual swig of his cider.
Not really my scene anymore.
He started to laugh.
And I don't have enough money. Those rooms are also terrible places.
I've lived in a few.
I prefer it here.
Seb could barely hold enough air inside his chest to speak. Does any of what you're saying strike you as absurd?
I don't follow.
You just show up here, at my home. It's been 12 years since you pitched up in London, and you were hardly welcome there either. We weren't even close when you dropped out of college. In fact, we hated each other. But you come here and get inside and just...
What? Sorry?
Refuse to leave when I ask you to. Is this some kind of revenge? Ewan shrugged. This is my home. I decide what happens here. Do you understand that?
I think you're missing the point.
No, you are missing the point. This is a private residence, not a drinker's hostel. You have no rights here. You even took my keys. My keys! I could have you arrested with one phone call. Ewan looked at the can in his hand. A glum, morose expression took over his face. Can you not see that I'm a very private person? Seb persisted.
So am I. But this is big enough for 2 people. Ample.
What you think is irrelevant. You're just not listening to what I'm saying, are you?
I am.
Then get the fuck out! Seb pointed at the door. I don't want you here. I don't want you anywhere near me, ever.
No.
What?
You're confused. You've just missed the point.
Seb thought on who he should call first, the police or social services.
Somewhere along the line, you got it all wrong,
Ewan said. Seb's face was in his hands again. This time he clawed at his scalp. He couldn't bear to look at Ewan. He spoke into the floor instead. I'll find you somewhere to go. I'll pay. We'll meet on neutral ground. You can show me whatever you want to show me, and then you can piss off. How's that? There was a long silence.
It's a nice offer. But I'm not so sure it's the right thing to do. You see, I don't want to live on my own anymore. It's too hard to keep everything going. It's better I stay here. And with so much to discuss, I need to set you right, and you owe me.
Seb stood up and wrenched open the blinds, nearly breaking them. He threw the balcony doors wide. Ewan blinked in the sharp, lemony light. Seb clutched at the chip paper and seized the top of the nearest bin liner beside the chair that Ewan was slumped in. Ewan leapt up.
Leave it!
Seb dropped the bin liner and stepped away, his scalp prickling. Ewan's eyes were wild, the cheeks flushed, the thick lips trembling.
Don't touch that!
He made an effort to calm himself, his eyes fixed upon the bin bags.
Just leave that. You have no idea what I went through to get that. No idea how valuable it is.
This was the closest Ewan had come to the drunken rages of their undergraduate days. And now that he was on his feet and excitable, he began to weave. He pointed a dirty finger at Seb's face, but didn't speak, or couldn't think of what to say. Seb thought of shut-ins living amongst stacks of old newspapers and heaps of garbage, every item of vital importance to some incomprehensible inner life. Ewan had drunk himself insane, and his goal in coming to Devon was to surround himself with refuse and filth in Seb's home. To take revenge on Seb for his success, while sealing himself off from a world that he could not function within, with Seb for company, so that he didn't get lonely. Seb wanted to scream. Instead, he said in a strengthless voice, "I want you and all of this out of here. Gone." What he said sounded like a platitude, half heard at best and ignored by a naughty child. His resistance seemed to disperse around Ewan's head. He tried another tack. "I'll give you something to wear. Otherwise you'll never get a room. I'll pay for a week in a guest house, and then you're out of my life. It's that or the police today. I can get a restraining order like that." Seb clicked his fingers. "You are so far out of line, so stop playing dumb." Ewan never reacted, and continued to totter on the spot. Heavy with a particular type of exhaustion that can only be inflicted by drunken imbeciles, Seb edged his way out of the living room, intending to go downstairs. He'd leave the house and call the police on his mobile phone. The handset was inside the pocket of his jacket in the hall.
"Some things are the way they are, for a reason," Ewan said. "And I can come back at any time. You know that."
He nodded his oily head to emphasize the subtext. "And if I refuse your demands, then you're going to give me bad dreams and will keep appearing to me like some sinister creep forever?" Ewan laughed.
"Now you're being dramatic. Getting ahead of yourself. We're not there yet, and we've a lot to get through. If you really want me to leave, I will. But only after you've considered my proposal."
"No deals."
"If I find myself in a police cell, Sebastian, I promise you that I will return here every day, and I will make your every night a living nightmare. And when you leave and find somewhere to hide and think that you are all safe and cozy, guess what? I'll be standing at the end of the bed. And the more I do it, the worse it'll get for you. That's how it goes."
Ewan's voice softened or lost its strength towards the end of the threat. He'd begun confidently enough, but didn't appear comfortable with what he'd just promised.
"You have to understand that what I do is dangerous. It carries a grave risk, not just for me. We're in this together now, whether you like it or not."
A strange, cold sensation prickled Seb's skin. He shivered. "Why? Why are you doing this to me?"
"I need help, and you owe me. You know you do."
Whatever Ewan decided was the truth would always be in his self-interest, with no room for deviation. Nothing had changed on that count either. "What have you been messing around with?" Ewan smiled, as if acknowledging a long-overdue respect.
"No one else would believe me, though you might, because I've given you a glimpse of something truly miraculous. You have no idea just how incredible this is. And it's going to change everything. Oh yes, for me and for you too, if you just stop freaking out over a few spills here and there. Maybe things will be different for everyone else too, out there, when we're done."
He stretched a long arm towards the balcony windows and spread his dirty fingers to encompass the world. Again, nothing specific had been mentioned. Nothing but hyperbole with a dose of self-importance. Ewan was playing the Messiah in possession of rare and forbidden knowledge, just like old times. But Seb had no real idea who this person was anymore. Ewan had never been so unstable. He looked even more primitive and dangerously delinquent than he'd done the day before. It was already pushing 3 p.m, and Seb was losing another round. But where could Ewan go at this time in this state? He had no money. If Seb gave him some money, could he trust him to stay away? And he still didn't know how Ewan did that. You've still told me nothing. Do better. And I want you to give me your word that you will piss off once I've heard your spiel.
Spiel? Oh, dear. I think you may find it to be a bit more significant than that, my old mate.
I am not your mate. Ewan flopped himself into the chair. The wooden feet dug into the varnished floorboards. Seb closed his eyes. Ewan stared at the bay in the distance and tried to keep his slurred words together.
You know, I once went to William Blake's old house, and to Peckham Common, the place where he said the angels were in the trees. They're still there. I could see them. That's when it progressed to a new level for me. My gift was always there, even when I was a kid. But I have learned to see other things in other places.
Seb shivered. Is that right? His voice sounded tiny in the silent room.
There's plenty of things you can see without light.
Ewan stretched his legs out, slurped from the can, and gasped with satisfaction.
Even with your eyes closed.
I bet. Despite his delusions about being a poet at university, Ewan had often transformed into a bully when drunk.
You'd better not be thinking of laughing at me.
The subtext was obvious. Seb stiffened. Ewan grinned with the sadist's cruel delight at another's unease, offering a full reveal of his yellow teeth. He wanted to be feared and respected.
I've done a lot of thinking about you,
he said, drawing Seb's horrified eyes to that dark, wet mouth.
About what you have said about writing.
And you were wrong.
I was right.
Make it quick.
Tut, tut, that's not the spirit.
Just get it over with.
What happened to you, Sebastian? You don't even know how to enjoy all of this.
Ewan threw his long arms into the air.
And as you will see, all this,
he windmilled an arm,
hardly matters in the order of things.
Order of things?
Oh, yes, as you will see.
What will I see? Smiling as if humouring a fool, Ewan knelt on the floor beside his chair and began rummaging through the bin bags. There followed a brief struggle with the contents until he pulled out a dirty collection of paper held together with a rubber band.
I want you to read this, just for starters.
The ends of the paper were brown and dog-eared. Seb thought of the previous night's dream and became queasy. The whole situation and its coincidences were unreal. It was as if he was being incrementally separated from the world. Even his thoughts were becoming ill-defined.
It's all nicely written out.
Ewan walked to the coffee table and swept away the bags of crisps. One of them was open, and the contents scattered noisily across the floorboards.
Oh, dear.
Ewan straightened the dirty papers on the table. When he removed his hands, the top page curled back upon itself.
So, here it is, if Sir would be so kind.
He pointed at the sofa, motioning for Seb to sit.
We may as well get started. You've a bit of catching up to do.
With what?
One thing at a time.
Is that something you've written?
Indeed.
Ewan beamed as if he were presenting a long-awaited manuscript that Seb should feel awe before. Ewan drummed the black fingernails of both hands on the top page and cleared his throat.
I give his lordship, breathe in the astral.
Eyes bulging with excitement, Ewan stood back and waited for Seb's enthusiasm at a chance to read the dirty sheets of paper. Seb could smell the manuscript from 3 feet away. He shivered with disgust and didn't want to touch the paper, let alone read it. It must have been sealed inside a bin bag for long periods of time, amongst soiled articles of clothing, while the author wandered endlessly, drunkenly gibbering about angels in trees. Ewan needed a psychiatrist. Seb glanced at the top page. It's not even typed.
You asked me what I'd been doing for 10 years. Well, here's your answer.
There couldn't have been more than 100 pages on the coffee table. Ewan had never seemed more ridiculous. You spent 10 years writing that?
Not just writing it. A lot of preparation was involved. Poetry doesn't just happen, you know. You may think it's...
The great poet couldn't express the sentiment. Instead, he staggered around the bin liner and delved deeper. There were a number of cardboard box files inside.
This is the secondary material we will use. You need to read it. You'll see what's what.
Teeth clenched and on display, he strode across to Seb's shelves and pointed at the first editions.
Never mind this, he said, rolling his eyes. I think it's time we moved on from all that.
He took the baseball cap off and scratched the scalp beneath.
Time you involved yourself in something a bit more ambitious. Something that matters.
It was the first time Seb had seen the hat removed. Ewan's hair had retained the shape of the cap, and that was how Ewan's head had looked in the dream. A fresh gust of scent molecules drifted from the unhealthy, tangled hair.
Everything will make sense, and you will see why I'm right. So, you best get started.
The cap went back on the head. Ewan now seemed happy with how things were going. So this is what he wanted, someone to pay attention to him and his crazy ideas. Seb only wanted to physically destroy him, to entangle his fists in the terrible hair while smashing his head against a steel radiator. He rose to his feet and turned to the door. Forget it. Ewan stumbled to block the door.
It's very important that you read it. You've never read anything like it. Never.
Step aside.
No, 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 no,
Ewan said in a sing-song voice that Seb found odious.
What are you afraid of? I sense a little insecurity creeping in here. Oh, dear.
Seb's vision flickered. You solipsistic moron. I have a life. What do you know about anything? Look at yourself. When was the last time you even washed your clothes? Ewan pursed his discoloured lips.
Let me see. About 2 years? About that. You see, where I have been, there wasn't even hot water. None of this phony comfort for frauds.
At the mention of the duration, Seb felt his face drain of blood.
Couple of years since I've had a bath. So what? The flesh is irrelevant. This has nothing to do with the body. It isn't even about the mind. This is the soul body that I am writing about. The soul body, you fool. Have you any idea how long the preparations last to even get a glimpse? to take that path, to unlock yourself and go on that journey. Read my book and you'll see. You'll all see things a little more clearly. You've missed the boat, same as everybody else, all you hacks. You've all missed the boat.
Ewan tapped his head knowingly.
But I haven't.
He refused to move away from the door. Ewan had no respect for him, his privacy, his possessions. He was just here to pitch his awful manuscript and to take advantage of him in every possible sense. Too enraged to speak coherently, Seb opened a window. He pushed his head out and gulped at the air. He was suffering from more than a fear for his own safety. He was also afraid of what he might read in the lunatic's dirty papers. The contents might infect him with whatever had deranged Ewan. Not a bad story for a horror novel, he thought. But this was no story. It was real and happening to him. Seb went and sat on the edge of the sofa, his body angled forwards, his hands gripping his naked knees. You came here because you want me to read that. Seb pointed at the dirty papers and at the bin bags. Ewan grinned. This is something you've been writing, and you think that I will, what, help you get it published?
Oh, it will be. By whoever reads it first. It just needs a little polish. Then it needs to be placed into the right hands. That's where you come in.
Seb kept his tone level. So let me see if I have this right. You expect me to read this, edit it, and then take it to my publisher? Maybe you also expect me to champion you as a writer?
Yes, that would be good,
Ewan said, in a tone of eager acknowledgement.
That sort of thing,
he added.
Maybe we can show your editor first, like an exclusive.
So you thought you'd threaten and coerce me, the man who has now given you shelter twice, and the only person to ever offer you friendship at university. This is how you repay me. You've become aware of my success, but you hate it, and you hate my books. Maybe you've even been reviewing them too, when not working on your masterpiece. Ewan looked uncomfortable, but pleased with himself that he'd been found out. His own subterfuge amused him. He couldn't stop grinning. You've shown me nothing but contempt, and yet you expect my help. In fact, you believe that you're entitled to my assistance because you loaned me a few books in 1988.
Oh, it was more than a few books. It was ideas, music, a new perception, direction. I opened your eyes to a whole new world. I started you off. It's not my fault that you took shortcuts and sold out. If you'd listened to me, you might have achieved something unique. You have no idea how far I've gone beyond all this.
Again, the dismissive swipe of a big, dirty hand, loosely directed towards the entire world.
You could even have had a bit of fun along the way. But you've still done all right out of me. Time to pay the piper, my old friend. And until you read it, you have no idea how important my book actually is.
Important? It's not a book. It's a pile of dirty paper, handwritten and kept inside a bin bag. You think I'm going to spend my precious time reading it and rewriting it?
More of a structural edit and a bit of typing. It'll be worth your while.
What?
Yes, you'll get to be the first person to read it. I tried some of the publishers in London, but they didn't read it.
Hang on. You took this to a publisher?
I went to see a few.
You actually went to see them?
At their offices, yes.
You walked into publishers' offices with your... Seb eyed the binliners and decided not to describe the submission. And you asked them to read that? Ewan nodded.
They didn't understand. If they'd read it, they would have recognized something special, something a bit different from all the crap they churn out. You see, there's nothing like it out there.
Out there? You're aware of everything out there, I assume? Ewan sneered.
All that silly middle-class crap. Stupid fantasy. It's not real. I've been in plenty of bookshops. It all misses the point.
Seb felt a profound pity take him over, one that depressed him, but also brought him close to hysterical laughter. Ewan had broken new ground on the frustration, futility, and desperation of becoming a writer. And nothing was ever going to be as vital as his manuscript. Ewan's discoloured eyes had lit with an unstable intensity. He leaned forwards and tapped the soiled paper.
This rarely happened. Everything in there is the truth. What it's all about: life, existence, consciousness, and what comes next. All the evidence of everything that matters is in those bags. And we need to get started. There's no time to waste. I've been through, you just can't imagine, just to get here. I don't want to waste any more time. I want to get this out there quickly. This is a great opportunity.
For whom? Ewan didn't seem to hear him.
The writing's fine. In fact, it's very good, I think you will find. But the material needs reorganizing. What you do with your books, you know, the structure, that sort of thing, it needs that.
Structuring, revising, and even typing up? Big job. Ewan remained insensitive to Seb's sarcasm.
But when it's done, it'll be something else. And you've done this before, on those.
He wafted a hand dismissively in the direction of the bookshelves.
It won't be a problem for you. And my book is nearly there. I'm a bit tired. I need a break from it. But all this needs is a little TLC. Though I'll be reading what you've done to see if it's right. We can go through it, section by section, after you've finished, and I'll check it over. I call them verses, not chapters. You'll find it's a bit of everything. Poetry, philosophy, you name it. Unique. You could even say it's theological, a religion. It'll be one, I'm sure of it. And when it's all nicely typed and ready, we'll take it to your agent. He can negotiate with your publisher like he does with your stuff. But that's 10 years' work on that table and in those files. I don't want to get ripped off.
Seb had nothing more to say. He'd run dry of everything. Language, hope, even feeling that particular kind of despair constructed from boredom and pity. He yawned, stood up, and left the room. Ewan appeared puzzled by Seb's departure.
Where are you going?
Downstairs, Seb closed the door to his room and killed the lights. Still wearing his dressing gown, he slumped onto the bed. Physical and mental exhaustion slowed his thoughts towards paralysis. He slipped earphones inside his ears and selected Beethoven on his MP3 player. When Seb felt able to leave his room again in the early evening, the first thing he smelled in the corridor outside his bedroom was Ewan. During the hours he'd been alone in his room, he'd decided he would read the stinking pages of Ewan's manuscript. He'd do that this evening. If Ewan then refused to leave his home and to take up residency in a guest house at Seb's expense, he'd call the police. He would risk whatever it was that Ewan decided to cast at him, whether he was awake or asleep. If this didn't end now, he sensed that a turning point in his life was imminent. one just ahead of him that would swing him about and compel him to revisit the hardest and unhappiest years of his life. It was that simple. Still tired and delicate, as if hung over from that day's binge of emotion, Seb went upstairs and checked the living room. Ewan wasn't inside, but the television was still on, as were the ceiling lights and a lamp on a side table. The bulging bin liners and rucksack were still in place beside Seb's favourite chair. Cider cans littered the floor, the rug was stained in 3 places, and the floorboards were tacky from spillages. Seb turned the television off. The house fell silent. He searched for his guest and found him behind a closed door on the first floor, passed out, mouth hanging open, lying on his back. He'd eventually gone into one of the guest bedrooms and climbed onto a bed, fully dressed. There was a long, arcing smudge of dirt at the foot of the white duvet cover. Seb anticipated burning the bedclothes in the garden later. Maudlin and feeling sorry for himself, Seb returned to the living room, removed the empty cans, and dropped them into the recycler. Ewan had also eaten 3 bags of crisps, 2 Magnum ice creams that he'd found in Seb's freezer, and put bread in the toaster but forgotten about it. Methodically, Seb cleared away the mess. At 7, he rinsed the mop he'd used on the living room floor a final time and straightened his spine, rubbing his lower lumbar, and immediately became dizzy, as if the blood had drained from his head. Blinking rapidly, he tried to clear his eyes of the red motes of light that fell through his darkening vision. The ambient sounds of the room and the sea beyond the nearby cliffs retreated, as if sucked down a drain. Sensing a scrutiny from behind, he turned. Ewan stood at the far end of the dining room, seeming taller than ever, his form entirely dark save for the bloodless face. Seb dropped the mop. Ewan smiled and stretched out a long arm to point into the living room, to somewhere near Seb. Through the unnatural silence came Ewan's voice, but in a tone that was older and gentler, even emotionless. For a moment, Seb was unsure whether the voice had sounded from within the house or inside his head.
Work to be done.
Seb stepped backwards and submitted to an overpowering compulsion to look down. The first thing his startled eyes settled upon was the stained covering sheet of Ewan's manuscript, spread out on the coffee table. Breathe in the astral. Seb peered back at the doorway. Ewan had vanished. Through the open balcony doors returned the distant buzz of a lawnmower, the soft hum of a car engine, the song of the thrushes in the garden below. Inside the kitchen, a room now pungent with lemon disinfectant and bleach, there was no sign of Ewan. Unsteadily at first, but gathering purpose as he moved, Seb walked downstairs to the bedroom that Ewan had occupied, and found him lying upon the bed. His eyes were closed but twitching. His chest rose and fell.
You have no idea. No idea.
Ewan's voice announced itself from behind Seb, or again from within. Seb turned, as if he were turning inside a dream, and in the hall outside he saw the black form of a man, Ewan, who stepped away out of sight and deeper into the passage. Seb forced himself to follow. He heard no footfall, not even his own, and passed into an empty hallway. There was no way that Ewan could have hidden himself in so short a time by making it into another room. Besides that, the man was still stretched out on a bed in the spare room. A noise erupted from the room where Ewan slept. A deep moan that rose and broke into a whine, the sound of an animal in pain. By the time Seb was peering through the doorway, Ewan was making the noise of a man choking to death. His freakishly double-jointed hands had also bent inwards and shook about. Tremors returned along his forearms to his shoulders. His spine suffered a spasm, arching his body into the air. Gangly legs kicked spastically into the duvet, before bending at the knee and thrusting out from his pelvis at odd angles. His eyes opened and rolled white as the muscles in his face convulsed. Froth gathered in the messy beard. Staring in shock and revulsion, Seb feared Ewan's neck was close to snapping when it pulled the big head backwards. The entire weight of his upper body appeared to be supported by the crown of his skull. One of Ewan's lower legs bent back behind his thigh, and his body jumped as if electrocuted onto its side. The muscles of his arms shuddered violently, and the contorted form propelled itself or bounced off the bed and onto the floor. Out of sight, a coconut crack issued from the connection of a skull with a wooden floor. The seizure, because Seb was certain that he was witnessing one, continued on the floor, where Ewan's body thumped about, his thin legs kicking while his torso bent backwards from the waist. The bearded face gulped at the air between mouthing words. The electricity in Ewan's nervous system gradually earthed. The spasms of his muscles subsided, and soon his body merely twitched. Seb was clutching the doorframe with fingertips that had turned painfully white. He also acknowledged a desire for Ewan to die right there. The moans rising from the floor that evolved into sobs only caused him disappointment. Suppressing the vengeful feeling, he entered the room. Ewan lay still and wept. The only movement remained in his long hands as they gingerly pawed about his head, in the place where it had connected with the floor, and maybe the headboard, too. Ewan was unaware of where he was. His eyes were wide open, the stare unfocused, tears adding a sheen to his cheekbones. On the carpet beside him lay a small plastic baggie. It contained speckles of a blue-white powder. Maybe chemical assistance was required for him to perform this unnatural transference. Seb had clearly seen Ewan in the entrance of the kitchen, and again, though less distinctly, in the hallway between the bedrooms. He had seen these apparitions while Ewan lay upon this very bed. Seb recalled Ewan's silhouette standing in his room when Becky had visited. But from where had he travelled then? He wondered if he should call an ambulance. He supposed he should, but resisted the idea, because a sullen, recalcitrant part of him wanted Ewan to remain incapacitated as oxygen deprivation caused permanent damage to his brain. For a while, he did nothing while a confirmation of the impossible sank through him. He just stared at the reduced, traumatized, weeping figure, until prolonged exposure to it initiated a shiver of disgust across his skin. A fuller awareness returned to Ewan's eyes. When he tried to speak, he croaked. Raising one limp hand, he managed to say, "Water." "Is that what happens when you do this? When you perform your great miracles?" Seb asked, and recognized the goading tone in his voice. Ewan said, "Help me," piteously. And it was only then that Seb saw a fellow human being in distress, one hurt and frightened and helpless. It was only then that he went to fetch water. Chapter 9. Sinking in darkness, rising in the white room. Jittery himself, Seb helped Ewan back onto the bed. His own shock was steadily becoming a trauma. He couldn't see the end of it. He went to the bathroom and washed his hands, wishing he could cleanse away the entire mess that Ewan had imposed upon his life. Even his shirt reeked of the man. He stripped it off and dropped it into the linen basket in his bedroom. All this time, his head crowded with options. Calling an ambulance, driving Ewan to a hospital, finding Ewan's mother, she must be nearly 90, scouring the local listings for hostels, and perhaps even initiating a committal by a psychiatrist. When he returned to the guest bedroom, Ewan was asleep. Mouth open, head back, his body limp upon the covers, he snored quietly, whistling through his nose. "I wish you'd died." Seb shut the curtains, closed the door, and went into the living room. Pouring himself a large brandy, he peered into the corners of the room and out to the balcony. His eyes finally rested on the darkened kitchen doorway at the far end of the dining room. Where next? And would he come again in that horrible hooded form? The thought prompted Seb to say, "Never. Not again. That was the last time. It has to be." He briefly imagined bringing one of his heavy crystal awards down upon that greasy head that was staining an Egyptian cotton pillowcase in his spare room. A revenge fantasy, because he'd never do it. Or could he, if pushed any further? Would death be any kind of barrier to Ewan's influence? Was there any way of permanently getting rid of him, besides subjugating himself to Ewan's demands and hoping for the best? Seb had to assume that a long period of time was destined to elapse before his usefulness to a man with a unique ability to terrorize his victims was exhausted. He checked on Ewan throughout the evening, repeatedly cracking the door to peer inside. He listened to the whistles, throat-clearing and mumbles that arose from the man's sleep. Alcohol, perspiration, and the sebaceous miasmas of neglect eventually encouraged him to keep the door closed. He wished he'd opened a window in the room, but didn't want to go back inside until Ewan was awake. God knows what might happen if he did. Sick with apprehension, Seb cobbled together a light tea in the kitchen. When he discovered 3 hairs that were not his in the butter, he lost his appetite. Just before midnight, Ewan roused. Seb heard the bedroom door click open on the floor below. He raced down to catch sight of Ewan going into the bathroom, hobbling, head lowered, shoulders slumped. After a cascading urination, Ewan shuffled back out. Seb called out from the bottom of the staircase, "Ewan?" He was ignored. Glum, haggard, and hatless, Ewan continued on his way down the passage and re-entered his room. He shut the door. The muffled noise of bed springs depressing were detectable as the uninvited guest returned his weight to the mattress. It was the continuing contempt, the callous disregard for his feelings and rights, the man's affected ignorance of deep social transgressions that broke another chunk from Seb's levy. He flooded again with a hot, white anger. He thumped down the passage and threw the door open. "After what you pulled this afternoon, you are not staying here!" But even as he spoke, he could see that Ewan was in no fit state to move. He was exhausted, ill, and bedridden, close to a complete physical collapse. He's making you responsible. Codependent again. That was part of Ewan's strategy. Insults, followed by cries for help. Grandiose literary delusions swiftly augmented by a childlike vulnerability. Drunken rages interspersed with an obliviousness to any injury inflicted upon the reluctant host. Ewan had never changed. The actual sight and scent of him was maddening. His instability was also infectious. Seb knew this. It shook him up, and then shook him apart. Ewan was loosening rivets in the scaffolding that kept him balanced. His own slide to despair was already in place. His entire existence was a construct of routines and activity born of self-discipline, of tight controls over his environment, counterchecks imposed upon apathy and listlessness, his potential for lazy thinking, persecution fantasies, paranoia, anxiety attacks, and recourse to the drinks cabinet. He hadn't written a word in 3 weeks or addressed his correspondence, had not shopped properly, slept much, or eaten adequately. He'd lost the ability to relax since his first sighting of Ewan on Broadsands. The script of his life was being rewritten while he impotently monitored the edits. Don't even think about getting comfortable. Face drawn, the cast of his mouth doleful, the eyes pained. Ewan didn't bother to defend his position. He was inside now. Try and move me was communicated by the collapsed posture upon the bed. Seb entered the room and fought with the blinds, then angrily threw 2 windows open. Pitch black outside. Another night with him here. Ewan's sorrowful eyes watched Seb patiently, affecting innocence, as if Seb were being unfair at an inappropriate time. What happened? This afternoon, what was that? A fit? Are you epileptic? Ewan swallowed. His voice croaky, he whispered, It takes a lot out of me. Ewan's creepy appearances were not effortless miracles. They exacted a high price. Perhaps the processes were even life-threatening. Seb hoped so. And you're taking drugs in my house to facilitate your stalking. Ewan didn't blink, but his silent admission of how difficult this awful trick was to enact encouraged Seb. For the first time since his arrival in the area, not everything was going Ewan's way, and Seb saw his first advantage. Until he regained his strength, or a modicum of it, Ewan would probably play the invalid card, in the same way that he'd played the poverty hand in London. Digressions until he'd regrouped and consolidated his baffling, controlling presence. I want answers. You want to lie around in bed, then you'd better start talking, or you are bloody history tonight. I don't know who to call first, a doctor, a psychiatrist, the police. But you are out of here, and this all stops, unless you start making sense. The threats made no impact. Ewan continued to study Seb's face, as if trying to understand why Seb would feel this way. He'd expected terror, while craving awe and admiration. The period of silence extended. Seb came close to shouting to break it. Well?
Do you have anything to drink?
No! Seb slapped his hands against his thighs. How can you even consider alcohol? I thought you died.
Have you read my book yet?
No, I haven't even looked at it. Let's just say I've had other things on my mind. Ewan attempted to shake his head dismissively upon the pillow that was looking unhealthily dark since his head had been upon it. He winced and kept still.
We can exist in another place.
Silence resumed its frustrating command of the room. And?
If you've never sunk in the dark room and risen in white light, you won't understand, nor believe that it's possible.
Let's just say my skepticism is on pause right now. So, what is this? Some kind of, I don't know, ritual magic or hypnosis? Ewan didn't like speculation or any attempt at a definition that wasn't his own.
This has got nothing to do with magic.
He said magic as if the very word disgusted him.
What's magic? Magic doesn't exist. And I don't have any time for any of your intellectualism either. Not for this. You don't know this. It has nothing to do with religious dogma either. It's different.
So, no magic, nothing spiritual.
I didn't say it wasn't spiritual. It has nothing to do with organized religion, but it is spiritual. That's exactly what it is. But the religious can't handle it, not anymore. They're incapable of accepting the truth.
This is a psychic thing.
Hardly. That barely begins to explain it. That's like one itty-bitty piece of an incredible fresco on a ceiling above us all, but one that no one can see, in the most beautiful cathedral. A tiny piece that has fallen to the floor of this.
He looked about himself at the tastefully styled room, but in revulsion.
Do you remember any of the poetry you read at uni? You did the same courses as me. He hath awakened from the dream of life. You know that?
Shelley.
No sudden heaven nor sudden hell for man.
Seb shook his head.
Oh, dear, the writer!
Ewan rolled his eyes and intended to continue in that vein, but noticed Seb stiffen.
Dearie, dearie me,
Ewan muttered instead, and then said,
Tennyson. And the poets had more idea than anyone else, especially Blake. This has to be felt deeply. There has to be faith. A man called Heindel tried to define it, tried to describe the enlargement, the growing that can take place in our awareness. He argued that because we exist physically in time and space, we can only recognize ourselves in that same time and space. But imagine shedding the physical body, the vehicle, and the time and space that imprison us physically, to become a double in another place, one nearby, that has no time or space. Imagine projecting into a place that intersects this one.
Ewan sighed when he saw the look of incredulity grow on Seb's face. He closed his eyes.
It's hopeless. I'm tired.
I'm still intrigued. Ewan moved higher up the bed, using an elbow.
It's all in my book.
Pretend that you're pitching your book. Every book needs a pitch. Ewan scowled, then seemed to lack the energy to sustain the expression.
The body.
He looked at his own, as if such an appraisal was a subject unworthy of consideration.
The body is a prison cell. Once you know, once you understand that, you can have nothing but contempt for the body. Inside them, we don't even know what it is to be alive. You're only really alive when you leave your body. That's the irony. But you cannot believe the potential we have.
Ewan frowned, as if confronted by an infant.
Let me make it simpler for you. Imagine if all of your sadness and pain, everything that troubles you, all of it, anxiety, grief, disappointment, anger, were to go. Imagine how you would feel if all of the misery of being alive just fell from you. You can't, because you've never projected. You can't imagine the ecstasy, to become so strong, like you cannot believe. Powerful. You're suffused with... There's nothing here. He looked askance at the room again. That matters. This existence is a shadow of what our souls can experience at a higher level. A place where I can go, where time and space are no longer my captors. You cannot imagine the freedom, the elation. And you never will until you die. But imagine if you could experience that before you died. I have. You asked me what I've been doing for all of those years since I saw you last. Well, there's your bloody answer.
What Ewan had said, the very diction he'd used, made Seb feel uncomfortable and also mortified for Ewan. This talk of souls, ecstasy, and of being suffused was appalling. The discourse of the charlatan. Seb hated the very sight of him more than ever, this reeking, unwashed drunk with the tangled ropes of hair spread across his bed linen, the weather and drink-blasted face. He was reminded of emaciated holy men in India, mad hermits, swivel-eyed cult leaders, greedy preachers, the low animal cunning of the vulpine clairvoyant, and he placed Ewan amongst their absurd ranks. Ewan rolled onto his side to clasp the glass of water on the bedside table. Seb tried to conceal his sarcasm, but knew he'd failed as soon as he began to speak. It doesn't appear that this enlightenment of which you speak so highly, and this ability to transcend space and time, have done you much good. To be honest, Ewan, I'd be inclined to feel a little short-changed by your epiphanies, if this is how you end up, at your age. I mean, wouldn't it have been better to have stayed in this other place, wherever it is that you go? It doesn't work like that. We're not supposed to be there. Evidently. But when I have seen you out and about, you hardly look your best either. If I'm going to be honest, you look like you're stuck in hell. You also always return to your body, the prison, and that's not much better, is it? The jibe caused Ewan pain. If it was possible, he went even paler. He now looked harried, too, if not haunted, as if being forced to remember something not only unpleasant, but frightening. Hell may have been the trigger. When Ewan resettled himself, his eyes had developed an expression that seemed to reach beyond the room, like an intense focus on something in the past. It wasn't always like this. It's not all darkness. There's light, a light that you cannot imagine, like nothing you've ever seen. That's why we travel. Once you've seen it, nothing is the same again. Nothing. Seb was convinced those had been the first truthful words he'd heard Ewan say since arrival. Light? Ewan's face appeared younger, the eyes alive with something other than scorn, spite, or deviousness. It looked like genuine wonder.
It's not the same as the light here. It's so bright and yet so soft. It defines everything more vividly. You can see the beauty of everything. What you see becomes new, changed. There are no shadows. The light casts no shadows, no glare. Paradise. Summerland. The third sphere. It's been called all kinds of things by people who have been ignored. But these people have been there. And it is the only place where we can be free and happy. Completely free and intensely happy, always. Even if it is dark where you find yourself, you take that light with you. Your presence is the light in the unlit places. Your soul is the light, trying to return."
Ewan continued to stare at nothing in the room as tears filmed his eyes. Seb sat on the floor, resting his back against the chest of drawers. Trying to appear as if he were not humouring Ewan, though he still found it difficult to suppress his scorn, he said, "How do you do it? How do you get there?" Ewan didn't seem to hear him. His lips moved, though he wasn't speaking to anyone but himself. Eventually he smiled.
"You don't, unless by accident or during an accident. A near-death experience will do it. Or while upon an operating table. Or unless you were born with a loose... It's known as the vehicle of vitality. And if you are in possession of one that is improperly moored, it allows you to drift. It was only the determination of some people who'd travelled accidentally to relive the experience that made it possible for this to ever be controlled. As much as it can be, but never fully. There are techniques. They have to be practiced for years, in the right environment, and under the supervision and control of mentors before it's feasible. It's not easy what I do, oh no. For most it's impossible, and always will be, no matter how hard they try. But not for all. And I have been preparing and learning a great secret for years." Seb barely managed to repress the derogatory snort that had gathered behind his face like a sneeze. "But the first time was an accident. You see, I nearly died. Massive fit. Maybe from bad gear. I'd separated my consciousness before, using LSD and other things. Loads of times. I'd known about this experience years earlier, before I first met you. As difficult as the books were to get hold of, I'd even read everything that Hazard ever wrote. Both of his books before I was 21.
Hazard? M.L. Hazard, the writer. Nodding his head, Ewan narrowed his eyes knowingly. Seb knew of M.L. Hazard. Aficionados of the weird would probably be aware of him too. Years before, Seb had read a couple of Hazard's short stories in long out-of-print horror anthologies, but he'd never forgotten one of them. Many communications must remain in doubt, it had been called. A simple but affecting story of a man who continually haunted a beautiful young woman by travelling in spirit form to her home each night, to watch her undress, before lingering by the bed to inhabit her space and scent. Eventually the woman wakes and the narrator reveals himself, but wearing a goatish mask, the horns extending into the air. The man had wanted the woman to believe that he was Pan, and that she had been chosen for special instructions, but she dies of fright. She had a heart murmur that the stalker never knew about. The story ends with a description of a paranoid man in a house that he hasn't left in 2 months, on the other side of town, as he hides a goat mask in the loft, between a box of Christmas decorations and some board games from his childhood. He makes a cup of tea, but his hands are shaking, and he can't speak. The anthology in which Seb had first read the story had actually been one of Ewan's books, Night's Longest Hours. Derleth may even have been the editor. It had been published by Consul, Seb thought, someone like that, and Ewan's copy had been bound in sticky tape.
I tried all kinds of things to achieve what the Master did.
Master? Who, Hazard? But before Seb said any more, he began to feel cold. The goat mask. Could a hood or sack be put to the same use, in the interest of striking terror into a man? That black form in the trees of Marriage Wood that he and Becky had seen, and crawling across the golf course in the dream, what had that been? Ewan must have used a costume to make his point more dramatically. Seb thought about the rucksack in the living room and wondered what he might find inside it. He shifted about on the floor and rattled the chest of drawers. Please, continue. You were saying the first time it was an accident.
Yes. I nearly died, or even died. They weren't sure afterwards. But I felt myself die. And it was the most peaceful thing that I've ever experienced. I was aware of it. All of it. Dying. Actually dying. Totally aware of it. As if death was magnified inside my mind. My toes went first, then my feet, then my legs. They just became absent. My abdomen, my chest, and then my neck just shut off. But the focus of my consciousness in that room was intense. Everything was so clearly defined around me. I was shutting down, but I was more aware of the world than I had ever been.
Ewan paused to swallow and moisten his lips.
But then I was looking at myself, standing upright and looking down at myself. Like in Hazard's stories, I was looking at myself from nothing. I was in two places. I could see myself on the floorboards in a room in that terrible house. My eyes were open, but totally vacant. I wasn't there anymore. And I remember thinking how thin I looked, and how long my body was, as if I'd never realized what I actually looked like. It wasn't the same as looking in the mirror. I looked strange. That didn't matter, that body on the floor. I felt nothing for it. But I still knew that it was me. I knew that I had split. I didn't care that I had separated. I felt euphoric. I was euphoria.
Ewan lay back and briefly closed his eyes in bliss from recall alone.
The experience was so gentle and beautiful. I was in love and loved more than I had ever been. It was more powerful, more transporting than the effect of any drug that I'd ever taken. Here was true joy. I was free. It was all over, the struggle. I was completely free of myself. And yet I understood everything too. Or I was about to understand, and about to know everything, instinctively and all at once. It was like I was on the edge of that. I watched one of the two people that I was with, and he touched me. I could see the back of his head. I watched him shake me really hard. And I suddenly fell forwards. It was like stumbling in a dream, like stepping off a curb that you haven't seen, or a step that suddenly appears under your foot. There was this sickening jolt, and I woke up on the floor, back inside that body that I had just been looking at. My body. And the experience was over. Completely. I cried because I had come back. For the first time in my life, I really wanted to die. I wished that I had died. That was the first time it happened, and it changed my life. It changed everything.
Seb realized that if his experiences in the last 2 weeks had never happened, Ewan had said nothing that couldn't be explained as the result of drug use, mental illness, or a combination of the two. The first time?
I was taken to hospital and kept inside for a few days. They ran tests. I was in pretty bad shape, and I was diagnosed with epilepsy. I'd had a couple of fits before, but nothing like that one. I thought it was because of what I'd been taking, impure stuff, for years, living rough, you know. But it happened again, in the hospital, on the ward. Maybe I had another fit, but a milder one, I don't know. I found myself standing beside the bed, looking down at myself. That time it didn't last long. As soon as I became aware of what I was doing, I fell back into myself, and I was awake again in a hospital bed inside this long, dark room. The ward. But it hadn't been dark when I was standing beside the bed. The room had been filled with light. Beautiful, soft light. I had seen everything inside the room. I only realized later that I had been the light. I knew something special was happening to me. It didn't make me afraid, not at all. I couldn't think about anything else afterwards. It was like that had been a sign, a message. I'd been guided, and this was my new purpose, to understand and control a gift. This was something unique that I could do. This was the thing that I had always been looking for. It's like it found me. There was nothing that I would ever do in my life again that could compare to that experience. I had traveled, truly. My cell had detached from my body.
When did this happen?
2010. Though there were plenty of signs before then that I was right for it. Compatible. I thought poetry was the route for my awakening. Music, drugs, a lifestyle, a way of living, of being. Subconsciously, I had always been searching for it, without being sure of what it was. But nothing compares to this, no other human experience.
You learned to, what, harness it? Ewan shrugged.
Not really. Not for a long time. Not until...
He didn't finish the sentence, and reached for the glass to drain the last drops of water. Seb suspected it was a deliberate evasion.
I tried. God, did I try. You have no idea how hard. But you gotta let it take you. You don't decide. You just put yourself by the door and hope that it opens, like Hazard said. Took me a long time to realize that. And sometimes it would happen when I was sitting down, drifting off, daydreaming. But mostly when I was lying down, before I fell asleep. It can't be forced. The fit shook something loose, though. A latent, innate gift.
What about the fits? Don't you need medication? To see a doctor? I mean, it's pretty bloody serious. Don't you care about your health? Ewan glanced at Seb as if the question was stupid. But within the look was the answer. Of course Ewan didn't care. Why would he care when he thought he'd found something greater than life itself? Something that he believed would transform his own dull and painful existence.
It started to happen without the fits. They weren't always involved, thank God. I had inhibitors, medicine for my condition. But sometimes, quite randomly, When I was resting and really tired, I just seemed to step outside of my body. Sometimes, as I was going under, falling asleep, I'd feel myself rise up and out. I would open my eyes and be wide awake, fully conscious, but looking down at myself from the ceiling. I would be floating. I could also wake in the early hours of the morning after a dream, and I would sit up, but my body would still be lying down. Around that time, it even happened in a cinema. I was standing beside my seat, about 3 feet away, in the aisle, and looking at myself sitting down. I had no recollection of even leaving my body. I was just there. I had to go home for a while, after the first fit, after my diagnosis. And I remember my mother came into my room one morning. She had a cup of tea and my medication to make sure that I took it. I remember watching her enter the room and approach the bed. My body was inside that bed, but I was standing in the corner of the room, watching her. As soon as I became aware that it was happening, I would always return to my body with this jolt, a sickening kind of click or crack, and I'd be back inside my body and feeling weak and tired and disappointed again. I knew I had to be relaxed, extremely relaxed, especially my muscles. So I took relaxants when I could get them. My mother had medication for anxiety attacks, and those tablets helped. In combination with medication, I used yoga and meditation. I studied those for the years when I was at my mother's. I had to get everything right. The body, the mind, the environment, the situation, otherwise it was hopeless. The room had to be warm, too. And I would begin my breathing exercises. I would put my whole body to sleep, one part at a time. Seb writhed at the idea of the selfish prick taking his old mum's medication, but Ewan remained enraptured by his own recall. I would begin the process with the little toe of my right foot. Have you any idea how long it can take to make one toe go to sleep? I mastered it. Eventually, I could turn my body into a dead weight, and that mass would then dissolve. The facial muscles were the hardest parts to get right, but I would become so deeply relaxed, my body so limp, that I wasn't awake or asleep. I was between. That's crucial, to get between states of consciousness. I learned that once I had reached my eyes, the final part of myself, I needed to imagine a void, a hole, a great emptiness between my eyes. Eventually, in my mother's house, in the room I kept there, this blank white room, where nothing could distract me, I found myself near the ceiling, looking down upon myself again, and 43 times thereafter, across 2 years. I kept a journal. I made it happen 43 times. Imagine it. Ewan slumped back and released an exasperated sigh. Our minds are the key, or what is held inside our minds is the key. But our minds are also the jailers. Anxiety, or surprise, or shock, or any conscious activity can disrupt the experience. I could not linger, as so many others had done before me, in that state. There was instinctive panic, a primal anxiety, the dread of not being able to return. The survival instinct, it's in the body, and nothing that I could do about it. Unless I stopped taking my medication. Then I would leave my body so dramatically during a fit, and the experience would last for longer and more intensely while my body was in shock. Only while my body was close to death could the soul body better escape.
You're not taking the meds now, are you?
I don't have any, Ewan said, in a voice as piteous as Seb had heard yet.
So that he could terrorize Seb, Ewan had put his health in the gravest danger. Jesus Christ.
There was no way it was all a daydream, or a hallucination, a delusion. Where I ended up is hyper-real. My acuity was incredible. I could even see dust motes. Every colour was beautiful. I put a print in my room, a Van Gogh, and I saw what he had seen, but barely managed to transcribe into a great painting. Everything around me was living, emitting, transporting. Twice, when I was drawn upwards and suspended, I even managed to touch the ceiling. Where the paint was rough, the sensation in my fingertips was so exaggerated that I could have been touching broken glass. Where the paintwork was smooth, I could have been touching sandpaper. And I was willing myself to move. Don't you see? I was moving on the ceiling of that room. You can't imagine it. So, where else could I go? What else was possible? And the light, my God, the light. If you saw a glimpse of it right now, in here, you would weep. You would dream of it every day for the rest of your life. You would crave it. That is how moonlight should be, enchanted. It was my spirit that was generating that light. Me, the inmost light. Soon I was beginning to notice myself, too, as a form. My ability was evolving. It was adding limbs that weren't really there. I even put a mirror in my room and angled it so that I would see myself if I separated. And I managed to see myself once, in the air, while my body lay beneath me on the bed. I could see part of myself just adrift, floating. I'd wanted to see myself, so I had focused on seeing myself, and I did. There were 2 of me in that room. I could think, too, and remember things more clearly than at any other time in my life. But it's not like reasoning. Everything just came to me at once, in a flash. I could see, hear, feel everything more acutely. It's not a dream. I was more conscious. I was more intelligent. I'd never been so wide awake, never experienced such a wonderful feeling. The weightlessness as you ascend, the vitality you feel, the delight in seeing the world so bright and alive in a way it never was before. There's no pain, only joy. And in that form I could also see 360 degrees without turning my head. I only had to want to see behind myself, and I could. It was subtle, a nuance of the experience. So I knew that I could also look beyond a wall, or a ceiling, or anything solid if I so desired. Sometimes I would be looking down at myself in the bed, with everything below me appearing small, while behind me was infinity. A vast blackness. What if I could also move further away from where my physical self lay, and I could travel beyond the room? That was my thinking. I sensed that movement to other places could be instantaneous. And in time, it was. Ewan grinned his yellow grin. As you can attest. Someone else taught you how to go further. Ewan's grin became a smile, though it was less pleasant than the previous expression. I'm tired. If you want to know more, you'll have to read my book."
Even after what he'd just listened to, Seb found it difficult to want to know that much. "So, what happens now?"
"That's entirely up to you."
"You can't stay here."
"Only until you've worked on my book. This is a great opportunity for you."
"I'll be the judge of that. And I don't believe you or trust anything that you say. That's my main problem. There is also a massive collection of fragments in my living room, scattered inside 2 bin bags. I don't have the time to work on that. So I'm happy with a synopsis of the remainder of your story. The part that takes you from your mother's spare bedroom to here."
"That's far too complicated. You wouldn't understand, or believe it for that matter. I'm afraid that would be a bit too much for you. Better to read it. The manuscript is a bit more considered."
"It's the bit more that concerns me. And you clearly have no intention of going anywhere, and neither do I. So spill." Ewan immediately became uncomfortable and adopted a more serious tone.
"I don't feel comfortable talking about it. Not right now. I don't feel well. For fuck's sake, I've had a massive bloody fit and you're interrogating me."
"That's not why you won't talk." Seb wanted to be more than a little astonished by the story he'd just heard, but he found that he couldn't get past the situation, nor past what use Ewan's great gift had ultimately been put to. He also knew that he had heard an incomplete version of events. An embellished version probably existed inside the bin bags, too. Ewan was not an honest man, and he was playing for time. "Let me guess, Ewan. The next chapter ended badly for you, just like everything else in your life. Yet no lessons were learned. So here's an interpretation of my own. You are attempting some desperate last resort at my expense, because you've nowhere else to go. This is the end of your line, right here." Ewan had closed his eyes before Seb finished. Seb woke, sat up quickly, fought his way free of the duvet, and clambered off the mattress, as if that could remove him from where he had just been while asleep. He had not registered seeing any walls in the large, partially lit space that he'd just dreamed of. Behind the figures surrounding him, the borders had dissolved to black. Those others had been suspended in the air. Seb couldn't recall a single face now, only suggestions of the naked and grey condition of the bodies bumping together up there. From each navel, including his own, a snaking silvery cord had disappeared into the darkness of the floor. The stems had appeared as flexible and rubbery as flesh, while shining like liquid mercury. Awake, he now thought of those cords as strange metallic weeds. He also thought of fungal growths in caves, mushrooming from out of rock. All of the people in the dream had been agitated. They had talked in hurried whispers, while moving their arms in small circular movements, as if they were underwater. Beneath them, where a floor should have been, water had flowed. Black water, without a trace of foam or a reflection. An underground stream in some kind of cavern, and the people had been anchored to its bottom by the silvered cords extending from their abdomens. The water had rushed across the bottom of the room and travelled into a darkness without definition or relief. He'd scraped his fingers at the ceiling and slapped it with his hands. The surface had issued a hollow sound, but been too hard to break. He had known that he would never escape the tunnel. The only illumination in the space had come from a dim metallic light issuing from the figures themselves and from their silver cords, as they all drifted. And either the surface above them was lowering, or the water was rising. An elderly man beside Seb had wept, as if knowing they would soon submerge in the fast current and be swept away into nothingness. Nearby, out of his view, a woman had said, "Sink! Heavy, heavy! Sink deep!" She'd seemed excited by the prospect of doing so. Others had begun to repeat that phrase as if it were a command or prayer. As his anxiety had also turned to a dreadful joy, Seb had felt a compulsion to contribute to the chorus. The water rose, and his cord shriveled like a disused umbilicus. Where it grew out of his abdomen, the flesh had turned black. The stem then issued a far weaker light. He'd woken. What had Ewan said earlier about it being time he was involved in something more ambitious? Involved in something dangerous? Had that been the inference? Seb looked about the bed. His room was dark, but the silhouettes of the furniture were visible. Light didn't so much shine beneath the door from the passage outside as seep inside. A soft grey light tinged a glacial blue. When he opened his bedroom door, he realized that the lights in the corridor were switched off. Despite that, he was seeing too much of the passage without the aid of electric light. This dull glow in his home suggested an overspill, one steady and unflickering, but from where did it shine? Streetlights above the front drive were too distant to penetrate the building. Without interior light, the house remained dark at night. The source confounded him. The television upstairs. Was Ewan in the living room again? As he tried to fathom out the luminosity in the corridor, his awareness of a peculiar discomfort grew. This was nothing physical, like being hot or cold. What he tried to dismiss as an after-effect of the nightmare persisted as apprehension. He suspected he was about to meet someone unpleasant. The very atmosphere of the building had altered, and now swelled with the anticipation of a presence or the arrival of something. Taking shorter breaths, if he took them at all, Seb was reminded of how he'd felt when Ewan appeared to him outdoors. A static prickle passed through the fine hairs on the nape of his neck and needled his scalp. Ewan must have been projecting again. Whether by shaking or punching the man awake, Seb would stop whatever was being initiated. But before he took a single step towards Ewan's room, Seb turned in the direction of the staircase because of what he could now hear. The sound was coming from above him. Though the noise was muted through the walls and ceiling, someone was in distress and weeping upstairs in the living area. Ewan? As quietly as he could manage, Seb walked barefoot to the stairs and went up. He'd only taken a few steps when the weeping ceased and was replaced by a voice or voices that stayed low and whispered together sibilantly. The light on the staircase had now changed, and he would have been surprised if a television could transmit an illumination capable of making the walls and stairs appear so drab, if not neglected. Seb continued up. Within the strange light, his own home now appeared much older. He peered about the landing and was made to think of shuttered and locked-away places where dust and dross gathered behind boarded windows and flat surfaces turned grey and powdery. Unrestored and lacking in human habitation for decades. Before Seb made the landing, the distant murmur of voices was accompanied by the noise of dry paper shifting about the wooden floorboards. It could have been the riffling of a book's pages by a breeze. From where he stood, he could see that the doors of the study and utility rooms were closed. The television was mounted on a wall and was out of sight, but the set emitted no light. It wasn't switched on, so the light wasn't coming from there. Just out of his sight, on the far side of the living room, the paper was soon being strewn about as if loose leaves were being subjected to a hurried investigation. What he could see of the living area, which reached to the windows and balcony beyond, might have become a basement, one in which his furniture had been stored for years. The light was faint and grainy, with a hint of tarnished silver, as if it were passing through gaps in the walls. Picture frames were black holes. Bookcases were inky rectangles. The corners of the room and balcony doors were lost entirely to darkness. The unnatural light aged whatever it fell upon. He suspected he'd re-entered his most recent dream and become engulfed by the ghastly illumination of the watery tunnel. Where was the source? The voices? "Ewan?" he called out, but too quietly. "Ewan! God's sake, what are you doing?" His voice startled a fresh activity within the living room, and he was relieved that he could not see what had cast its shadow onto the far wall. Those lengths of what might have been the impossible shadows of wavering tree branches soon took shape as peculiarly long arms held out before a wasted body, topped by a large head. The murky suggestion of shadow then rose up higher and felt about, as if blind and unsteady when upright. A heavy object struck the living room floor, and Seb's heart may have stopped for several seconds. He assumed that a sighting of whatever was inside the room would be foolish. "Who's there?" he cried out, the force of his voice compelled by panic. A soft thump. Scratching. The shadow on the living room wall grew within his sight. Taking 3 steps at a time, Seb fled down the stairs. As he descended, his last glimpse of the shadow repeated maddeningly inside his mind. That sense of a figure dropping to the floor, then rising to all fours. It groped about, as if more capable, and in possession of a much longer reach, when positioned low to the ground like a stalking animal. As the shape had moved fluently about the room, there had been a swishing sound, reminiscent of a heavy cloth sweeping floorboards. The muttering that followed him down the stairs was human-like, though much reduced, before it degraded into something canine. Seb reached the foot of the stairs and turned for the ground floor. He would have kept going had the last flight of steps not looked so impenetrably dark. He was also certain that the darkness down there swelled and bustled with a curious energy of its own. As he hesitated, the back of his neck tingled afresh, in anticipation of both an attack from below and a blow from behind. One glance over his shoulder was sufficient for him to notice movement on the staircase wall. What could have been human limbs commanding an unnatural extension struck out and snatched at the air, and in a manner uncomfortably similar to that of a magnified insect. And if those were the shadows of hands, then the nails extending from the digits were long enough to qualify as claws. The scream that followed was reminiscent of the distant shrieks of the apes in Paynton Zoo, which could be heard miles away on a still day, as far-away territorial disputes were conducted on the contoured cement of their enclosures. Seb pounded down the passage and threw himself inside his bedroom. Using what felt like superhuman strength, he raised one end of his antique chest of drawers and hauled it across the floorboards, scraping the skirting board paintwork. He dropped the heavy article part way across the door. At the windows, he tore open the curtains. His shaking fingers began a futile clawing at the window locks. He turned the steel security key backwards and forwards, momentarily forgetting that the key required a simultaneous press and turn to release the window. By the time he remembered this, he'd become paralyzed with terror at the sound of what moved through the passage beyond his bedroom. A shriek outside was followed by a heartfelt sobbing and a string of muffled words intoned in some kind of entreaty for mercy or succour. The piteous whimpering of a grown man had recommenced, and directly outside his door, a sound that passed inside his room to inhabit his nerves. When the crying ceased, a nasal whine shook Seb enough for him to make another attempt to unfasten the window lock, while knowing that the drop from the first floor was too great. 2 broken ankles. He was trapped. The whine passed away in the direction of the stairs. Not breathing, Seb listened and received an impression that the intruder was conducting a search, albeit blindly. It entered the empty bedroom on the other side of the wall. A grumble whined into a bestial snarl. With horrible clarity, Seb imagined an old mouth that opened too widely, one filled with yellowing teeth. Shouts of distress issued from Ewan's room further down the passage. Such was the strength of Ewan's bellow, his cries passed through several walls. Seb crouched under the window and hugged his body into a ball. Ewan flung wide the door of his own room and shouted, "No, no, get away, get away! No, no, I'm trying to help! I'm only trying to help!" This was swiftly followed by the sound of Ewan's feet slapping towards Seb's bedroom. Seb watched the door handle being snapped up and down from outside. Ewan was trying to get in, and desperately enough to employ his feet, knees, and hands to bang at the door, shaking it in the frame. "Let me in," Ewan whimpered, his words near breathless. "No!" Ewan made a narrow gap through which one of his arms, whisking in an anorak sleeve, came through to swipe about inside, as if he was trying to push Seb away from the other side of the door. When Ewan's hand found the obstacle, the chest of drawers, he slammed his shoulder against the door, lower down and closer to the door handle. The barricade rocked back and forth. Around Seb, the air swelled with an unbearable anticipation. Ewan spoke again, though not to Seb. He seemed to be talking to someone else, out there, in the corridor. It was hard to understand all of what he was saying, but the childlike tone of his voice surprised Seb. "No, you can't. Don't," Ewan was pleading. "I'm doing what he wanted. Get away." Ewan resumed hurling the full weight of his body against the wood until the barrier jolted forwards. Soon after, he was inside the bedroom. He slammed the door and turned round, his ungainly body wedged behind the chest of drawers. "Here," he said, panting, but as if to a room full of people. Seb had never seen Ewan so witless, so blanched and jittery, his eyes so wide and the yellow teeth bared horribly, as his fear chattered out. "They know, they followed, they know, they know." Ewan's muttering then became inaudible. He had no idea who Ewan was speaking about, but Seb got to his feet and began clumsily tugging on a pair of jeans with shaky hands. Socks and a hooded top followed. His shoes were downstairs. "What?" Seb said, but was too shocked to finish the sentence. He finally managed, "Has it gone?" Ewan seemed to notice Seb for the first time. Strands of greying hair were stuck to his bearded cheeks. He raised a hand to bid Seb be silent. "We have to get out," he whispered, and rolled his eyes to look up at the ceiling. "It will come inside." Seb suffered a sensation of his body dropping through thin air. When he regained his bearings, he felt weak and sickened with a fear that would not relent. Memories of the animal shrieks returned to his memory and resounded inside his skull. He went for the bedside lamp and clicked it on. "No," Ewan said in a desperate whisper. Seb ignored him and made for the main lights.
"Idiot! If it gets in, you'll see it properly."
He shook his head.
"You don't want to do that."
The receipt of this detail had Seb reaching for the chest of drawers to steady himself. His legs wanted to go out from under him. Ewan's body odour served to revive him. Trying to make as little noise as possible, he returned to the bedside table and turned off the lamp. When halfway across the room on his way back to the door, Ewan said,
"In here. There."
Ewan clawed his way around the door and disappeared, shutting the door behind himself, sealing Seb inside with the room's most recent arrival. Reluctantly and fearfully, Seb turned to see what had startled Ewan. And even though no electric light brightened the room, the air was now lighter than it should have been, or had been only moments before. Like the living area had been, the room was drained of any colour but that of a dull mercury, and the visible furniture was aged with the instantaneous affliction of antiquity. The air billowed with an otherwise invisible presence, though it didn't remain concealed for long. In a far corner beside the bed, an indistinct shape appeared close to the floor. Motion became manifest, too, as each taut second passed to reveal the form moving about on the floor in a series of jerks. Before the paralysis snapped from Seb's limbs, the shape rose, and its sickly luminance cast a shadow. Impossibly, a silhouette appeared on the wall and the ceiling above the bed, and upon the other side of the room, too. The form expanded and contracted quickly at the edge of Seb's vision, though whether this was from the weird atmospherics or from pure shock he did not know. Seb yanked the door open. A desperate sob became audible within the room that he departed. It was louder than before, and filled with more distress than he'd known any living thing capable. He closed the door behind himself, but as he'd turned, he'd glimpsed movement in the mirror of the wardrobe, and received an impression of something stick-like, but agile, and too tall to be human. If that had been a head topping the form, the head had been covered. Seb suffered a notion that eye-holes had been cut out of whatever concealed the face. The suggestion of its arms extended and grasped at where he had just been standing. As the noise of the apparition's grief transformed into something dog-like, Seb fled, barely keeping his footing on the stairs to the ground floor. When he reached the hallway, Ewan was still fumbling with the front door keys in an attempt to get out. Chapter 10. Hinderers in the Passage. Bent double, and gripping knees that shook from the exertion of bolting from the house and running to a stagger, Seb stared at Ewan with all of the murderous loathing that his mind could summon. Ewan lay on the grass beside him, facing the sky, insensible with exhaustion. His eyes were closed. They'd stopped running a mile clear of the house. If Ewan was running, then he should be too. That had been his thinking, and had brought them here. The ragged jog had ended after Ewan collapsed upon the dewy grass at the top of a path that led deeper inside the Berry Head Nature Reserve. Beneath the lightening sky, the hedgerows and garrison fortifications formed the mounds that surrounded them. Elevated hundreds of feet above the sea, the atmosphere was thinner and colder. Exposed to the vast sky and the expanse of the sea, the great spaces enlarged Seb's fear until he doubted he'd ever felt as insignificant. He knelt in the grass. Moisture passed through his jeans and fired shivers across his back and neck. He'd grabbed shoes as he passed through the front door, but in his haste to escape, he'd failed to tug a jacket free from the rack in the hallway. Anxious at the movement of the nearest shrubs in the breeze, he stood up again, rubbing at the outside of his arms, and looked about himself. Between his desperate inhalations of the cold air, Seb finally felt able to speak. "What was that? What was it? You brought that into my home last night, that thing. Are we safe?" The final question, and the way he'd said it, made him feel pitiful. Ewan rolled onto his side. He sounded asthmatic, and was either sick or cleared his chest of phlegm. A shake of his tangled head served as a delayed response to Seb's question. "Never," he gasped. Sweat frosted in the runnel of Seb's spine. "What? Is it here?" "No, not yet anyway." "Not yet?" "I can't feel it." Seb realized he couldn't either, that nauseating apprehension and the onset of an unnatural scrutiny. He moved closer to Ewan and stood over him. "You bastard! You brought that thing into my bloody life." "I didn't think they—" Ewan never finished. Instead, he said, "What did you see?" "See? Something that shouldn't bloody exist." "What did you see? Tell me." A shape. Long, like a shadow. An animal, a man, I don't know this time." "What did you do? What? To bring it here?" "I never." Ewan wheezed and then swallowed noisily. "Not intentionally." "What do you mean, this time?" "You've seen it before?" "Before you showed up, never, you prick." "But you've seen it. When?" Seb recalled his dream, the one in which he'd been chased across the golf course, right before he'd heard something brushing itself down the side of the house. Becky had dreamed of it too, and heard the same thing. Their walk in Marriage Wood had been interrupted by something just as unpleasant. "It was in the woods near here. Over there." Seb pointed towards the cliffs inland. "Something was in there, waiting for us. My girlfriend saw it too, the day after you appeared at the bloody window of that restaurant. It wasn't right. Didn't look right. Not normal. And I've dreamed of it. Because of you, you bastard." Ewan placed his long, dirt-smeared fingers over his face and shook his head without speaking. "I thought it was one of your tricks. Why can I see it? Tell me. Am I in danger?" Ewan ignored him until Seb began shouting, "Am I in danger? You put me in danger! Am I in danger?" Ewan took his hands off his face and spoke without looking at Seb. "You're probably fucked. We both are." Seb wanted Ewan dead. Wanted to end the whole idea of Ewan by dragging the scarecrow body to the cliff edge and hurling it down to the rocks. He imagined the oily head breaking apart like a coconut shell. "Get rid of it! Just piss off and get rid of it!" Ewan struggled to sit up. His mouth and beard glistened. "I've never seen it here. He must be involved. Oh, Christ." "Here? Who? Who is involved?" "I was only told about those others. They were used as threats in the past. But I've sensed them. When I projected. That one could be directed. I didn't believe it. Who are they? What do you mean, directed?" "You don't want to know." "I bloody do." "You wouldn't believe me if I told you. And there isn't time. It's all got to go back. There's been a misunderstanding." Ewan struggled to his feet while Seb tried to figure out what Ewan was saying. "It's all got to go back today. You have a car." "What?" Seb grabbed Ewan by the collar of his anorak. "You're going nowhere until you stop this. So fix it. Stop it."
How do you get rid of what's not there?
They are... He didn't know how to phrase the question. What kind of horror writer was he? That thing, it's leaving a body, yeah? Like you do? Ewan shook his head dismissively, even contemptuously, at Seb's feeble comprehension. He tried to prise Seb's bloodless hands from his collar, but ended up holding Seb's wrists. The subsequent grapple felt increasingly hopeless and pathetic the longer they stood there, Seb without a coat in a dawn wind that whipped off the bay. "You tell me!" Seb roared at Ewan. "You tell me what that was!"
"I have to go. It's not safe. Get off me!"
"Safe? What? Not safe for who? For you?" Ewan pulled back, and Seb went with him, barely staying on his feet. "Where are they?" Spittle flew from his mouth and peppered Ewan's face as he demanded the information he was also reluctant to receive. The people who are projecting a malicious version of themselves. That's what they're doing, isn't it? Where are they? The bodies? Who are they? What has any of it got to do with me?
Versions? That's not a version, Ewan said with a returning spike of the usual sarcasm. That is what they are.
The only thing preventing Seb from punching his old friend was the weakening effect of his own fear. He gathered himself. Stay angry. Bullshit! Where are they? Where do they live? That thing with the sack on its head! Ewan was almost crying when he asked, "What? What did you just say?" "What? About a bloody sack?" "The head. It was covered. In my dream, and then—" Ewan stared at the grass, his eyes protruding.
"Len," he said to himself. "Thin Len. You saw him."
"What? What are you saying? Who is Len?"
"Oh, Christ. Thin Len."
Ewan clawed his face.
"They're not living, but they exist."
"You better start making sense, or I'll put you down for good, you prick."
"A child killer. He was a murderer. He was hanged. I thought he was a myth, a story."
But he's not, or so Ewan's hapless, drawn face seemed to communicate. Seb could hear himself wheezing, but he managed to pant out, "What?" in a tearful voice.
"Let go!"
Ewan roared. They struggled again, briefly wrestling and twisting around each other upon weak legs, until Ewan lost his balance and pulled Seb to the ground. Seb regained his hold on Ewan's greasy jacket.
"Piss off!"
Ewan batted at his hands and kicked at him while remaining on the ground, as if he were too tired to get back up again.
"You think you can understand? They are the parallel. Hinderers!"
Seb let go of Ewan and raised himself to his feet. He looked about the common in bewilderment. "What? What does that mean?" As if confronting some terrible truth, Ewan dropped his face inside his hands. Perhaps he suffered a revelation that had been much postponed.
"Hinderers in the passage. That's what they're called. I was told things. I glimpsed something, but only when I went further."
"What are you saying?" Ewan appeared too frightened to continue. He began to shake, his face creased as if he were about to cry. "Hinderers in the passage? What bloody passage?" A palsy took over Ewan's hands. "They're dead?" Seb asked, his own voice a ghost of itself. Ewan nodded.
"They reside over there."
"Oh, Christ! Where? Where?"
"Discarnate. Trapped."
Ewan's attention drifted from Seb, and he mumbled to himself in what sounded like a weird stream of consciousness. Gibberish, but alarming gibberish.
"The subnormal of the mist. People of the mist. They can't ascend. There's no physical body. Don't you get it?
He looked at Seb and raised his voice close to a shout.
And for him, Thin Len, this was never about choice.
What are you saying? How can I see it? How?
Hades. They drag vestiges of the body veil through the halfway place. They repeat. They rage blind for decades. Centuries.
Ewan struggled to get to his feet, then began glancing about himself in a baffled, childlike fashion that made Seb feel much worse. Ewan paced in a small circle, his long hands clutched to his scruffy cheeks.
To stumble and crawl in the blackout, in the mist, to be denied ascent.
He muttered other things that Seb didn't catch, but he did make out,
to be in terror, always. The confusion.
Seb grabbed Ewan's shoulder. What happened to the bloody light? The unlimited freedom, the power, the strength, the vitality and the marvels of the marvellous, Ewan. Where is it now? I didn't see a bloody trace of it back there. Ewan grinned at Seb, but only with his mouth, because his watery eyes were still stricken with the horror of some terrible epiphany that had settled inside his ugly skull.
The Paradise Belt. They'll never know it. They don't conform to Earth or Paradise conditions, you idiot.
Idiot? You fuck!
They're in the Grey Lands, fool. They're shades.
Holding his face, Ewan resumed walking, but in tighter circles.
Oh, Jesus, Jesus! The gliding of the double.
He closed his eyes and swallowed. The gliding of the frickin' what?
Oh, God, that I should have seen it!
Ewan began to actually cry. His chest heaved out sobs. This wasn't an act to gain sympathy, and he again reminded Seb of a small boy.
I should have not seen that. I never wanted to. Never, no. But it's me. Me. It's crossed over for me. They sent it. The light is dimming for me. But I won't. I won't.
Ewan had lost his train of thought, along with his wits. This thing, the Hinderer, you said it can be directed. Ewan nodded once, quickly.
Looks like it.
It came after you, not me.
I have to get away from here.
Please do, but first money. I need money. Now there's a surprise. You have enough. What do you need it for?
What?
Ewan's eyes narrowed, and he displayed his discoloured teeth.
All those savings.
He spat at Seb's feet.
Bloody ISA, high-interest bonds. From writing that shit. You won't miss a couple of grand. 5, 6, 7, that'll do it. What?
Shock left Seb dizzy. Ewan had been through his personal financial records. When he'd been asleep, Ewan must have rummaged through the bank statements in his office. Seb's body shook with anger, disbelief, confusion, the cold. You went through my files. Ewan wrinkled his nose.
So what?
Seb went for him, swinging his limp arms. He landed a punch on Ewan's chest, and another blow on the side of that greasy head. Ewan partially ducked out of the third swing, but Seb reached for his jacket, the throat, that tangled hair. He wanted to tear Ewan apart with his bare hands.
Get off!
Ewan broke from Seb's clutches, then snatched at one of his forearms. And with a strength that surprised Seb, Ewan swung him around in a circle until his feet left the turf. When Ewan let go of his arm, Seb's feet didn't regain the earth for several seconds. Pain seized his diaphragm as the air was forced from his lungs on impact with the ground. He landed hard, rolled through the wet verdure, momentarily unsure of where his arms and legs were. When his lungs finally filled, his will to fight was gone. He wanted to be sick. Ewan's shoes skittered in their haste to leave him behind. Off through the grass he went, a raggedy vagrant, returning to the stony path they had staggered up to reach the common. But Ewan was not trying to get away from Seb. He was going somewhere to save himself. Seb's fate meant nothing to this old friend. It never had done. He brought this into your life, and now he's running away. An hour later, Seb stood outside his house. The front door was open, but he made no attempt to enter. Merely looking inside at the familiar coat rack and framed pictures made him feel like an invalid handicapped by his own terror. He might have been a ghost himself, revisiting a place from which he'd been expelled and could no longer claim as his own. All the time wondering if something was waiting inside, he repeatedly scoured the windows to make certain that nothing was looking out. Perhaps it crouched in its own sickly luminance in a dim corner of a room, a form indistinct but exuding the gravest threat to his mind, life, and what came after. "Oh, Jesus," he said, and bent double to let the dizziness pass. A sudden recollection of that shadow on the wall, its motion, its reaching for him, had made him giddy. Mere suggestions of the thin arms and much-changed hands were literally sickening. And the grief in it, the guttural noises of a beast insensible with rage, the sight of it rising. He could not bear to remember how he'd felt when Ewan had shut him inside the bedroom with it. He now felt a great need to sit down, to be comforted. The incremental death of his own skepticism had left him a very nervous man, somewhat bewildered and increasingly prone to mutter to himself and to twitch. A rapid aging seemed to be upon him. He knew he stood at the boundary of new terrain in which he had no guide and no foreknowledge. Without doubt, the dreams had come with Ewan, like a cerebral infection transmitted by psychic means. And what could he understand of the black passage and its watery bottom, in which strange umbilical growths had anchored a congregation of strangers? The distant face in the woods, and its every intimation of malevolence, its derangement, had been no act of the imagination either. It was the same thing that had crawled along the outside wall of his home and hunted him across the golf links in a dream. These had been premonitions and forebodings of what had started to become, right here, around him. And had not the very materials of the world, ordinary items like a sun umbrella and his own bloody towels, become charged with a supernormal character before his very eyes? There was an existence beyond this one, then, though what evidence of an afterlife he had encountered brought him no comfort or hope. Attempts to comprehend this halfway place, this passage where hinderers existed, enlarged his mind into what may have been an antechamber of madness. "You're probably fucked." Ewan had truly disrupted the world that Seb had taken for granted, not only with squalor, but by creating a new environment where the unnatural existed. "Ewan, you bastard!" Preposterous. He was afraid his mind was coming apart from the sheer strain of what was trying to enter it. Reason would not respond, or even meet this new reality halfway. Only his imagination sufficed. Perhaps this state could only occur at certain times, though, and only near Ewan. He wanted to believe that, because the alternative didn't bear thinking about. He just wanted all this to stop. The prospect of removing Ewan from his life by any possible means now seemed justified. but feeling that murderous impulse was not the same as carrying out the task. Though who would miss Ewan? He'd damned himself a long time ago. It was obvious that Ewan had long forfeited more than his health and personal happiness. Ewan had come here with the purpose of threatening, extorting, and blackmail through means too unique for belief or for referral to the law. That thing had been an agent for someone else. Ewan had mentioned a misunderstanding. There were others involved in this too. Collusion didn't strike him as improbable, but collusion with what? Seb's sole task must now be the prevention of a further tarnishing by association. But where was Ewan? Had he come back here? He had nowhere else to go. Seb drew the latch on the shed door, a wooden hutch at the foot of his rear garden. From within the jumble of tools that smelled of oil and rust, he removed the steel-bladed moon, a lawn edging tool. At the very least, he'd make Ewan understand that he could never come back to this house in any form. As Seb approached the open front door, the softening of his limbs resumed, and his arms were rendered numb by the idea that the moon would be of no use against what had followed Ewan here. Hinderers. Thin Len. Child killer. Hanged. Ewan! His first attempt to call out in an authoritative tone failed. Ewan! Still not loud enough, and no one upstairs would hear him. Maybe that was the point. Ewan! Much louder, and as soon as he'd spoken, Seb tensed to flee. No response arose from within the house. Seb stepped inside. Silence amidst the fragrance of the morning's damp air that had seeped inside. No sound of movement upstairs either, but he couldn't prevent himself from imagining another up there, holding their breath, if respiration was even relevant in these circumstances. Expecting the sudden brightness to provoke motion, Seb flicked the upstairs lights on. Nothing stirred. His own heartbeat was affecting his balance, but he moved up the first flight and peered about the passage. His bedroom door was closed. Same with the doors of two of the spare rooms. Ewan's room was open. Before they'd scarpered like terrified children to the nature reserve 2 hours earlier, Seb believed this was how they had left the house. Holding the moon's semicircular blade before him as if it were a bayonet, he crept further inside, opened the first guest room, and scrabbled a hand about to flick the lights on. Nothing inside, at least nothing visible. The second spare room was the same. His bedroom appeared banal in its ordinariness. The chest of drawers was still skewed at an angle behind the door, and the blinds were open, but the room appeared empty of whatever had assumed an awful version of the living in the early hours of that morning. Seb slipped inside and opened the windows to rid the room of an odour of male sweat. Ewan's room was as it had been the last time he had checked on his uninvited guest's recuperation. The duvet was crumpled from where Ewan had been lying upon the bed, fully clothed. The glass of water remained on the side table. The bathroom was clear. This was the house he had known only a few days before, at least for now. He tried to convince himself that this, whatever he'd endured, could not continue if Ewan wasn't around. From now on, at all times, he would need to rely upon the curious alarm signals of his instincts. Gripping the moon tighter and switching on every light that he passed, Seb moved to the living area. When he saw that Ewan's bin bags and rucksack had been removed, a surge of hope left him dizzy. The kitchen and study were also safe. Besides a taint of stale cider and Ewan's clothes, all other physical traces of the man had vanished. Seb searched the house again, from top to bottom, though with more confidence during the second pass. Once he felt safe enough to shut the front door, he went back upstairs. He slumped on the settee, holding a highball glass heavy with bourbon. He's gone. Ewan had really gone. He still had the spare keys, but Seb would get the locks changed. He'd also call the police and report Ewan as a nuisance. He'd even described this whole experience as a stalking and would mention the threats, blackmail attempts, and anything else that he could legitimately ascribe to Ewan's actions. He needn't mention the other things. The course of action seemed so simple, but Seb was still stunned by how the man had overrun his life. The invasion seemed to have lasted for months, not weeks. Was it truly over now? Another brief surge of wishful thinking only foundered when he again considered the previous night's visitor. He imagined that such a force would not be as easy to dispel as the vagrant who had summoned it. No, I mustn't. I cannot think that way. His connection to it was Ewan, and that doorway was going to be decisively and permanently blocked now. That would end the matter. Surely. Seb didn't want to be on his own. He called Becky. No one else would have any understanding of his plight, and even she might struggle with recent developments. But at least Becky had experienced something uncanny, a word he'd overused in his own fiction, but had never been able to apply to his own life until now. She answered quickly, "Seb, hi," though the wariness and lack of warmth in those two words was obvious. "Becky, thank God. You just won't—" "I'm on my way to work. I can't talk long. Later's better," she added, but only in appeasement, as if apologizing for her sharp tone. He'd expected her to ask after him. She didn't. "Okay. I wouldn't have called you if it wasn't important, but things have happened or changed since I saw you. You remember when we were in the woods near the cove? And that dream? Well, this has all just gone to a whole new level. Seb, I don't know what to say about that. I'm trying not to think about it at all. It's hard to say, but the whole weekend freaked me out. You did too. I'm sorry, but you did. Everything was all wrong from the moment you met me at the train station. I'm still trying to shake that whole weekend off. I need more time. And I'm really sorry, but I don't know how I feel about things now. Becky, he came. He came here to the house, the man I told you about, the one I have been seeing. He showed up." He paused to rub his head, as if to loosen the right way of expressing himself. "Jesus, but there is another that came with him. Oh, this is not easy to even talk about, let alone believe, but he brought it with him. Brought it here. It got inside the house last night. Becky, I'm in danger. Seb, I'm sorry, but I really do genuinely have to go. Now." It sounded as if she were running up some stairs somewhere in distant London. He could hear her heels and her breathlessness. "And I'll admit, I don't have a clue what to say to you. I don't even know what you want me to say. Sorry, we were never that... Close isn't the right word, is it? But you know what I mean. It makes it hard for me to understand this place where you are right now." Seb tried to swallow a lump of misery the size of a plum that had formed in his throat. Becky switched tack and tried to make him feel better. "But we did try and talk about this, didn't we? You remember? And I'm not sure what I can tell you now that I haven't already said." Was that a sliver of embarrassed condescension for his piteous need for support? Or was he only imagining a serious reduction in her respect for him? Seb levelled his tone. "I just wanted to talk to someone.
to tell you what it's been like. That was all. A friend. Someone who might understand. And as soon as he'd spoken, he recognized and disliked the passive aggression in his voice. Seb, don't be like that. Please. We don't know what happened, but whatever we thought happened or saw, it frightened me. It really did. I know that much. It still does. I don't even want to think about it. I don't know what you are going through right now. Going through? You think I'm making it up? I didn't say that. I've done nothing. It all just started to happen when he appeared. I told you. He? This guy you told me about, the university friend who never did the dishes. Well, yes, you started seeing him and things. She could barely bring herself to say it was because she thought he was mentally ill. Seb barely heard what she said next, and only comprehended it after she'd finished speaking. You weren't yourself, Seb. Not at all when I was with you. I'm sorry, but I've been thinking that sometimes when people are unwell, they create an atmosphere around themselves that's a difficult place, a bad place even, for other people to be in. It kind of infects everyone else, you know? But it's not me, and that's how I explain this to myself. It's like that weekend was all a part of where you are right now. Where your head is. Becky, for God's sake, this is serious. He came here, to my house, physically. He wanted me to do things for him. He made demands, blackmail. He demanded money from me today. He's been making threats. Those reviews, well, guess who wrote those? Seb, sorry, I have to get off the phone. This is all terrible, and don't think that I'm being unsympathetic, but I think you need to see someone. A doctor. I really do. And if someone is trying to get at you, and whatever, then you need to call the police. Not me. I don't know what you want me to do. Sorry, I really have to go. Bye. Becky ended the call. Part 2. This Prison of the Flesh. Chapter 11. I am not here anymore. Seb listed several prompts for himself on the hotel notepad. They were reminders of what he wanted to say and might deter him from saying other things or the wrong thing when he spoke to a police officer. The list helped him organize his thoughts, if one even lingered long enough to be seized. His mind was alternating between states. It was either a hornet nest that had been tapped hard with a stick, or a sluggish trickle of basic sentience. A voice with a local accent answered the call he'd made to the police station in Brixham, and Seb cleared his throat. I'd like to make a complaint. Complain he did, and so encouraged was he by the unexpected strength of his voice and the apparent interest at the other end of the line that he was asked the same question 3 times before the query registered. You say the man's name is Ewan Alexander? Yes, that's right. At this point, Seb understood that the name was already known to the local constabulary. Stay on the line, please. I'm putting you through to the DCI. After returning home from the Berry Head Nature Reserve, Seb had drunk steadily throughout the previous day and rendered himself unfit to contact the police at that time. Unable to countenance another night in his own home, he'd also taken a cab across the bay and checked into a hotel in Torquay. He'd then spent a night in a large and comfortable room, a night that passed without the kind of disruption he now dreaded to the point of nausea. After a long and heavy sleep, he'd woken refreshed at noon. He still retained a sense that his sleep had been marred by hectic activity at various times during the early morning, though he had no recollection of any specific details of what had bustled within his sleeping mind. For that he was relieved, and he hoped for a repeat experience at the same hotel tonight.
If Ewan had returned to the house while Seb hid in Torquay, the spare key that Ewan had stolen would no longer fit the front door lock. Emergency locksmiths had been busy the previous afternoon. While they worked, Seb had pretended to neaten the edges of his lawn with the moon implement. So Ewan wasn't setting foot inside the house again, at least not physically. Seb had also called and requested a comprehensive clean of the property for the coming afternoon. He'd dispose of the bed linen that Ewan had used while the cleaners were on site. Anything his uninvited guest had messed with in the kitchen would be recycled. He was regaining control at last. Inside his hotel room, sat by the window and staring at the bay, he'd also begrudgingly contemplated the prospect of working again, something he'd not considered for a fortnight. Ewan's disruption had been catastrophic to his life and writing. But, as a man prone to anxiety over deadlines and contracted commitments, even in circumstances such as these, Seb ruefully mulled over the fact that only 4 months remained until his new book was expected at his publishers. If he didn't resume work on the novel soon, and he couldn't see how that was possible, an extension would be needed. Perhaps a schedule change would be required, and he knew how his publisher loathed those. Nor could he guess how he'd find a way back into the problematic first draft, or how he'd recover the voice of the female narrator. Another impression formed, that the ideas, story, and characters of his work in progress had been rendered thin and unconvincing by recent events. At least he knew what his next story would be about. Maybe for that alone he owed Ewan. Perhaps he should abandon the work in progress and just write the story of the past few weeks. After all, it was all that he could think about now. But in 4 months? It usually took him over a year to write a book. An extension would buy him some time, and he needed to find out how much time. He also had to know what his editor thought about him delivering a different book to the one contracted 2 years before. A voice appeared inside the ear he'd pressed into the phone's handset and addressed him by name. "Mr. Logan." The police officer was taking the call outdoors and introduced himself as Detective Chief Inspector Brian Leon, CID. In the background, Seb heard the swish of traffic and 2 other people conducting an intense conversation nearby. A dog barked and was reprimanded by its owner. "You say this chap has been making a nuisance of himself?" "Yes." Seb was ready to repeat what he'd told the officer at the station, but didn't have an opportunity. "Where are you now, sir?" Because of nerves, his mind blanked, and he couldn't recall the name of the hotel. As each second passed, he also felt as if he was implicating himself in a police matter. He found the room service menu and gave the detective the name of the hotel. "I see, but you live locally?" "Yes, in Brixham. But it's precisely because of you and Alexander that I'm staying here." "Is that right?" The detective took his time digesting the information, which increased Seb's perturbation. "You told my colleague that you saw Mr. Alexander yesterday?" "Yes." "When was the last time you saw him yesterday?" "Between 4 and 5 a.m., I think. That was the last time I saw him, but not since." "Bit early?" "Yes, he was staying with me." "Staying with you?" "Well, in a manner of speaking. But the circumstances were not entirely satisfactory, to me, that is, which is why I'm making a complaint." "Can I ask you to stay where you are, sir? I'd like to ask you a few questions in person." "Of course," Seb said, and suddenly wished that he could take a drink. "I'll come and meet you." After he'd identified Ewan's body at 3 in the afternoon, Seb knew he was incapable of saying much that would make sense to the police. He was also at risk of making an absurd statement. so he remained silent during the drive from the hospital to the police station. And during the journey, he attempted to thaw his mind from shock in order to process the enormity of Ewan now being dead, as well as the implications for him. The detective then left him alone in an interview room to nurse a mug of instant coffee that went cold between his limp hands. He hadn't been arrested and wasn't in custody, but in the small region of his mind able to function after seeing Ewan's corpse in a hospital morgue, he couldn't be sure that he wasn't a suspect. Even now, the police might be watching him via the camera fixed beneath the ceiling in one corner of the room. Wouldn't they be adept through mere observation alone at determining guilt or innocence? What he had been told, but still struggled to accept, was that Ewan had died sometime during the night before. He had died at a guest house in Paynton, near the seafront, and inside a locked room. The front door to the guest house had been closed and mortice locked at 10 p.m. The proprietors, an elderly married couple, had seen no one enter the building after 10 p.m. The detective had shared that much with Seb after arriving at his hotel at noon. While Seb had lingered and shivered up on Berry Head, too scared to go home, Ewan must have collected his bags from the house and made his way to Paynton. There had been a disagreement, too, between Ewan and the proprietors of the guest house about payment owed on a room, which Ewan promised to settle later. After that, Ewan had apparently locked himself inside the same room he'd occupied for the fortnight preceding his brief stay with Seb. Inside the single room, which he never left, Ewan had begun drinking. The owners of the B&B had heard the clink of cans inside one of his bags as he'd come in that morning. He'd died in the night. 6 empty cider cans were found in the morning. So Ewan had been getting his load on. As had Seb, but across the bay in Torquay and in far more comfortable surroundings, and without the assistance of cheap cider. He'd supped half a bottle of Courvoisier to get through his own night. There had then been a brief disturbance around 3 in the morning from inside Ewan's room. Cries for help, that sort of thing. The detective hadn't shared much more. But for Seb, that small detail had been sufficient for him to form his own ideas about what had transpired behind drawn curtains. He never shared his theory with the detective, though God knew he was tempted. From the moment Seb met DCI Brian Leon, the police officer's tone and mood had issued a weary acceptance concerning Ewan's demise. He'd also seemed indifferent to the possibility of foul play. The sounds that Ewan presumably had made during the night in his room at the guest house were short and never repeated. A quick scream, that kind of thing. 2 or 3, then silence. Quite upsetting for the old couple who owned the place. Unable to summon any response from Ewan, the owners of the guest house had let themselves into Ewan's room at 9 and found him dead. Beside the bed and under the window, with his arms still reaching out, like he'd been trying to get the window open. He'd pulled the curtains down on one side. At that point in the detective's recitation of the details, Seb wasted no time informing Detective Leon about Ewan's epilepsy and of the fit that he had witnessed inside his own home. He had also swiftly attested to drunkenness being the probable state during Ewan's last night alive. After all, Ewan's sounds of distress could be attributable to someone suffering a bad turn while drunk, and the guest house owners were also certain that Ewan had spent the night alone. After the proprietor of the guest house had called an ambulance, the immediate clues to Ewan's death were apparent to the first paramedics on the scene. As far as they and then a doctor at the Torbay Hospital were concerned, Ewan had died of heart failure. The doctor added a footnote that the cardiac arrest may have been triggered by shock, though this assumption pended further examination. The irony of the situation didn't escape Seb. He wouldn't have found himself in an interview room at the local police station had he not made the nuisance complaint about Ewan. There was nothing to connect the two of them. Seb had accidentally volunteered information and tied himself to the death of a visitor to the area. Ewan had also given the guest house a false name, M.L. Hazard, and had paid in cash for 12 days of the 14 days that he'd previously stayed in the room. The bill for 2 nights, plus the one in which he had died, was still outstanding. Ewan had also cited Arthur Macken as being his next of kin in the register, along with a false telephone number. The owners hadn't thought they'd see him again, so were surprised by his return on the afternoon preceding his death. He promised to pay the outstanding bill and an extra night later that evening, but he never came out of his room alive. Even after death, it seemed, Ewan was able to preoccupy and disrupt Seb's life as much as he had done when alive. Just before the detective reappeared in the interview room, the worst of Seb's initial shock had begun to subside. He'd also identified his predominant reaction to the news as relief with some guilt, until a fresh anxiety was inspired by the thought that a visitor to Ewan's room was capable of stopping a man's heart, and by merely appearing beside the bed.
If it gets in, you'll see it. Properly. You don't want to do that.
That's what Ewan had said after forcing himself inside Seb's bedroom 2 nights earlier. Seb had come close to being sick in his lap when he'd first endured this notion of an assassin that could materialize beside a bed. Ewan had given it a name. Thin Len. The hanged child killer. He'd described it as a shade, a hinderer. And up on Berry Head, he'd gibbered to Seb about the gliding of the double. What else had Ewan said during that time when his wits scattered at the mere idea of what had been sent after him?
But it's me, it's come for me. They sent it.
Within the theatre of his own mind, Seb had then re-screened the activities of several previous evenings he'd endured at his home, and with a vividness that left him feeling fragile. After the detective had entered the room, he noisily pulled out a chair from the other side of the table. "So you are saying he wanted money from you? That was his reason for his travel into the area?" "Yes, as far as I'm aware. And he wanted me to write a book for him." When Seb divulged this information, Detective Leon seemed to encounter new ground concerning the motives for blackmail and extortion. It took him a while to think of a response. Eventually, he asked for more details, and Seb continued with the story he'd rehearsed in his hotel room, while desperately hoping that the police officer would fail to recognize the significant process of editing that Seb was employing in his statement. "But I'm not entirely clear, Mr. Logan, on how he came to be staying with you in the first place. In effect, he was your guest." At the first hint of a cross-examination, Seb wondered, and not for the first time that day, if he should request legal representation. At all costs, he had to avoid describing the full facts of the phenomenon surrounding Ewan's arrival in Torbay. His voice less steady than it had been moments before, Seb attempted to explain himself. "I'd seen him around, as I told you. He'd been following me, watching me, getting closer. And when he turned up on the drive, I was actually opening the front door. I'd just dropped a friend off at the train station in Paynton and, well, Seb struggled to admit that he'd been terrified. "He was technically a friend, an old friend from college. And he'd pretty much done this before when I was living in London." "You said earlier this was 12 years ago? The last time you saw him?" "That's right. so I thought I'd find out what he wanted, and I hoped to encourage him to leave me alone. But he stayed. He became drunk. He was already half cut when he arrived, but he carried on drinking. It got late. This was the first night. Sunday? Yes. He wouldn't leave when I asked him to. He then suffered this terrible fit. I mean, it was awful. I thought he'd died. I'd never seen anything like it. And I didn't have the heart to eject him after that, so he stayed for a second night. I was at a loss as to what to do. Should I call you, an ambulance, or some department in social services? He was suffering from fits, using drugs, virtually homeless, an alcoholic. I offered to pay for a room for him, but he refused. And that's when we had our biggest disagreement that second night. A massive row. There were several leading up to it, in fact, because of the outrageous demands that he was making. I just couldn't get rid of him, while he laboured under this assumption that he could just occupy my home and force me to write a book for him. As he sat around getting pissed, it just made me see red. You never called us. Well, I thought that I could deal with the situation myself. It was all so embarrassing. I didn't really want to draw attention to it. But the general aim of his visit was to extract assurances that I would help him. Then came the demands for money. He'd been through my personal financial records to find out what I was worth. I see. Did these disagreements ever become violent? Seb flushed hot, then cold, and then hot again when he knew that the detective had seen his reaction. He thought of the scuffle up on Berry Head, and of the potential subcutaneous bruising on Ewan that might have been caused by the tussle. A bit, yes. Early yesterday morning. I finally got him out of the house in the early hours and chased him off into the nature reserve. There was some pushing at one point, and afraid I'm no fighter, but it did become ugly at one point. This was after he demanded money from me. I'm afraid the red mist just fell again at that point. He knocked me down. Despite his lifestyle, he was still bloody strong. And then he ran off. That was the last time I saw him. Early yesterday morning. He went back to my place to fetch his bags. I didn't want to stay at home after what had happened, so I took the room in Torquay and had the locks changed at home. From what you've told me, he obviously headed to this B&B in Paynton and... The detective nodded in what might have been agreement, because he'd probably already checked on Seb's whereabouts with the staff at the Commodore Hotel. Seb hoped that the detective had done so too, because the hotel's security cameras would reveal that he'd never left the hotel premises last night and couldn't possibly have killed Ewan in a guest house in the next town in the bay. You don't know where he was staying before he arrived in the area? I've no idea. He was very selective about what he told me. He liked to be enigmatic, about himself and where he'd been. But I had the impression he'd been involved in something unpleasant, some kind of group. He was reluctant to talk about it. I don't know any more because he never gave me any details. Nothing, in fact. I think he'd just run out of options, so he came looking for me. He knew about the success of my books. That was my general impression of his motives. The officer nodded again, his eyes thoughtful, but otherwise inscrutable. That's very similar to what his mother said this morning. She must be getting on. 88. But she hadn't seen the deceased for 3 years. She said her son was studying. She couldn't tell me much more. The only time she ever heard from him, he would ask her for money. It's odd, but it was my impression that she was a bit wary, or even frightened of her own son. But she'll have someone take care of the funeral arrangements, and she doesn't want his effects sent back to Manchester. Seb thought of the 2 bin bags full of paper. He imagined them being hoisted into the back of a rubbish truck, and he felt a wild and vindictive desire to laugh out loud. When the feeling passed, he considered it incredibly sad that Ewan's jumble of paper, his great work, which was destined to change the very perception of the world, should suffer such a fate. The sum total of Ewan's life and his literary delusions were going to a landfill or recycling plant, as was any recorded evidence of the reckless but remarkable things that he had actually achieved. It was a postscript that Seb would have struggled to invent in one of his own stories. The detective checked through the shorthand notes on his pad. "I'm also going to assume he'd worn out his welcome with anyone else he knew. Anyway, there'll be an autopsy to confirm cause of death, and we have his old medical records now. But unless anything else shows up, I doubt we'll be in touch again. Thank you for identifying the body." The officer stood up. "Are you all right? We can recommend counselling for victims of this sort of thing." "No, thank you. It's all left me a bit dazed. I'm not entirely sure how I feel." "That's quite normal. Even a bit of guilty relief that it's over, eh?" The police officer smiled faintly but knowingly. "I'll have someone drop you back to the hotel." "Thank you." "Might be a bit of material too, eh, for the next book?" This was the detective's first acknowledgement of what Seb was known for locally. He didn't know how to react, or even if he should. Levity seemed inappropriate. DCI Leon remained unapologetic. "My wife's read some of your books. She always liked that one about the Moors." "Oh, well, do thank her from me. That's nice to know. Though she had a few problems with the last one about the ship. Can't remember what it was called, or what she didn't like about it." Chapter 12. Second Death. So, this is where Ewan died. 15 Beach Road. The street was lined with 2-story townhouses, each building painted a different colour, from coral pink to duck-egg blue, with picnic benches on tiled forecourts and tall palms clattering their fronds behind low front walls overrun by an easterly wind. Permanent signage the length of the street advertised Sky TV, room rates, AA star ratings, and Rosette Restaurant Awards. Perhaps the road looked a little tired between seasons, but under a blue sky at any time of year, it effortlessly conjured impressions of family holidays, cosy rooms, carveries, and sun-tanned granddads holding pints of Bay's topsail in the lounge bars. Seb had always been fond of Paynton, particularly the seafront and the streets that led to the esplanade. To him, the little hotels were a living installation of English comforts, veritable Larkin poems twinned with facets of a living social history. Places where the working class, and mostly the retired and those with young families, still came and stayed for their annual holidays and long weekends. The area hadn't been gentrified like Dartmouth or Totnes, so the town remained more affordable and retained a post-war echo. Moving with the times where necessary, but retaining the seafront for ordinary people. Those had always been his impressions whenever he walked inland from the long promenade. But Seb knew he'd never look at Paynton in the same way now. To the east, gulls shrieked over the pier and the shoreline. Beyond the cinema, the pirate-themed mini-golf course and the shoreline restaurant, where he liked to eat crispy squid, the sea stretched into a vast, euphorically blue distance. The near-empty fairground on the green flashed and blared. A man passed on a mobility scooter, his Jack Russell trotting alongside the whirring carriage. Seb moved aside, then returned his attention to the Beach Haven Hotel.
This shouldn't have happened here. Ewan had no right bringing that here.
A retractable green awning covered the front windows on the ground floor, and the rooms above were concealed by nets. The hotel's rates were stenciled in white type on a staircase window. It looked all right. Neat and clean, the trees in good condition, the paintwork freshly mint green on the masonry, and a bright white on the sills and around the doorframe. Seb bent over to open the tiny gate and entered. The front door was locked, but the hotel was still advertising vacancies. He rang the bell and waited. 3 uneventful days and 3 tense nights had passed since Ewan had died. Seb had spent much of that time on walks in the nature reserve, around Torquay's Marina, and out to the lighthouse at the end of the slipway in Brixham. But whatever he'd been doing, he'd found himself incapable of thinking about much besides Ewan. He'd also spoken with his agent and answered the most pressing emails from his publisher and the 3 film production companies adapting his books, but hurriedly. His ties to a life preceding the reunion with Ewan had failed to reform in his mind as important. As unpleasant as his reacquaintance with his old housemate had been, he'd been taken to the edge of the truly remarkable. The experience left him wondering if he'd be able to write about anything else. His perception of the world, and himself in it, had been fundamentally altered. Seeing the world through new eyes made him ponder if the sensation was similar to being devout. An elderly man came to the guest-house door. He was portly enough to fill the doorway and protrude out of it. Muscled arms emerged like hairy logs from a short-sleeved shirt, and as the morning brightness struck his face, his tinted glasses blurred the definition of his deep-set eyes. Seb introduced himself, before stumbling through an explanation of his association with the guesthouse's recently deceased guest. A connection that instantly made the man tense and too bemused to react. But Seb's earnest offer to cover the missing payment on Ewan's room did elicit a delayed response. The man's accent was thick West Midlands.
"You say he was a friend of yours?"
Once, but not for many years. I hadn't seen him for a long time until recently. All the same, I was still shocked, and I still am, when the police told me that he'd died. Seb looked up at the building. Here. But he'd been staying with me for the 2 days before he passed away. He wasn't very well. The man continued to weigh Seb up from the threshold. Seb reiterated his desire to cover the unpaid bill. It's the least I can do for some kind of closure. It's very odd, but I feel some kind of obligation to him. I'd also like to ask you a couple of questions about how he died. I mean, that night, it was so sudden, and the police didn't tell me much. The man finally relaxed and introduced himself as Ray, though Seb could appreciate how any mention of Ewan would cause reactions ranging from caution to outright horror.
"You'd better come inside and talk to the wife. She's better at this sort of thing."
Seb was introduced to Dot, who came out from an office to stand behind a counter set in an alcove under the staircase. A front desk small enough to suggest a lectern. Even then, a vast array of brochures, stationery and equipment had been arranged upon it. Somewhere from the office behind, a telephone rang.
"I'll get it,"
Ray said, and then nodded his plump, hairless head to indicate Seb.
"This fella was a friend of the one in number 3.
When he saw the look of dread on the woman's face, Seb quickly redefined the friendship for her and found himself repeating the short speech that he'd edited and improved through repeat usage to explain his association with Ewan. He also endeared himself to Dot by producing his wallet and then his credit card and insisting that he cover Ewan's unpaid bill at the Beach Haven. Seb was not entirely comfortable with the idea that he was paying for information, but what he desperately sought was a grim reassurance that Ewan had died because of a fit, that his much-weakened constitution and poor health, after decades of hard living, alcohol and substance abuse, had mostly been responsible for stopping his heart. Seb needed to believe that whatever it was that had been hunting Ewan could not kill a man by appearance alone. The idea of death by such an agency, and then a victim's fate post-mortem, was the destination to which Seb's thoughts had recently flowed, circled, and then settled. Dot returned from the office with a set of keys attached to a large plastic fob. Coming out from behind the tiny counter, she said, "Come on up. I'll show you the room." Ray shuffled from the office and stood at the foot of the stairs, reluctant to join the tour. The little hotel was clean and plainly decorated. Clearly a business in which much pride and hard work had been invested, and this amplified the indecency of Ewan's transgression. But Ewan had long stopped caring about anyone not committed to his obscure and selfish cause. What little sympathy Seb had conjured for him since his death evaporated. When they stood outside number 3, indicated by a brass number fixed into a newly white door, Dot said, "We came up in the morning because he still hadn't paid. And you should have heard him in the night. He woke up the lady on the other side and the couple upstairs. We heard it too, me and me husband. But then it went all quiet in here." Dot nodded at the door as she unlocked the room. She didn't share Seb's sudden nervous reluctance to see it opened. "He liked to drink, that was clear, but he kept himself to himself and didn't bother no one. Don't think he went out much. Never ate breakfast here. Don't think he was up in time. Only saw him eat once, and that was chips." Seb followed Dot into the room. It was small but well kept. There was a bed with a fitted cabinet on one side, a wardrobe, a tiny desk, and a flat-screen television attached to the wall. "We've given it a thorough clean, and it needed a good airing." Dot paused and wrinkled her nose. "Between you and me, I don't think he ever used the shower." Seb cleared his throat. "He certainly had his fair share of problems." "It's hard to tell with people these days, you know, with all their tattoos and piercings and things. But we've never been quick to judge like. Live and let live, we've always said. You can't jump to conclusions, but we were in two minds about letting him have the room in the first place. When we started to, really catch wind of him, it was too late, and he'd paid for 12 nights. He said he wanted to keep the room for a few more nights, so we held it for him, but he never paid up when he came back. We felt a bit sorry for him too, He seemed lonely, depressed like. And with the drinking, we was just kind of counting down the days till he moved off. But that's where we found him, by the radiator, under the window." Dot shuffled to the window as if to recreate the scene for Seb. "He was down the side of the bed somehow, with his arms up, like he was trying to climb out. Still in his clothes. I don't think he had any other clothes with him, just bags of paper when the police went through his things. They wore gloves too, and wouldn't take his stuff with them. You could see they didn't even like touching it, 'cause of the smell, like. Said someone would come and fetch it, but they still haven't. Bags of paper he had with him. Fancy dragging that round with you. Horrible sound he made, though. Screams, and really sudden, like." Seb nodded, trying to appear as thoughtful as he could manage. "No one heard anything else that night?"
"Well, that's the strangest thing, because the lady down the hall now, she said she thought she'd heard someone else in his room on the night before Mr. Hazard died, when he wasn't here, like. Sorry, Mr. Alexander. But we never knew that at the time. He'd give us a false name. But the lady down the hall mentioned these noises she'd heard in Mr. Alexander's room to Ray. A complaint, to be honest, about the chap in 3. She's not here no more, otherwise I'd ask her to tell you what she told me. But she told us that she saw someone the night before he died, on his hands and knees, and moaning like he was unwell, out in the hall. Oh, this fellow on the floor might have been crying. We never saw no one come in, though. The lady across the hall thought he was blind drunk, like Mr. Alexander often was. But as I said, this was the night before Mr. Alexander come back and passed away. It was ever so strange, because this lady was really frightened. Really put the wind up her, as my old dad used to say, because whoever she saw had his head inside something, like a sack or pillowcase. That's what she said. Never heard anything like that in my life, have you? She shut her door quick-like and told Ray in the morning. Seb felt that he should say how odd or how strange, but the constriction of his throat strangled a response. Now that she had a listener, Dot's story became irrepressible. But I says to her, like I'm telling you now, that Mr. Alexander was not even here that night. Could not have been. No way, I says to her. Me husband wakes up when anyone comes through that door of a night. And we were nearly empty as it is. There was only the lady in 2 and a couple up on the next floor, elderly like, and they're always back in their room by 9. So it couldn't have been a friend of Mr. Alexander's. How would he have got in here, for one thing? We'd checked with the maid who does the rooms in the mornings, and she said his bed hadn't been slept in either of them nights that he wasn't here, so he weren't here. No way, but it gets stranger, really odd-like. Because the elderly couple up in 5 had said that on the day before Mr. Alexander came back, that they had seen someone in here too, this room, with summat over their face, and looking out the window as they came in from the garden, and it gave them quite a shock. They come in and says to Ray that the fella in number 3 needs his head seen to, you know, that his jokes weren't funny. If there'd been kids here, they said they might have been really frightened. Seb had to concentrate on making himself speak loud enough to be heard. They saw something. Someone? Hard to say. And I only heard this through my husband. And when I asked them the next day, the Gibsons like, they didn't want to talk about it. You know, it made them quite angry. But Mr. Alexander wasn't even here that day. Hadn't been in his bed, and like I said, we would have seen him come through the front door. It must have been the curtains and the light, you know, on the glass. That's what I reckon. But they swore blind that they saw this fella in this room at the window and looking down, clearly like. They said he was wearing an old suit too. That's right. It's the details that make it so strange. I mean, an old black suit, with this big head, they said. Mrs. Gibson said it was like a horse's hood, you know. A horse with a white sack over this long head, but with eye holes cut in it. I mean, I don't know what they were on themselves, because they said he shrank too. Got smaller, you know. Then he wasn't there at all. But don't you think it's odd that the lady in number 2 says she saw something very similar in the hall outside this room? Dot pulled a face as if she'd bitten into something unpleasant, while she let Seb imagine what she'd described for him. I don't like anything like that, you know. It does me head in. And no one has ever said nothing like that, not here, and we've had this place 30 years. But it made me think, you know, about this chap in number 3. It was another reason to not want him staying here. I'm not being cruel, because we're as open-minded as the next person. But it still seems odd that the other guests should start seeing things. I'd like to say that they was making it all up, but I'm not sure that I can. After his tour of the place of death, Ray helped Seb carry the 2 big bin bags and Ewan's rucksack to Seb's car, parked at the curb out front. Ray and Dot were visibly relieved to get shot of them. With the police reluctant to take them off their hands and Ewan's mother not wanting it, Ray and Dot hadn't known what to do with the 3 bags
and had left them in their office.
"We was going to give it a few weeks and then put 'em out for the bin men,"
Ray had said, before Seb drove away.
"They're a bit whiffy, even with the windows open."
Chapter 13. Indeed, I have seen my sister. Society of Psychophysical Research, SPR, Volume 4, Case Number 37, 1963, Mr. B. This place that we appear in, I know, is analogous to the world I left, and to its time and the natural laws that govern it. We can see the world we leave exactly as it was before we left it, though the light is very different. But we also stand at the gateway to immortality, to eternal life. Of this, I have no doubt now. I have actually taken my first step on the journey that begins after bodily death, and have renounced my will and been in the presence of something far greater, perhaps even God. But to also preserve my individuality, to be myself but changed and better as I venture deeper, is a miracle in itself, and the greatest journey that a man can embark upon. H was right, and I have remained skeptical of my wife's obsession for far too long. H commands my utmost respect. He has my faith. Like Christ, a comparison my wife so often made, he has remained steadfast in his beliefs, despite derision and persecution. He has been committed to his purpose, as we must be. Seb had returned home and placed Ewan's bags on the floor of his office, and then circled them for hours. Several pots of coffee had succeeded in palpitating his heart and making his skin clammy. After the shock of Ewan's death, he knew he was teetering on the brink of a new obsession. Despite the carousel of the past few weeks, sweeping him from terror to rage and back to terror, an awakening was underway within his imagination. A stirring of whatever had first compelled him to dedicate his life to writing fiction over 30 years before. That unstable core of impressions and ideas was excavating itself from the rubble of the dulling process that had engulfed him across the previous 2 years. The unpleasant smell arising from the bags, however, proved inexhaustible and spread to fill the office. Seb opened every window on the top floor and cast wide the balcony doors in the living room to disperse the stale odour of Ewan and his dusty paper. For an inspection of the rucksack, he'd backed the car onto the drive and worn gardening gloves to examine the contents in the garage. He'd immediately shoveled the articles of clothing into a refuse sack, as well as a pair of shoes, the soles worn paper-thin from Ewan's wanderings. An old Nokia phone he put to one side. The battery was dead and there was no charger. An antique Sony Walkman with a broken lid was unearthed, along with 20 compact discs of music, including Bathory, Emperor, Blood Frenzy, the 13th Floor Elevators, and Coil. Seb tossed the music and the Walkman into the refuse bag. From what he could establish from Ewan's effects, the value of his friend's estate amounted to £6.37. The money was stored in the toe of a venomous shoe. Seb had returned upstairs with the ancient mobile phone. Everything else in the rucksack he'd buried in the wheelie bin intended for household waste. A collection was due on Thursday. The bin bags that Ewan had been carrying contained 54 manila folders. They were old, a pale green in colour, and instigated a memory of school stationery in the 70s. Each folder had been stamped Society of Psychophysical Research, SPR, Confidential. This was followed by a title, case studies, a volume number, and then a date. At a glance, most of the folders originated in the 60s. The actual reports inside the folders were mottled and issued a fragrance of dried damp, but the text was visible. Each sheet of paper functioned as an official form, was identical in design, and filled with black type. The headers of each document repeated the information on the front of the file, but the index classification on each report was followed by the name of the subject who'd given testimony. Some of the same names appeared across multiple reports in the first few folders. Randomly removing reports from the bin liners, Seb read haphazardly but compulsively. His reaction became fascination combined with horror. SPR, Volume 7, Case Number 28, 1963, Mrs. K. Harlow. I found myself at a great height again. I looked down upon the world from a distance that I found terrible. So much so that I came to quite shaken and gripped by an impression that a vast expanse of black space had just surrounded me. The tiny white bed from which I had risen had been visible below, and yet I knew in some other form that I had been inside that bed the whole time. SPR Volume 10, Case Number 107, 1963, Mrs. Ruby McDougall. H. and Diane have congratulated me on my first successes. This comes at a time when I feared I had disappointed H. and all of the others who have persisted for so long. I cannot tell you how much their approval has meant. But they assure me that I am at the threshold of the truly wondrous and am receiving the early intimations. And yet it happened as I was resting after a long and fruitless day, in which I was sedated twice with 2 inducements. The second dose made me terribly sick, frightened and paranoid. But as I lay down that evening, I became aware of being entirely raised up and off the bed. At least 2 feet of space existed between my body and my consciousness. The second time, I was again completely exhausted in mind and body, and suddenly found myself to be hovering over the bed and looking down at myself. I looked into my own eyes and knew at once that I was absent from them. I sat up, but my body remained prone. I lay down and repeated the action twice, but I stayed detached. The same woman had filed over a dozen reports across 2 years. Seb could only assume that she'd been a patient in a facility or the subject of an experiment. Or perhaps all of the information was submitted by volunteers to be collated by this SPR. SPR Volume 16, Case Number 79, 1964, Mrs. Ruby McDougall. I saw the room as it had been, though it was much brighter, clearer, with every object illumined from within and made vivid, almost sparkling. The dust motes were a cascade of gold before the window. My face upon the bed was the most surprising thing. Without doubt, that was my head upon the pillow, and yet my face seemed so different to the one that I had looked upon in mirrors so many times before in my life. The room I fell asleep in had been dark, but during the experience the room could have been bathed in an unworldly form of moonlight, or illumined by the glow from a soft and magical nightlight. The light was opalescent. But when I saw myself inside the bed, I panicked and woke with a jolt. I opened my eyes, and the room was black. Nothing inside the room was visible. Seb discovered that the same woman had progressed to mastering an astonishing feat. SPR Volume 12, Case Number 29, 1965, Mrs. Ruby McDougall. I stood in the room and watched the session. They were all sitting and continuing with the formulation of the image-making while repeating the renunciation. But I had already left my body and stood behind myself. I instinctively became aware of H and turned to see him and Katie. They were outside the room, standing at the window, and were smiling at me. I felt superior to the other people around me for the first time in my life. Suddenly, I knew that I must get past my husband's decision to leave. This is what we had come here for. This is what I had stayed for. All of our sacrifices to this point were worthwhile. My sense of succeeding and of belonging created an emotional reaction of such force that I returned to my body with a jolt. When I looked up, I was sat up on the floor again, amongst my group. I looked to the window, but could see no one outside. How is it that H and Katie can stay outside themselves for so long? If it kills me, I will master this. Seb abandoned Ruby and picked up with an individual who, he later discovered, had been the subject of over 100 reports. SPR, Volume 18, Case Number 31, 1964, V. As I ventured further than my room, the whole house was alight with the same misted radiance, pearl-coloured, tinged with grey. My individual senses became one, what H calls the supersense. I could see everything in the building, but through everything too, through the very walls if I wished. I felt as though I could see the outside and inside of every simple, ordinary object, while instinctively understanding its form and texture. No barriers stood before me. Whatever was behind me, I already knew was there without looking. The feeling was incredible. The world was the same, but fundamentally changed. The world was charged with an energy from somewhere else entirely. I could have been joy incarnate. My very being was so buoyant, and I was in command of 4 dimensions. When I thought of my husband, whom I had left in the bed, I at once came to be standing beside the bed in our room and looking down upon him as he lay next to my physical body. That had never happened before, but I pitied my poor body and its sense of vacancy, while wishing for my husband to wake and to see me. My mind has never been so clear as it was that night, so active but unstained by doubt. All was comprehensible instantaneously, myself, the world, my relationships, the past, the point of everything. It was incredible, and yet I was entirely passive, a mere observer, and not thinking of my environment analytically at all during the experience. I saw 3 other forms drifting in the corridor outside our room, and we were the light. We, the apparitions, lit the place. But my shock at seeing others ended my projection. When I came to, it was as if my mind had suddenly filled with shadows and was encircled with those familiar bands of discomfort that formed from tension and anxiety. All of my fears were back in place. Nonetheless, Diane was very pleased with my account in the morning. She tells me that my vehicle of vitality is loose and immediately advanced me to the adepts. I have not been more thrilled by anything in my entire life. She says she wants me to attempt a journey further afield, maybe to one of the test sites, and to report back on what I see there. H. Diane. The adepts. The building. Test sites. Seb's mind groped for more specifics and context, but the background remained opaque. The documents were focused entirely upon the sensations of the case studies and the very experience of this curious disassociation within a patient's consciousness. He assumed that there was no need for the subjects to explain the purpose, the theory, or the history of a project that they were already familiar with. He wondered how these files had come into Ewan's possession. The SPR reports were all written either before Ewan had been born or when he was a child. But this was material that Ewan had wanted him to integrate into an autobiographical book, to augment his own testimony. Seb removed all of the files from the first bag. Carefully, he placed the folders into chronological order, spreading them across the floor of his office. and began reading from the beginning, replacing the files around his feet as he progressed. By the time he had finished the contents of the first bag, it had become dark outside, without him noticing nightfall. He stood up, feeling uncomfortably exposed with all of the curtains and blinds open, and moved into the lounge to fix himself a strong drink. The cold smell of the sea had filled the top floor of the house. He closed the balcony doors and began drawing the blinds for the night. As he read the reports, he had realized that, had he read them only a few weeks before, he would have scoffed at the accounts and felt awkward on behalf of the narrators and their tone of sincerity within such a scale of communal delusion. He even imagined himself groaning out loud, as he'd always done when imagined experiences were transformed into beliefs. But he now acknowledged he had been affected in a way few would understand. He imagined his experience of the files was similar to someone reading voraciously about a serious illness that they'd just been diagnosed as having. Seb sat in the living room and stared into space for a long time afterwards. The lost voices of the SPR continued to speak excitedly within his memory. They seemed to revolve, chattering like a crowd. Silver light turning fast, raising my body into the air. I could penetrate the walls with ease. The inducements are far too strong, but H insists that my fall was a blessing because it led to me looking down upon my body from somewhere beneath the ceiling. So this is vitality, this is health. I had been ill for so long and in pain that I had forgotten what it was like to be well. I saw the roof of the facility and the signs that had been put there for those who can reach such an elevation. I reported back on exactly what I had seen. Though H is ill, he held my hands, and tears glistened in his eyes. The spiritual body has no weight at all. The sensation on entering the blackness is now quite wonderful. Once I let go of my fear, I feel like an animal freed from captivity. Beyond the darkness, I am assured there is a light everlasting. To think is to move now. My bilocation is becoming instantaneous. H and Diane are paying me a great deal of attention. I feel the other girls are becoming frightfully jealous. Exultation, exhilaration, radiant light, my spirit body freed, peace and vigor, the flow of energy. In the air but facing down and seeing my body that still writhed and twitched in its pain. My etheric form. Some of the testimony had made Seb mutter out loud, because it induced the full force of a recent dream that had been far too vivid. These sections of the reports he had also transcribed into a notepad. My spirit body bled through and nourished the silver cord. It grew thinner in the middle and then detached, became vaporous, disappeared. From the ceiling up near the corner came unto me a rushing and a force that presented an opening, an aperture. I glimpsed a figure inside. Over and over again, the same experiences were described, though in ecstatic terms, and with a sense of triumph that Seb could not share with these distant witnesses. How had all of this contributed to Ewan becoming an unwashed, homeless alcoholic who was found dead in a guest house with 6 quid to his name? The silver cord has begun to appear for me, too. It flickered into life last night for the first time, and I sensed more than saw the slow, dark river. I was delighted when I came to. I wept and embraced my friends. If I can return there, to that place, then the detachment, the sinking, the heavy, heavy sinking that they all speak of will occur. My renunciation to the deep is possible. At the repeated references to the silver cord, the dark tunnel, the slowly flowing black water, Seb was unable to stop imagining people being lowered into water they could not see the bottom of by means of a disintegrating rope.